صباح الخير وأهلا وسهلا فيكم في معهد عصام فارس في الجامعة الأمريكية في بيروت. هلأ حأنتقل للإنجليش. Welcome to the Isam Paris Institute at the American University of Beirut. I'm Hana Al-Ghali, Senior Program Coordinator of the Education and Youth Policy Research Program at the Institute. On behalf of our director, Dr. Tariq Mitri, who unfortunately could not be with us here, we would like to welcome you to the Isam Paris Institute for Public Policy and International Affairs. We are very pleased to be organizing today's event on the issues of non-formal education in close collaboration with the University of Michigan, Northwestern University, and the Salam Institute for Peace and Justice. This conference addresses one of the very important issues of non-formal education, which has emerged recently in Lebanon as one of the complementary forms of education to many of the children in the country. And usually this issue of non-formal education is associated with out-of-school children, which is a population we still are unable to identify the size of this population in Lebanon, unfortunately. And this population does not only include refugees, as many may think. It also includes a large number of Lebanese children who are out of school at different ages, meaning school ages from 6 years old to 18 years old, who are also out-of-school children. Our schools have worked very hard to accommodate all children, particularly all refugee children. But unfortunately, we still have about 75% of the refugee children who are school-aged are out of school. As such, non-formal education organizations are playing a critical role in filling this gap of reaching children who were not being able to be reached through the formal education mechanisms. Critical thinking and emotional intelligence, which will be addressed in today's conference, is very important to be addressed among out-of-school children, because it provides them with the skills that will allow such children to cope with daily challenges that they may not be able to handle otherwise. We welcome you again to our institute and look forward to hearing about the research done on this particular issue of critical thinking and emotional intelligence in non-formal education, as well as hearing from NGOs who will be with us later in the day, and they will be presenting some of the work they're doing in addressing this gap in reaching all children in Lebanon. We are, again, very happy to be addressing this issue and welcome you to our institute. Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to my colleague, Michael Robbins, the director of the Arab Barometer.
So thank you very much. Thank you to Dr. Hana for the nice warm introduction, and thank you to AUB for hosting this event. It's been fabulous so far to work with them, and we're really excited this came together as it did, bringing together a lot of the different pieces of this project, but also those from Lebanon who are working on similar issues. So we have the opportunity to have a discussion here and think more about this project. I'd also like to give a special thanks to USAID, who generously funded this project. We have Bruce and Zaina here from USAID, and so they actually are the genesis of this project. And it came together a couple of years ago, actually 3 years ago. They started a new process, which is a bit different than some of the things they've traditionally done in terms of the way they funded it. So this was actually funded as research. It wasn't funded as a specific program. And so we came together with two other organizations, Northwestern University, who's represented here by Dr. Greg and Dr. Denise, and then we have Salam with Talal and Mohammed, the Salam Institute for Peace and Justice. And so the three organizations came together in a room and proposed this project. And so actually when we started, we weren't quite sure what direction it would take, and it was a new way that the USA was approaching it. But they gave us a small amount of, or generous, but a smaller than usual amount than they do for a research project that potentially could be expanded. So one of the things that this really is research that we want to share with you to think about the lessons we've learned and think about the ways forward as projects that could benefit Lebanon and the broader Middle East. So what our research did, and we'll talk about this more through the programs, is actually worked in 3 different contexts. We worked in Jordan, in the West Bank, and also here in Lebanon, where we partnered with 2 different NGOs, with ANERA and with Louder, which helped us with a number of the different pieces of implementing this project. And so the end result is that we've done a couple of different programs and tried to see what differences it makes and what is more effective. And so the results of that will be presented, but it's been very exciting to come together as different organizations to learn and to work with USAID and take some of the lessons that they've provided in feedback to try and come up with a set of findings and a program in ways that could promote critical thinking and emotional literacy throughout the region. And so in fact, although we only worked in 3 different areas, USAID, as we started, suggested that we should think about this more broadly as well. So we thought about it in other contexts as well, and I'll talk a bit about that within the context of different countries throughout the Middle East and North Africa, where we did some survey work that thinks about could this be expanded and what are the aspects that would allow it to be expanded. So with that, I would like to say that, again, this is research in progress. These are things that we really value your feedback. So one of the reasons we had discussants and we would like to have Q&A here is to help us think through some of the results and think through some of the ways forward as we continue to have discussions about how to promote these, particularly critical thinking, emotional literacy, how that benefits learners in the Middle East, and what could be changed to potentially make that even more effective. And so having the different NGOs that are also working in this area, I think will really increase the quality of the discussion and help us think through different elements there. And so again, that's really the end goal of this conference, is to share with you what we've done, but also get a lot of feedback on this research and to think about what is the research agenda going forward to continue working on these issues. And so with that, I just, again, thank you so much for coming. Thank you to all the partners who are here. Thank you to USAID, and I look forward to a great conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. We will begin our first session with Drs. Denise, Dr. Gregory, Mr. Talal, and Mr. Muhammad. And please, I invite you to the podium. Thank you. The first session will be followed by a lunch break, which will be held on the 5th floor of the Institute. I encourage you to stay around and try to meet the researchers. And then we'll have an afternoon session with an overview of the public opinion on non-formal education and some of the activities that ISAM Paris Institute is engaged in within the scope of non-formal education, followed by the final panel with the NGOs.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Denise Drain. I'm from the Searle Centre for Advancing Learning and Teaching at Northwestern University in Chicago. I'm also from Australia, so I don't have a typical accent from the area. And I actually, most of my work is in higher education, but at the Searle Centre, my colleague Greg Light and I have done a lot of work on critical thinking, and that's how we became involved in this project. But I'm not a K through 12 expert. But what I'm going to do first off is just talk about what we'll be sharing with you in this session today. And as Michael said, our aims for this presentation are to share research that's in progress with you. So we're still understanding the results ourselves. And as many of you will know, when you implement a research project in real life, it doesn't always go as you planned, and conditions change, and so things aren't as tightly controlled as you may have envisaged, but there's still a lot that we can learn from the different contexts that we have implemented the program in and the different ways. And so we're really interested in getting your feedback and as I said, getting your input to help us understand what we're seeing. So today I'm going to talk briefly about the study aims and background, and then Mohammed is going to talk about the curriculum and give you details of what we'd actually implemented and to give you a sense of how we were defining critical thinking and emotional literacy. We'll also talk about the teacher training, how that was implemented and the methods that we used. And then Greg's going to share the outcome measures with you. As you know or imagine, it's difficult to measure skills in emotional literacy and critical thinking. It's even more difficult when you've only got a short time to, with the students, to get those measures and to try and get valid and reliable data. And so Greg's going to share the measures with you, and then we'll come back and share the results. And then we're looking forward to a rich discussion with you about what this might mean, what's promising, and how we might think about moving forward. So as Michael said, this was a very different process for USAID. It was they wanted to address the issue of children who were out of school across the Middle East and their educational needs. And as Dr. Hannah said, the non-formal education space has become critical in addressing their needs. So they asked people to come to present very short proposals on things that they thought were important in non-formal education, and Northwestern put one in focused on critical thinking. University of Michigan put one in with focused on the Arab Barometer and how they could do research with the public on attitudes about non-formal education and what's valued and not valued in that area. And also they could do attitudes about critical thinking and emotional intelligence. There's been a perception that perhaps the public in the Middle East isn't interested in critical thinking, and we wanted to look to see whether that was really true or not. So that's what University of Michigan brought to the table. And then Salam brought their expertise in teacher training and in emotional literacy. So it was a co-creation process where we all came together and developed this project, and we hope that we could complement each other. And it is a research project, and I would emphasise that it's really a pilot project. It's just a small project. It's our first go at implementing this curriculum and evaluating it. So it's just the beginning, we hope. And this is just to represent that we were hoping to each put our talents together as three pieces of a puzzle in enhancing children's development in emotional literacy and critical thinking. So what we're going to talk about in this session is the immediate aims of this study. So we were looking to evaluate the impact of this curriculum. It's a 10-week curriculum, 90 minutes per week. They meet once a week. So we wanted to evaluate the impact of the curriculum in settings outside the formal education system. And you'll see that those settings vary in Jordan, Lebanon, and the West Bank. And we wanted to look at the impact on self-reported measures of critical thinking and emotional literacy. We also wanted to look at the impact on test scores on a brief test of critical thinking that we developed for the project. And we've also got qualitative data from teachers and students on from focus groups and interviews on their perceived impact of the program as well. And so now I will let Mohammed present the details of the curriculum for you and how it was implemented.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and I'm happy that I see lots of people I know and my colleagues at LIU. Thank you for coming. I'm Mohammed Al-Amin from Salam Institute for Justice and Peace, and we worked on designing the curriculum and doing the training for the teachers in Lebanon and Jordan. The main concept behind this curriculum is the combination between head, heart, and hand. And the point is that, head means thought or content, and we want to move this into the level of critical thinking about the actions and actually thinking about the content and the ideas and trying to look at the issues from different perspectives, then check the feelings that accompany the action or what people say, and then combining this together and think about our reaction towards what happens around. And that's how it's called Head, Heart, and Hand curriculum. And I think Head, Heart, Hand is taken from Orr, who wrote this theory in 1992, I guess, as far as I remember, the very concept of combining head, heart, and hand. The main goals of the curriculum were understand two areas that are important today. Critical thinking and emotional literacy. And this is based on the concept of education in the 21st century. Because it's not only about knowledge and giving information. Actually, the four pillars of education are learning to know, to be, to do, and to live with others. These are the four pillars of education. So when we talk about education, it's not only giving knowledge to students, which is in a way or another available, but how can we really help students and people in general to be and to do things and to live with others. And that's why we have them think about their actions, about their knowledge, and think about the feelings before they go into any kind of reaction. Second one is be aware of self and self-perceptions, self-regulate own emotions, and this has to do with emotional intelligence, work with others cooperatively, because, one of the skills in the 21st century now is to be a team player. So students and people need to really know how to work with others and interact with others, analyze and solve real-world problems. And we're going to talk about this very point when we talk about the curriculum and how we chose the text and the stories. Evaluate the quality of evidence that is being used and support a claim or position on an issue. And this has to do with looking at the issue from different perspectives and thinking about it. See a problem or issue from more than one perspective. These are the goals of the curriculum. And we divided this curriculum into 10 chapters, actually. 5 of them deal with critical thinking, and 5 with emotional intelligence. And it was designed for students between the age of 12 and 16, designed for low resource settings. So those who implemented the program did not need any kind of complex resources and material. We designed the activities in such a way that teachers in very low resource environment can really handle this and teach the lessons and do the activities. Actually, there are 10 90-minute sessions, and these are the sessions: introduction, head, heart, hand model for transformation. Second session, analyzing and evaluating arguments. Third session, analyzing problems and taking multiple perspectives. 4, understanding and regulating your own emotions. Understanding the emotions and perspectives of others. Critical listening and detection of bias. Self-examination and responsibility. Writing, generating new information, writing to persuade, and conclusion and social action project. And we tried to put the sessions in such an order so that we move the students from thinking about thoughts and emotions, then helping them analyze ideas and look at the points from different perspectives, then dealing with them from the emotional part and how they can practice the self-regulation of emotions and think about others' emotions before they take any decision or solve any problem, or maybe transform the problem or the conflict. So this was these are the sessions, and then I'll talk a little bit about the structure of the lessons. We started each session with an icebreaker. It can be like warm-up activity or icebreaker so that students get along together, because it's based on group work. So we needed to do this icebreakers or group dynamics. And then we have a local story. Why local story? Because, when talking about conflicts and about problems, you need to give your students kind of real-life situation that they can deal with and they see every day. And that's why we're going to see some stories about a problem with a parking space, for example. This is something that students or people live every day. And then we have a discussion about the story. We have a variety of activities like questions, like group work, projects, and so on. And then we have small group activities. At the end, they even do a kind of project. By the end of this of the 10 sessions, they do a project for the community or society, or even in the classroom. This is a sample story, and I chose this parking dispute because one of the problems we have every day is the parking. I myself had this problem now. I couldn't find any parking lot. So this story is about Abu Walid, who was the owner of a garage in the town center. He was highly respected by his neighbors and the other shop owners. He suffered a lot due to the car parking shortages, for he needed a parking space in front of his shop for his customers and himself. In order to ensure that he would put 2 chairs just to reserve a spot. You see this a lot. Some shops put chairs just to... Okay, one warm summer day, a customer arrived to shop at a nearby store and didn't find any spaces to park his car. He got out of the car, removed the chairs, parked his car, and left. When Abu Walid saw the car, he got angry and thought that this is an unbearable situation. The customer came back to find Abu Walid waiting for him. He asked him why he removed the chairs. The customer answered him in a rude way that Abu Walid got more furious. As you see, there's no real ending for the story, because this is what the students will do later on. So we designed them in such a way that students think a lot about possible solutions or possible ending for the stories, because this is critical thinking. We don't want to give them ready-made solutions. We just give them, we trigger them through the activities, through the text, and we give them some, some activities. Like we have here 2 activities. I chose these 2 activities. The teacher asked the following questions. What feelings did both Abu Walid and the customer have in that situation? Well, in our culture, it seems that we don't think a lot about our emotions. We are emotional, by the way. We are very much emotional, but we don't think about our emotions. We are emotionals, but it doesn't mean that we have emotion intelligence, because to be emotional, it doesn't mean that you have emotion intelligence. Being aware of your emotions and others' emotions and being able to deal with this, it means that you have emotional intelligence. That's why we highlight the importance of emotions, and this was the first question, to check on the feelings of the 2 sides of the conflict. In your opinion, what is the best ending for the story? And definitely students work in groups, and we never expect to have one answer, definitely. And even in the same group, we might have like 2 or 3 endings. And students are asked to decide. They discuss together, and they come up with one ending. And we get them from different groups, and then we ask them to evaluate and judge the ending, and they come up with one ending at the end. What lesson did you learn from the story? And the second activity, This was a nice one. It's not because we wrote this activity, but it was really nice when the teacher got news from newspapers, different news of daily problems, and he would give, or he or she would give the piece of news for groups, and they read them and they have to work through these questions. What is the conflict in the story? And it's really important to be able to define and identify the conflict, because most of the time we really don't know what's the real conflict. Then identify the characters involved in this conflict. In a way or another, I'm telling the student, think about the conflict you are in, and think about the characters in this conflict before you do any kind of reaction. What are the apparent reasons of the conflict? Because sometimes we fight for something, but actually it's not the thing behind the conflict. Probably there are hidden things, probably accumulation of things. What feelings are associated with the story, and what are the real reasons of the conflicts. And this actually takes a long time, having the students think about the real source of conflict. It's not what appears. Sometimes it's something beyond, and probably something from the past. Okay, the curriculum revision. Actually, we started with phase 1 2 years ago, and it was implemented in North with ANERA, and we trained some teachers for 20 hours, and we had some of the teachers present the lessons in front of us to make sure that they can handle things, and we focus in the training on active learning, on group dynamics, on sometimes project-based learning, because students are expected to do some projects at the end of the sessions, or probably by the end of like in the middle and at the end. Phase 2 was implemented in Biqa with Louder. They were our partner in this. We revised actually the stories because we got some feedback that the stories are not very much related to the environment, so we did some revision of the stories. We modified some of them, and during the training in the second phase, we had all the trainees present the lessons. And we had a very beautiful discussion in Lebanon and in Amman. We did the same thing. We found out that in some places teachers would not do the activities, the same way we were thinking about. Sometimes it was better. I mean, they suggested some better ideas to present the lesson and activities. So according to this, we did the modifications on both the curriculum and the training program. Now, Talal is going to talk about the focus group he did in Jordan and in Lebanon about the training and the implementation of the curriculum. I talked too much. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you. Have a good day.
I will present in Arabic, so if anyone needs translation in English, they can ask them.
Give us 1 minute.
Okay.
Can you please know the age group we're talking about?
Yeah, 12 to 16. 12 to 16.
How many children participated in this study?
In phase 1, around 400 in Jordan, and it's the same, because every group with the teachers with 20 to 30 boys or girls in the session. Okay. طيب بلش. Okay. ما احنا بلبنان لازم شوي نستخدم بعض المصطلحات.
When I train in Jordan and say يلا بنبلش, first time they don't understand what I mean by بلش.
بلش.
طلال فهمت بلش.
طيب صباح الخير مرة ثانية. أنا اسمي طلال عليمات، أنا منسق مركز سلام بالأردن، ونفذت الجلسات المركزة بالأردن ولبنان. احنا نفذنا الجلسة المركزة بالأردن، شارك فيها 15 معلم ومعلمة، وهم بيمثلوا كلهم مدارس حكومية، لأنه احنا بالأردن اشتغلنا مع وزارة التربية الأردنية، فكان المستهدف كلهم من المدارس الحكومية العامة. بلبنان شارك بالجلسة 12 معلم ومعلمة، طبعا بيمثلوا مدارس من القطاع الخاص والعام، بالإضافة إلى معلمين لاجئين، وكمان تم باستهداف طلاب من اللاجئين في المدارس. مدة الجلسة كانت مجموعة أسئلة على قسمين، 3 ساعات، 1.5 ساعة لأول 4 أسئلة و1.5 ساعة لثاني 4 أسئلة. هلأ كان الهدف احنا بالبداية في اللي هو تقييم قبلي وتقييم بعدي بكل الجلسات، واستخدمنا كمان تقييم أسبوعي للمعلمين، واستخدمنا كمان تقييم قبلي وبعدي من المعلمين أنفسهم. لكن الهدف كان من الجلسات المركزة اللي هي الخروج بتعبيرات نوعية أو بنتائج نوعية حول كيف كان ردود فعل الطلاب، أو كيف أثر البرنامج على الطلاب، وكيف أثر على المعلمين. هلا لا شك بأنه بالأردن ولبنان اجتمعوا الكل أو أجمعوا بأنه هو كان له أثر إيجابي كبير على الطلاب وعلى المعلمين أنفسهم. فلهيك هون أخذنا مجموعة تعليقات من المعلمين كيف كانت على أو عائد عليهم المعلمين. هلا أحد المعلمات حكت إنه الاستماع أثر عليها هي مش على الطلاب، أثر عليها بأنه الاستماع للطلاب بشكل كامل حتى لو كانت الإجابة خاطئة لتصحيحها. هون احنا بنحكي بأنه بجوز احنا لما كنا بالمدارس في بعض الممارسات من بعض المعلمين، إذا كانت إجابتك خاطئة كان أحيانا بيصير نوع من القمع، وأنه لا أنت عم تحكي إشي فاضي أو مش يعني وكأنه المعلم مش مضطر يسمع. فهون في بعض المعلمين بأنه لا أنا صرت أسمع الطلاب حتى الضعفاء، صرت أعطيهم فرصة وأسمعهم زيادة. معلم اللي هي تبسيط المعلومات للطلاب من خلال الأدوات التي استعملناها خلال هذا البرنامج. هلأ برضه هو نوع من التعليم اللي هو استخدام رسومات، استخدام تمثيل، استخدام ممكن مثلا أدوات معينة جديدة تدخل على المدارس. فهم أحد المعلمين أو المعلمات كانوا بيستخدموا هاي الأدوات حتى في مواد تانية. تعززت لدينا طرائق التدريس باستخدام أدوات مختلفة، وأثرت على تعليمي وتعاملي مع الطالبات. فمن ناحية التعامل أعطت هذه الجلسات رونق وحسنت كثيرا من طرق تعاملنا مع الطالبات. وهنا حكوا كثير من المعلمين والمعلمات بأنه كان في كسر حاجز نوعا ما بين المعلمين والطلاب، أصبحوا أكثر أريحية بالتعامل مع بعضهم، وبياخذوا راحتهم حتى بالكلام عن مشاكلهم الشخصية اللي عم بتصير معهم لإيجاد حلول لها. أصبحت أكثر قدرة على الاستماع ومنح الطالبات الوقت الكافي للتعبير، وانعكس أيضا على حياتي الشخصية مع زوجي وأطفالي. وأحد المعلمات برضو من لبنان حكت كثير عن هذا الموضوع، بأنه هي حتى في البيت صارت تستخدم نفس الطريقة، بأنه أنا ممكن أسمع للآخر سواء لزوجي أو ابني أو التعامل مع أطفالي، وبعدين نتناقش بالموضوع ونطلع بحل مشترك أو بنفكر مع بعض مش زي أول. تمكنت من تجسيد مختلف المهارات والأساليب في الحصص الأخرى كالرسم، واكتشفنا مواهب عديدة عند الطالبات. برضو نفس الشيء بموادهم اللي هم عم بيعلموها بالصفوف الثانية أو مع نفس الصف، صاروا يستخدموا نفس الأساليب اللي كانوا يستخدموها بالجلسات، سواء بطرق الرسم أو التعلم النشط، وإسقاطها على باقي المواد اللي هم عم بدرسوها. معلم طبقت الدورة من خلال شراء الأغراض وتنفيذها في البيت. أحد المعلمين طلب من الإدارة وأخذ موافقة الإدارة حتى لما انتهت الجلسات التدريبية أنه على السنة الجديدة يطبق نفس البرنامج مع صف مختلف جديد اللي هو رح يعلمهم، وبنفس الوقت أنه هو رح يطبق نفس البرنامج على أولاده بالبيت، لأنه عجبه الطريقة اللي تم طرح فيها البرنامج. معلمة استخدمت نفس الأساليب في تنفيذ حصصي كاستخدام الأغاني والقصص، وانعكس إيجابا على الطلاب. هلا احنا كلنا كنا طلاب سواء جامعات او مدارس، دائما لما انت بتيجي على مدرسه او جامعه فقط اكاديميا وعارف انه هي محاضره او حصه، بضل تقبلك إلها مش زي لما يكون في خلالها أدوات تعلم نشط أو في تمارين زي التدريبات وآيس بريكر وغيره. فهون المعلمين صاروا عم بيستخدموا أو بيسقطوا نفس الأساليب على باقي الحصص اللي خلى الطلاب يرغبوا فيها وإنهم يشاركوا أكثر مع المعلمين. معلم أصبحت أكثر قدرة على السيطرة على إدارتي للصف من خلال الحوار مع الطلاب. وبتذكر هذا المعلم بيحكي إنه هو كان ما بعرف إذا في بلبنان نظام المناوبة كمان، بيكون المعلم المناوب هو المسؤول عن المدرسة وبيلف على الصفوف وبالفرصة بتأكد إنه الكل رجع على صفه أو لا. فهو بيحكي إنه بمناوبته وفي الصف اللي بيكون هو مسؤول عنه كمان، إنه كان زمان بفرض بالقوة أكثر، انه خلص يعني خوف الطلاب منه هم بيخليهم احيانا يلتزموا وممكن اذا هو بيغيب عنهم ما يلتزموا. لكن من خلال الحوار معهم وتطبيق ادوات البرنامج بانه يعطيهم الفرصه بانه هم يعبروا عن ارائهم ويوجدوا في بعض الاحيان حل مشترك، فهذا الاشي ساعده كثير على السيطره على الطلاب والتعامل معهم من خلال الحوار. هون معلم حسنت ثقتي مع الطلبة وتحسنت مشاركة الطلبة دون خوف من الخطأ ورفع الثقة عندي في الصف والبيت. معلمة تمكنت من تحسين سلوك الطالبات. هون هاي القصة مع أحد المعلمات في الأردن. في عندها طالبة كانت بتلعب لعبة الحوت الأزرق، إذا سمعتوا عنها، هي نوع من الإدمان، وصارت حالات كثيرة بأنه سببت الانتحار. أنا صدقا ما بعرف اللعبة أو ما اطلعت عليها كاملة، بس كتفاصيل عن اللعبة هي بتاخذك من ناحية إلكترونية، أنت بتتبع لناس أونلاين وبتكمل معهم حركات لدرجة أنه ممكن أنت توصل لدرجة الانتحار، يعني خلينا نحكي مخدرات إلكترونية. فهاي البنت كانت بتلعب هاي اللعبة وكانوا خايفين عليها وما بتحكي عنها، يعني هي بتلعبها بالسر. فحكت المعلمة بأنه من خلال لما صرنا نحكي عن أنه كيف أنت تعبر عن مشاعرك من خلال الجلسات، فأجت اعترفت لها بأنه هي بتلعب هاي اللعبة ومش عارفة كيف تتخلص منها، فساعدتها المعلمة بأنه هي فعلا تتخلص من اللعبة. والتقت مع أمها للطالبة وحكت لها عن أنه تغير تصرفات الطالبة حتى في البيت، وخلصت من اللعبة نهائيا وتركتها. التقرب من الطلاب وخصوصا الذين يعانون من مشاكل نفسية وحياتية، الأصل بأنه أصلا المرشد التربوي بيكون في المدرسة هو هاي مهمته، لكن كثير من المعلمين انبسطوا على البرنامج بأنه فعليا هم صاروا حتى بيمارسوا مرات دور المرشد من ناحية وصول الطلاب إلهم، وأنه الطريقة اللي بيتعاملوا فيها مع الطلاب شجعتهم بأنهم يحكوا لهم. حتى الطلاب اللي بيعانوا في بعض الأحيان من مشاكل نفسية صاروا يجوا للمعلم ويعترفوا لهم حتى بمشاكل ممكن تكون عندهم بحياتهم الشخصية. الاستفادة من الأدوات المستخدمة في هذا البرنامج من خلال تنفيذ جلسات أخرى خارج نطاق البرنامج مثل جلسات للسيدات. أحد المعلمات هي نقلت بجوز حتى بعيدا عن الطلاب نفس الأساليب مع بعض السيدات عندها بالمنطقة، نفذت نفس الأساليب معهم وأبدت إعجابها بأنه كان في تغذية راجعة منهم بأنه الأسلوب جميل بطرح المعلومة. معلمة تحسنت قدرتي على إيصال القواعد بشكل أكثر فاعلية، بالإضافة إلى أنني أصبحت أستخدم أسلوب الحوار أكثر من التعليم. هون برضو حتى قواعد اللغة العربية وبجوز استفادوا منها. بتذكر كمان معلمين الرياضيات معلمين اللغة الإنجليزية والعربية بأنه صاروا يستخدموا التمثيل والقصص بشرح بعض الأجزاء من المواد فاستفادوا منها. تأثير البرنامج على الطلاب الجزئية الثانية. هلا المعلمين حكوا عن تطور أداء الطلاب وجو المنافسة والتحدي العالي، حفزوا عند الطلاب برضو حس المنافسة أكثر من خلال الجلسات. ممارسة وتطبيق الطلاب للمفاهيم التي تم مناقشتها خلال الجلسات على أرض الواقع. وبتذكر بأنه إذا بنعرف دائما وخصوصا بمدارس الذكور لما بيروحوا بعد المدرسة بتصير مشاكل عند الذكور أكثر من الإناث، خصوصا خارج المدرسة أو على أسوار المدرسة أو خلال الطريق. فهون في الطلاب اللي شاركوا بالبرنامج من مدارس كثير كان بأنه هم تحسنوا، وأحد المعلمين قال بأنه هم كانوا بيشوفوهم أنهم عم بيحلوا مشاكل لما بيشوفوا مشكلة بين زملائهم، أنه لا أنت المفروض تفكر بهاي الطريقة، أنت المفروض ما تكون ردة فعلك قوية أو عنيفة، طبعا من خلال الأشياء اللي هو تعلمها بالبرنامج. كسر الحواجز بين الطلاب والمعلمين، بعض الطلاب أصبحوا قادرين على حل مشاكلهم بأنفسهم دون الاعتماد على أهلهم مثلا، وهاي كانت بتوصل للمعلمين والمعلمات من خلال الطلاب أنه أنا لا حاليا عم بحل مشاكلي، عم بفكر فيها بطريقة مختلفة. زيادة وعي الطلاب والتأكد من صحة المعلومات من خلال البحث. احنا او دائما في بعضنا بيستخدم انه خلص معلومة عامة، واذا بسمع شغله حتى بحكينا لما بنتناقش بالموضوع بنعطي راي، لكن احنا بيجوز ما نكون باحثين عنه بطريقه صحيحه. فهون الطلاب كانت الفيدباك منهم بانه فعليا هم اصبحوا لا يبحثوا عن المعلومه، حتى لو سمعوا من اي جهه عن معلومه صاروا يبحثوا عنها اكثر لحتى يقراوا عنها وتكون معلوماتهم كلها صحيحه. معلم تطور الطلاب في التعبير عن مشاعرهم في منتصف البرنامج، وهون بين عندهم بأنه في بعض الطلاب زي أي صف بيكون موجود، في ناس بيشارك كثير وفي طلاب ما بيشاركوا، وفي ناس بيستحي إنه يشارك لأنه هو بيستحي من الخطأ، وهذا موجود سواء عند الكبار أو الصغار في التدريبات أو في الصفوف. فهون كانت إنه الطلاب بالبداية كانوا عم بيستحوا يشاركوا، بس بنص البرنامج أو بعد كم جلسة لا حفزوا عندهم حس المشاركة لأنه صاروا يعطوهم فرصة. وبتذكر أنه المعلمين والمعلمات أجمعوا على نقطة بأنه حتى الطلاب أنفسهم زمان لما كان زميل لهم من الضعفاء بالتقدير الأكاديمي يشارك بشغلة بضحكوا عليه وأنه لا شو بتحكي أنت وإشي، فأصبحوا هم اللي بيحكوا للمعلم أنه لا أعطيه فرصة، بجوز هو قصده هيك، فأصبحوا حتى تعاون داخلي ما بينهم بالصف. معلم ارتفاع مستوى الطلاب الأكاديمي من بعد المشاركة في الجلسات، وهاي موجودة بأنه حتى بباقي المواد أنه الطلاب تحسنوا شوي أكاديميا، لأنه بلشوا برضو باستخدام نفس الأساليب والبحث، وحفز عندهم شوي حس المشاركة، لأنه الطالب هو كان بيشارك بهاي الجلسة مع زملائه، فتلقائيا بالحصص الثانية بده يصير أنه طب أنا معناها أنا قادر على المشاركة، إذا أنا بحثت أو أنا إذا اجتهدت فأنا قادر على المشاركة، فحسن عندهم التحصيل الأكاديمي. قدرة الطالبات على التعبير تحسنت كثيرا وانكسر الحاجز والخوف والتعبير. الطالبات بتنافسن خارج الغرفة الصفية من خلال مساعدة الأصغر عمرا، برضو هاي كانت في بعض مدارس الإناث بأنه كانوا وكأنهم عم بنقلوا المعلومة للأصغر منهم، عم بيساعدوهم بنفس الأساليب اللي تعلموها كيف هم يحلوا مشاكلهم. أصبحت الطالبات يطبقون ما تعلموه على الواجبات. هون برضو انه حتى الواجبات في المواد الثانية مع انه مش مطلوب منهم صاروا يستخدموا نفس الاساليب اللي هي ممكن اضافة صور، ممكن يكونوا مثلا يشرحوا المعلومة من خلال سكتش بينهم وبين زملائهم. رفض الطالبات تنفيذ المبادرة للصف. في بآخر البرنامج بالجلسة العاشرة كان مشروع، هم بيصمموا مشروع أو مبادرة ينفذوها بالمدرسة، فهون واحدة من الشعب الطالبات أنه أصروا بأنه كل زملائهم بالمدرسة يشاركوا معهم، وهاي بجزء عززت عنهم حس التشاركية ونشر المعلومة أكثر. معلم استجاب الطلاب اللي تحصيلهم ضعيف للأساليب في الدورة وأخلاقيات المعلم المنفذ للدورة. هلأ بالأخير سألنا المعلمين إذا إحنا بدنا نوصف هذا البرنامج كيف ممكن توصفه بطريقة بسيطة. لو أي واحد سألك عن البرنامج إنه شو هو البرنامج بطريقة مبسطة، كان المعلمة حكت إنه هو برنامج عبارة عن تهذيب سلوك، معلمة ثانية حكت عن توازن بين العقل والمشاعر، تحكم في العاطفة ضمن حدود العقل، تنظيم حياة ينظم أمور حياتك ويجعلك تتحمل مسؤولية في المشاكل وكيف تتعامل مع الآخرين، توظيف العقل والعاطفة بأمور حياتنا، إعادة برمجة للتصرفات والتعامل مع الناس بمدارك أوسع وتتفاهم مساحات آمنة في الحوار، دورة تحكي لك أنت مين والمقابلك مين ويجعلك تغير ما بداخلك بشكل إيجابي وينعكس على تفكيرك وتحليل الأمور. كلها هاي كانت على لسان المعلمين. بالآخر اللي بدي أحكيه إنه صدقا لما كنت أسمع المعلمين بالثلاث ساعات كنت فخور جدا بالبرنامج، وكنت بكون مبسوط جدا وأنا عم بسمع منهم قديش الطلاب تأثروا. بجوز هاي بس يعني عينة من الحكي اللي حكوه. رح يكون في عنا تقرير كامل بكل الفيدباك منهم، ورح نبعث لكم إياها إن شاء الله باي إيميل. اللي سجل إيميله برا بحاول أخذ نسخة من الأسماء ونبعث لكم إياها الجميع. لكن عن جد إحنا فخورين قديش هذا البرنامج أثر على طلابنا، وبنتمنى سواء بلبنان أو بالأردن نتمنى بالاستمرارية فيه، وفعلا إنه يتعمم على كل الطلاب ويستهدف أكبر قدر ممكن من الطلاب. لأنه إحنا عم بنعيش الآن أزمات كثيرة بكل البلدان العربية، عم بنعيش أزمات سواء داخلية أو خارجية، فهذا عم بيأثر على تفكير طلابنا وعم بيأثر على الجيل اللي طالع جديد، وعم بيعزز العنف شوي عنده. فإحنا بحاجة لبرامج حتى نخفف من الحدية والعنف. بشكركم كثير وسعيد جدا إني أنا بلبنان معكم. شكرا لكم.
Good afternoon, good morning. Pardon? Oh, it's you. No, I'm sorry.
Greg just got a surprise there because these slides were actually for our colleague Summer Abushi from the West Bank to present. So I'm going to do that. So you've had a sense now of what the project entailed, what the curriculum involved, and what the teachers and the students were saying about it. And in this next session, we're going to look at some of the data from validated surveys and our test of critical thinking to see what sort of impact we see there. And I just want to just go over the design with you again before we do that, just so it'll be easier to follow the results. So the study was done in 2 phases. We have the first phase was done in 2017 in Jordan, Lebanon and the West Bank, and we took the first version of the curriculum and we implemented that. And then, as Mohammed talked about, based on weekly teacher feedback and a pre-program and post-program survey of teachers on their impression of the program and what they liked and didn't like, we revised the curriculum. We also revised the teacher training. We went from a 2.5-day teacher training to a 3-day teacher training, and a critical difference was that in phase 1 in the training, the teachers just implemented portions of some lessons that they would implement after their training, but in phase 2 during the training they actually went through and implemented parts of every lesson that they were going to implement in the program. And so that way they were able to get feedback from Ilham and Mohammed, who led the training, and also from their peers. So in phase 2, I think we had a richer teacher training process and more feedback for the teachers. And so phase 2 was in 2018, and we implemented the revised curriculum. We've also done an experiment in the West Bank. We know that sustainability of these programs is really important, and that teacher training requires some kind of funding or resources. So we were interested to know if if a teacher could just take the curriculum and the teacher training manual and implement the program and get satisfactory results, or whether they really needed to be trained. So in the West Bank, some teachers were given the full training, and some teachers were just given the curriculum and a mentor who'd completed the program during phase one. We're still reviewing the results of this experiment, so we're not going to present those results today, but they will be in the final report, because we think this is a really important issue for real life implementation in all the different contexts that we see. They're just the numbers of that experiment. So there were 24 teachers who got the training and 13 who didn't, just to give you a sense of the scope of that experiment. And then just to give you a little more information, these are the contexts. So I'm not very good at coordinating between two buttons. I don't know what it says about my, I think it means I didn't get enough sleep last night. So we've got our countries here, phase one conditions and phase two conditions. So as Mohammed and Talal have already pointed out, we were in different regions in Lebanon between phase one and phase two. We had different kinds of teachers participate in phase one. They were NGO activists who were not necessarily trained teachers. They were implementing another curriculum as part of a program that they had, and they added ours to theirs. Whereas in phase two, we had teachers from formal private schools and Syrian teachers from informal schools. In Jordan, our conditions were much more constant over phase one and phase two. So they were drawn from downtown Amman, both from public schools, but different teachers each time. So we didn't have the teachers in phase one were completely separate from phase two. Because if we had the same teachers implement the curriculum twice, maybe the results would just be better from practice effects on their part. And then in the West Bank, we drew from private schools and we extended our reach in phase two. But even though in Jordan and the West Bank that we were recruiting teachers from schools, the curriculum was implemented outside regular class time. So it was at lunchtime or it was after school. So it was still non-formal in that sense. And then I'm conscious of overwhelming you with numbers because we've got lots and lots of tables and numbers. So rather than give you the characteristics of the teachers in all three areas in every phase, I'm just going to give you a snapshot here. So this is from Lebanon in phase two. So you can, well, I've done it again. So you can see the breakdown of the ages there, so more older teachers than younger. This is an error, actually. Ilham sent me a note this morning. It should be 9 female teachers and 4 male teachers. Pardon? The opposite to what I have there. And then 6 had some type of national or state certification. Here's their mean number of years of experience, 4.6, and the standard deviation there. So they're relatively new. They were actually less experienced than teachers in some of the other countries. Only 4 had previous professional development experience in teaching emotional literacy, and only 4 out of the 14 had professional development in the teaching of critical thinking. So these were, new, relatively new concepts for them as teachers. And then again, just to give you a sense of who our students were, these are the demographics of the students in Lebanon in each of the phases. So in the here are our pre-program numbers. I'm not sure why we ended up more in the the post-program with our post-program testing. We must have, maybe there were students who were away when we did the pre-test, but we had more there. Here's the gender breakdown with males and females there, so a little bit of a change between phase 1 and phase 2 in the ratio of males to females swapping there. And then here's the age breakdown, and you can see from our average, our mean ages here, that in phase 2 the students were younger. And this is because in phase 1 we had a much older group of children who were Syrian, oh I shouldn't say children, they were youth and young adults who were Syrian, who were involved in the program, and we didn't have them in phase 2. But you can also see that even though our target range was 12 to 16, we did have some younger children. We had 10 and 11 years old. And that wasn't, our aim was 12 to 16, but in real life, you know, the teachers were bringing in the students who were available, so we didn't have full control over that. And then you can see we've got roughly 350 students in phase 1 and phase 2 in Lebanon, and we've got slightly, almost half in phase 2 who were Syrian students. And as you can see from what I've presented, we have a lot of variation. Many variables changing between countries, between phases, that can impact the results that we need to understand. So there's a lot going on in our study. And now Greg's going to talk about the quantitative measures that we used in the study for both emotional literacy and critical thinking.
Okay, it's this way. Good morning. Thank you, Denise. And Denise will be back up after I've spoken as well to talk about the results. I'm just going to talk about the kind of measures that we used. Talal is giving you a lot of really wonderful qualitative evidence on the impact on teachers. And that kind of evidence, I mean, needs to be more fully analyzed. We're just getting that, just as the data that we'll be showing, the quantitative data will show it. But I'm going to talk about the outcome data, the summative data of this program on students for emotional literacy and for critical thinking. I'll start with emotional literacy. For those of you who work in the area, you know how difficult it is to actually get any meaningful summative information or data on things like emotional literacy and critical thinking. I should also mention just briefly, and it's going to be used a lot, when we talk about critical thinking, critical has a kind of, comes from the word criticism, of course. It has a kind of negative impact. We also refer to creative thinking. The way we're using critical thinking has a creative output, so it's really creative and critical, and I'll talk about that later on. So emotional literacy, we drew on the literature for a test of emotional literacy. We drew on the development asset profile that Dubois and his colleagues developed and published in 2011, and that has it's a Likert scale measure with 15 statements where you're asking students to say how often they experience these kind of statements. So I build friendships, with other people, for example. These are just examples of them. It could be never, they would say, all the way through to always, with some rarely or sometimes or often in between. And other ones, I express my feelings in proper ways. I deal with frustration in positive ways. I overcome challenges in positive ways. And I'll show you all the ones. So this is the kind of pre and post. So we asked them before the program to engage in this test, and then after. There were 2 emotional literacies that came out when we did a confirmatory factor analysis of this. There were 2 subscales that these statements fell into. A sense of confidence, how confident they felt about themselves in interpersonal relationships and with their intrapersonal relationships as well, and how they felt with overcoming challenges. So under the sense of confidence measure or subscale, we have, I feel good about myself, I build friendships with other people, I express my feelings in proper ways, I feel valued and appreciated by others, I feel safe and secure in my surroundings of my family at school. And under overcoming challenges, I deal with frustration in positive ways, I overcome challenges in positive ways, I resist bad influences, I avoid things that are dangerous and unhealthy. So that gives you the kind of structure of the test that we're using for emotional literacy. And, well, I'll look at the critical thinking measures first. Now, we also used a self-reported, the emotional literacy was a self-reported measure, and we also used a similar type of measure for critical thinking that comes from Mintz-Moyer Perkins and Munya, 2001. And this was validated and reliable for 12 to 16-year-olds. Mainly that work was done in the US. And there were 14 statements in this measure. Again, they're asking, circle the number that corresponds to how often, again, a Likert scale. And it was within the 30 days. So the kinds of measures this, or the kinds of statements this measure looks at is, I think, of possible results before I take action. I develop my ideas by gathering information. When facing a problem, I identify options. I am able to give reasons for my opinions. So again, another self-report, and I'll give you a little more detail on them. There were 5 critical thinking subscales based on a confirmatory factor analysis that came out of this study. So we were looking at their sense of planning, how they felt they planned, forming informed opinions, use of high-level information, and that comes up again in the test we looked at later, and I'll talk more about that. Communications, how well they communicated, and the acceptance of ambiguity. There were a number of statements under each of these things. So under planning, these were the kinds of statements we asked them to talk about. I think of possible results before I take action. I won't go through them all, but I plan how to get information on a topic. I compare my ideas when thinking about a topic. I keep my mind open to different ideas when planning to make a decision. On the informed opinions subscale, I develop my ideas by gathering information. I'm able to give reasons for it. It's important to me to get information to support my opinions. I back my decisions by information I got. So you get a sense of what these subscales were actually talking about. And the use of high-level information, I plan how to get information on a topic. I back my decisions by information I got. And I make sure the information I use is correct. So they're looking at the information or evidence that's available for them. Communication, I express my thoughts. I'm able to give reasons for my opinion. I listen to the ideas of others, even if I disagree with them. And the final statement that there was only one under this acceptance of ambiguity, which is an important part of critical thinking that we all need to learn. I'm aware that sometimes there are no right and wrong answers. And in fact, one of the major things that education can teach us is that there are no right and wrong answers that are absolutely certain, even in disciplines where we feel that there are. So you can see from those two measures, they're self-reported. So students have self-reported. They've been validated and they're reliable, But you can see these students have to interpret those questions, and they may interpret some of those, those questions differently. So we wanted to get a sense of if we could measure critical thinking with a test that wasn't just their opinion about it, but they actually had to do something. So we created a critical thinking test, as Denise said earlier, specifically for this project. It was based on the critical thinking assessment test that Stein and his colleagues at Tennessee Tech had been doing over about 8 years. They had 3 National Science Foundation grants in the United States, large grants to really develop a critical thinking assessment test. Originally it was around science, but it turned out that it was appropriate to most of the disciplines. It was also focused in higher education, but we found that we can develop using that model ones for students, younger students. It was trialed, and I mean the whole test was trialed with Arabic students in the West Bank, with both Arabic students and faculty. And I'll talk about that later, and found to be valid. They liked it. We also, so this test is drawing on that model and drawing on the Arabic version of that model to create a test specifically for this project. And it tests 6 critical thinking skills. The critical thinking test itself has, I think it's 12 critical thinking skills. And we've taken 6 of them for this test. It is a scenario-based test. So there's 2 scenarios, 10 questions about them. Only 3 are multiple choice, and the other 7 are open-ended tests where the students actually have to write something down about their own thinking. So it gives a window into the way in which they think. The critical thinking test, the 6 skills that we're looking at is identifying alternative explanations. So I said earlier that critical thinking has an element of creativity in it. This is one of those. When you really have to think, when you're in a situation where you're given some explanation for something, and you have to think, well, there may be alternative ways of thinking about that and explaining it. That's actually a creative process. It's critical, but it's also a very creative process that we need to enhance in our students. The other critical thinking skills were designing an experiment to test a hypothesis, creating a question to assess the strength of an argument, assessing the strength of an argument, creating a persuasive argument, and developing appropriate action steps based on these arguments. So an example of a scenario, just to give you an idea. A friend of yours, and this is what was written for them, a friend of yours is trying to grow a tomato plant in her apartment. She has it in a pot on a table by a window, but it's not growing quickly. She notices that a flower growing in a pot outside on her balcony is growing very quickly, and she wonders if it is because she's using fertilizer on the flower but not on the tomato. Fertilizers, we told them, give plants important minerals that help them grow. So that's a statement. We asked the students, what are 3 other reasons besides the use of fertilizer for why the tomato plant and the flower are growing at different speeds? So you're asking them to identify other possibilities for the hypothesis. I mean, the statement puts forward a hypothesis based on fertilizer, but other explanations for this. And then we say, what experiment could the girl do to determine if it's the fertilizer that's causing the tomato and the flower to grow at different speeds? So you can see this will test their thinking. When they have to begin to think about this themselves and communicate that in writing on this particular test. Scenario 2 is a letter to a principal. So this is a fictional letter to a principal. Computer games are, somebody has sent this to a principal. For those of you who've worked in schools, principals get lots of letters from the public about different things. So this letter came in. Computer games are good for helping students to learn and will help them earn higher grades on their tests at school, and science supports this. Science has found that the number of hours that students spend playing computer games each day is related to their ability to concentrate. Students who spend more time playing computer games each day score higher on concentration tests. Some people say that playing computer games is harmful for students' learning, but that is just nonsense. People who say computer games are harmful are ignorant and don't know what they're talking about. Computer games should be made available to all school students for free by schools so that every child can play with them and score higher on their mathematics and science tests at school. Once we have more children playing computer games, we will have children doing better on science and mathematics tests and getting higher grades. So you can see it's a lot of statements, a lot of hypotheses that are put there with some emotion and some appeal to science. So these are some of the questions we asked them. And this is the multiple choice question. Which of the following is true, if true, would reveal a serious possible bias in the author's argument? So the author, for example, owns a company that is developing educational computer games. You would want them to identify that. Maybe that's biasing this author's opinion because they want to sell more computer games to schools. The author is a school principal, or the author does scientific research, on the other hand, may not bias them. In fact, certainly if they're doing scientific research in this area, you would expect a less biased opinion. So we're wanting students to be able to identify the differences that might play out here. And then we began to ask them to write questions that were right. What is one question that you would ask the author to help you work on how strong his or her evidence is that the computer games help students to learn? So they have to come up with statements to the author asking, or at least one question, asking them something about the evidence that's being given to the computer games that would help them decide whether this author is giving a strong argument or not. We also asked, this is another multiple choice, this first one, does the author make a strong argument that they are not harmful? Yes, no, don't know. Actually, the don't know was taken out in the second phase because no one was answering it. It was just creating noise in the system. So it was just yes, no in phase 2. But we asked them then to explain their answer, give reasons for this answer. Then we also asked them, what could the author add to the letter that would further persuade the principal that having school students play computer games is a good idea for helping them learning? So what would persuade them more if the author added it to them? And we asked them to write down 2 action steps that you would take in response to the letter if you were the school principal and why you would take them. Now the face validity, I think you'll agree, if students can answer these in a meaningful way, this takes an element of critical thinking to actually answer this. I won't go into it here. The rubric for scoring this is another, developing that in itself so that we can get reliable and valid scores is something I'll talk about later this afternoon. But I think these will help us really test whether or not there were changes before, how they answered these before and after, whether or not they were actually meaningful movements in the way they were thinking about critical thinking. These 2 scenarios, by the way, are not related to the scenarios that Talal and Mohammed were talking about. They're separate. So I think that's it. I'll let Denise give you the results of these.
So I'm just going to again take some snapshots of the results, but here's a brief summary for you of the self-reported critical thinking. We saw small to moderate statistically significant gains on all the subscales. A lot of them were small, but there were definitely some moderate gains. We also saw some interactions by country and gender, so that means that the results were a bit different depending on what country you were from or depending on what your gender was. And sometimes it depended on what your country and gender were. And we saw smaller effects in phase 2. So just to give you a sense of what this looked like. So here you'll recognise the 5 subscales that Greg talked about, and remembering that the students are scoring reporting how often they engage in behaviours from 1 to 5. So you can see that the differences, these are the mean pre and post score for each subscale for the entire sample, so students from all 3 countries all together. So you can see that these differences are relatively small. They're going from, a bit below a 4 to scoring more consistently around 4, which is on our scales is often doing these things in the last 30 days. But it's hard to think about, these are subscales. So I wanted to give you, and here's, I'm going to give you an example of individual questions so you can see what they look like as well, but that's in a couple slides ahead. And here's giving you an idea of phase 1 and phase 2 with our country results. And you can see that there were differences across countries. There were differences in scores between the different countries, and there were differences in the size of the gains as well. These gains were statistically significant, but you can see, again, they're relatively small. And in phase 2, especially in the West Bank, they were a bit smaller, though, where we may have some problems with our coding in our West Bank data, so we're not going to focus a lot on that. But you can also see, like in Lebanon, there was a difference in the students from phase 1 to phase 2. They came in scoring a bit higher in phase 1, and they also in phase 2 in the pre-test, but their scores also more equivalent to Jordan's there, whereas before they were scoring lower than the other 2 countries. But these differences are small, so we have to ask, are they educationally meaningful? And we don't have the scope to go and follow the students around from day to day and interview them and watch them in situations. That would take a lot of resources to do that. But we do have the focus group and interview data from the students where they're talking about having made changes in how they behave. So, we have to triangulate all this data. So here's an example of a question I back from the information subscale, just to give you a sense of the size of the differences. So here are the pre-scores. These are the number of students who chose each answer. So you can see that 42.9% in the pre-test chose always, for I always back my opinions by the information I've got, and it increased to 53.2%. So that gives you a more tangible sense of the gain. So something that we found that was really interesting, and we're interested in your ideas about why this might be the case. In Jordan, we found much larger gains in girls than boys in phase 1 and phase 2, and on the self-reported measures and on the critical thinking test. So these are effect sizes here. And an effect size is the amount of gain expressed as a fraction of the pre-test standard deviation. So the girls made about a half a standard deviation increase during the program. But you can see that the gains are always greater for the girls here, and we found that really intriguing. In Jordan, the girls were educated separately to the boys, and we wondered if it had something to do with that or not. And then in terms of the critical thinking test results, we also saw small to moderate statistically significant effects. Again, we saw this gender effect in Jordan, and we saw a much better performance in Lebanon in phase 2. But we want to point out that even though the students were making gains, they were still scoring, even in the post-program assessment, they were still at, below 50%. They were either around 50% on average or a bit below. Some students did very well, but on average. So there's still a lot of scope for improvement. So here, just to give you again a sense of the results, I've got the maximum score here for each test and for each question, and here's the pre and post and the standard deviation. Where there are the stars, these are the statistically significant differences, and when they're bold, they're moderate effect sizes, and when they're moderate statistically significant effect sizes, and when they're italicized, they're small. So you can see that in phase 1 that we do see statistically significant gains. These results were for Jordan. But let me show you what I think is most interesting, and we'll finish with that because I'm on 0 minutes left to be able to talk. So here's our results for Lebanon in phase 1. So you can see they're not making, there's one gain there, but in general the pre and the post are not changing. They're small differences, they're not statistically significant, their scores are much lower than the other countries. But here's the same questions for in phase 2. You can see they are scoring a bit better to start off with, but they're making moderate gains. They're about half a standard deviation, and we're seeing the gains in both girls and boys. So we found this really encouraging. And we'll discuss why these gains may have been made. Is it the teacher training? Is it that they were better students? Is the population was just different? So we're interested in discussing this. And then just finally, we saw encouraging results in Syrian students. So this is the question 1 of the critical thinking test. These are the pre-test scores of the non-Syrian students, and the post-test, that they do better than the Syrian students to start off with. But the Syrian students make it to the same level as the non-Syrian students. Again, this question was out of 5, so they're scoring just below 50% correct on that question. So they're not as, we'd like them to be better than they are, but we're encouraged that they're doing as well as the non-Syrian students. And we saw exactly the same pattern of results on question 6 and on other questions, but I just pulled 2 out here. So that's just an overview of our program, a snapshot of the results, and we're really interested to discuss the findings with you, and also to learn about what you're doing and what your challenges are and your wisdom is as well.
Thank you very much for each and every of our presenters' this morning. I think as I was listening to the presentation, we saw, we moved from what happened in terms of developing the program and the curriculum, how the training and the interaction with the teachers and students, and then we saw some concrete quantitative data to show us the impact on the students. I have just 3 points and I'll open it up for discussion. The first thing that occurred to me is how important it is to think of the curriculum we have in our formal education. So the curriculum we already have in our schools, to which most of the children in Lebanon are exposed to, rather than a few children enrolled in non-formal education. And how important to think of do we actually have critical thinking and emotional intelligence embedded into this curriculum in our schools, and to what extent are we moving away from what Paulo Freire called the banking education approach, or to what Dewey calls the students being containers and the teachers filling them students. So to what extent have we succeeded in moving away from this in our schools, in the formal education, in the curriculum, and to what extent are we able to integrate issues of critical thinking and emotional intelligence among the students, particularly when we think of the labor market demands today that are no longer attached to the content or technical skills among youth, and that is why we have very high youth unemployment, and we have a large number of young people entering to the labor market that do not necessarily have the soft skills and the critical thinking and emotional intelligence needed or in demand in the labor market. It's not only the technical skills that count. My second point is that I was aware that you addressed both Syrian and non-Syrian children among your sample, but it's also important to think that these particular refugee children are facing daily challenges and problems that probably young people their age are not supposed to be facing, and so this puts extra emphasis on the importance of critical thinking and emotional intelligence among these children. And the last thing is that at IFI and at EB, we're engaged in several studies, among which involves non-formal education. And one of the things that emerged in both formal and non-formal education was that there's a lot of bullying and violence going on in schools. And this presents another reason to provide more importance to the issue of critical thinking and emotional intelligence. So thank you very much. With that, I'll open it up to questions and comments. Can you please introduce yourself briefly and then ask your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Dagmara Georgescu from UNESCO office in Beirut, and I deal with education programs, mostly in formal education. My background is curriculum, but I also deal with teacher programs. So thank you again very much for this very interesting presentation. I would have 3 quick points. So first, thank you for also being very nuanced about the critical thinking issue, because I think very often we find it's a kind of buzzword, but people don't really know what they are talking about, or it's overrated, and we attach too much importance to critical thinking without knowing actually what we mean. So thank you for nuancing this, and I think in the report you will explain very clearly what do you mean by critical thinking and why such critical thinking is important, because I think educational people, they also need to understand better why do we talk about critical thinking, or why we attach value to critical thinking. And I liked very much how you linked actually critical thinking to creativity, because we talk actually about higher order thinking skills, and I think this has to be explained, and again why it's important. And then thank you for also explaining ways of measuring such critical thinking skills and emotional intelligence, because I always hear when I go to conferences that this is very difficult, and it's difficult indeed and impossible. So it's some kind of mission impossible. But your example is very clearly showing that there are ways of testing such skills. Of course, you have to take factors, variables into account and circumstances, but there are ways to do it, and I think this needs to be expanded also, and we can all benefit of your knowledge. Probably Hannah and other colleagues in the room, they know UNICEF launched 2 years ago a regional initiative on life skills. They call life skills as 21st century skills or soft skills, and we wonder, of course, how to measure such skills, and I think your contribution to such an effort would be quite important. And then my last point is about the results. And I've been in such projects myself very often, and I know that documenting some gains is, from a statistical point of view, quite difficult, but also small gains are important and encouraging. And of course, we have to talk about the relevance of the sample and the circumstances, the changing variables, and so on. But my question is about time, because you said the curriculum is of 10 weeks. And we also know from other experiences that skills development takes a lot of time and comes from different directions, not just from one project or from one specialized curriculum or planned curriculum. So do you think that more time would produce different and more obvious results, let's say, in the case of such skills? And if, for instance, you link it, as Hannah said, with a formal curriculum or with content areas, because some examples were given from science, and then it's clear that such questions and such skills could be attached to other subject areas, but they have to be attached to content. So the question is about timing. Thank you.
We'll take one more question and then we'll respond.
Okay.
Go ahead, no problem.
Okay, thank you. I'm Brian Lally. I'm from MAPS. We are a Syrian refugee non-formal education provider in Bakar, serving around about 3,500 children in 9 teaching centres. I'm very, very interested in what we've heard this morning. I have about 1,000 questions. I'll try and restrain myself. My first question is, how were the participant teachers selected? Because there's obviously a huge variety of attitudes to training. There's a huge variety of prior knowledge and perception of what critical thinking is. There's a huge variety of attitudes to critical thinking. The reason I'm raising that is because we have done a number of critical thinking initiatives with our staff, and all of whom are Syrian refugees themselves. And that led to a very big debate about the nature and value and purpose of critical thinking. Some teachers were saying, this is fantastic, we need critical thinking because critical thinking, the lack of critical thinking is how we've ended up in this situation in the first place. Other teachers were saying, don't be ridiculous. Critical thinking is what has caused us to be in this situation. Right? And some people were making the case for actually keep your head down and don't question material that is presented to you. So the kind of attitudinal baggage that people bring with them to the training, I'd be very interested to see how that fits in with selection criteria. Likewise, I'd be very interested to know about how the individual implementations of the project fitted with the response of the communities and the principals or the administrations of the non-formal education providers. How supportive were they? How interested were they? was there any work that was done in any of the 3 locations to inform the communities or the families of the children involved with the work that was going on in this 10-week program? Was there in fact any attempts to train the families or to have the families undergo some version of the program? My final question is to do with your evaluation. So you've evaluated it based on test scores and based on the focus groups that you've described so interestingly. I'm just wondering, was there any observation of the teaching sessions themselves that you did as part of this? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have a round of answers. We appreciate it if you can keep them short so we can have more questions.
I'll just quickly address the critical thinking questions and then turn over to Mohammed and Talal for your questions. Yes, I mean, in terms of time, the duration, I mean, it's hard to say. But we do know that critical thinking, and I'll talk a little bit this afternoon about it, critical thinking, you can develop critical thinking in students from very, very young age, and in fact there's a natural inclination towards it. But certain environments will, thank you. I'm sorry. You can develop critical thinking skills in all students and in people as well. And in these kind of environments, it's not surprising that we get some kind of effects, and we would expect them. And even small effects are quite amazing. Large effects would suggest that we transform students' ways of thinking amazingly. So we're quite happy about these. But if you move students into other environments, the kind of environments that are suggested in a banking school, the banking type of thing, what we call transmission or reproductive type of learning environments, students will immediately turn off the kind of critical thinking skills they may have learned and revert back to non-critical thinking skills for a number of reasons. And so how permanent they are is depending on the kinds of environments they go to. We're trying to create a resilience in the critical thinking too, so that when they go into new environments, they take these skills and they can apply them even when the environments are hostile to critical thinking.
And can I just add one point to what Greg said? My natural inclination to respond to you was, sure, more's got to be better, and I think that's partly true, but we shouldn't underrate the impact of brief interventions. There's been work done in the US on critical thinking in college students where in one semester the students make gains equivalent to the gains that students make in the whole of their college careers in just one semester when the critical thinking is integrated into one course. So I think more would be good, but I think a short amount can still have a really meaningful impact.
I will answer your question about the teacher's choice. Well, the first phase was a bit difficult and challenging because we tried to do this through the Ministry of Education, but we could not. Don't ask me why. Then we were asked to refer back to local NGOs. So our main challenge was to find an NGO that can be a partner with us. And plus, this NGO should not think that this is a business deal. So it took us a long time to find an NGO in the north, and they selected the teachers. And this selection was not based on experience of teachers, background, But, in the second phase, we were very careful selecting the teachers because, in the first phase, the delivery of the sessions, was not that much satisfactory because they were not teachers actually. They were kind of activists, social activists and people who work in NGOs. So they didn't have any educational background. In the second phase, when we had a partnership with Louder, we chose teachers, not activists, real teachers who teach in schools in private schools and some of them teach in public schools. And we had actually interviews with the teachers. We had one-to-one interview just to maintain the basic things a teacher should have. And that's why phase 2 showed different results and outcomes. So there was difference between phase 1 and phase 2. As for your question about evaluation of the students, during the sessions there was a kind of weekly report that we received from teachers. Actually, the coordinators, Talal and Rana, the coordinator in Biqa, they received weekly reports from teachers describing the development of the students, and I know I think you can talk more about عن تقارير الأساتذة. Yeah.
هلا بالنسبة
بس
للتقييم بالنسبة للتقييم هلا كان في أكثر من نوع من التقييم. كان في المعلمين بعد كل جلسة بصير تقييم أسبوعي، وبرضه كان في زيارات من مشرف تربوي. بحكي عن الأردن، كان في زيارات من المشرف التربوي من وزارة التربية. برضه هو في نموذج خاص فيه، نموذج زيارات. كان في بعض الملاحظات اللي بيشوفها على أداء المعلم وببعث لنا إياه بس بعد الجلسة. وبالنسبة لاختيار المعلمين في الأردن، احنا نفذنا البرنامج مع وزارة التربية الأردنية، لهيك في وحدة التدريب بوزارة التربية هي اللي تم شرح البرنامج لهم، وهم بناء عليه اختاروا مجموعة من المعلمين من مختلف التخصصات، ولكن كان عن طريق وزارة التربية نفسها.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a couple of questions here, Ala, please. Yes.
Hello, thank you. My name is Nidal Jouni. My question is about the smaller gains you've seen. I think they were smaller because already the results were acceptable. And when the results usually are acceptable, it's more difficult to make new gains. And I was wondering why in the first place the results were acceptable, because we've seen like in some pre-testing we were like approaching the 4 in the scale. So I think that lately, during the last 5 years, teachers in Lebanon and in Jordan, because I've been in Jordan many times, they were exposed really to workshops, training on emotional intelligence and critical thinking. And even if it is not explicitly in the Lebanese or Jordanian curriculum, but teachers were acting in the classroom in a way to enhance this critical thinking and emotional literacy. And I think this what might explain why for the Syrians we've seen much better gains, because here they were like out of the school for certain years or months, then they entered the school. So the school has this effect of maybe, and this is good, this is what we are hoping for. Thank you.
Caroline Wakil, Teacher's Mentor at Teach for Lebanon organization. My question was, why did you choose the age group between 12 and 16? Since we're saying, especially that Dr. Gregory said that critical thinking and emotional intelligence are better developed at the earlier age. So why didn't you work with students with KGs at the early ages, where you can really build the mindset all from the beginning?
We'll take one more question from Zaina, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. It's Zaina Salemi from USAID's Education Office. So I have 2 points. The first, as USAID in Lebanon, we're involved in programs that fund learning outcomes and reading and social and emotional learning specifically. And I'd be interested to know whether this study has looked at or collected evidence linking critical thinking and these other skills to actual learning outcomes, especially in the younger grades. The second, other than the self-reported data, the second point, you sort of touched on it, it's the involvement of the Ministry of Education and the other government entities that deal with content and research. Was there any involvement in the curriculum and the development of this training, even at the beginning or at any stage? Would be really interested to know what their involvement was. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a round of answers.
Yeah. So with the question about the focus on 12 to 16 years, that was USAID's target, and I think that the reason that they were interested in that group is they know that there are a lot of children of that age out of school, and they're really concerned about who's influencing them, what are they learning, and they felt it was very important for those children to develop critical thinking and emotional literacy skills. So I think it was that practical idea. I don't know if, Michael, you can add, if you have any more insights on why USAID chose 12 to 16, or if our USAID representatives, they weren't involved with designing this study and initiative, so you may not be able to answer, but I'd be interested if you've got any ideas.
So I think that's right, that essentially when we first came together for this co-creation process with USAID in Washington, that the interest seemed to be amongst this age group. So we talked about the age group specifically with the team back there, and that we agreed that 12 to 16 was the target group based on the type of funding that was available and the way that the call had been put forward. I'll also answer the question about the involvement from the different government, the ministries that we have. So we engaged each of the ministries when we first started this project, and each of them had a somewhat different response to it. So in some ways the target was to stay in the non-formal space based on the way the call was made. And I think particularly thinking towards the refugee crisis, thinking about how we could address that in ways to children who weren't necessarily being addressed at the time. In Jordan, the engagement was very strong. There was a strong desire to make sure that this was done with the ministry and have them as partners as well. Here in Lebanon, we had some initial meetings with the MEHE, and they suggested pursuing a somewhat different approach, which was to work with this with NGOs and work somewhat outside the system. I think keeping it more within the baseline of how it was designed initially, which was non-formal, somewhat outside the group. We've actually had follow-up meetings with them now to discuss the results and have had engagement with them. So I think that there is continual engagement with them. And then in the West Bank, we also had engagement with the authorities there, and eventually worked with them in a somewhat different format as well, working again outside the system. So we had engagement at all levels and have reported back, the initial findings that we've had and had briefings with this, but each of the ministries had a different approach to how the project should be pursued.
Your question about the involvement of the government Ministry of Education, you mean in designing the curriculum and writing the curriculum, or?
Any level, like whether designing the curriculum or adopting it later on or building on something that they've already developed earlier?
Nothing, actually. And we even tried to connect with them.
But they worked on another program.
No, I'm talking about this very program.
Yes, but if I can also say something, Muhammad, is that the ministry now is extremely, in the picture of what had happened, and they're extremely interested in terms of collaborating. And the team, I'm sorry, I'm speaking on behalf of your team, but I'm aware that the team here is coordinating now with the government entities, with the ministry and with the Center for Education Research and Development. And so there is now close collaboration.
They worked on the accelerated learning program.
Absolutely.
And they trained teachers, and it was perfect.
Yes, so coordination is happening now as we're speaking.
Okay, you got the answer.
Just to come back to a couple of questions that were answered, your question earlier about the scores starting really high and ending really high, that was in the self-reports. If you notice in the critical assessment test, they weren't high. They started quite low, and that test actually doesn't have floor effects or ceiling effects. And you know, there's an interest, it's interesting, you know, the two different sets of measures, that one starts high and goes higher, and the other starts lower and goes a little bit. I mean, they're measuring similar things, but the tests are calibrated slightly differently. And just quickly to your comment, I know Denise has answered your question, but your comment that critical thinking is better started earlier. It's absolutely, we should start it earlier, but it's not necessarily better started earlier. I mean, we've come across a lot of teachers in all kinds of ranges of things say, oh, well, you can't teach critical thinking until students are advanced enough and have mastered some content which they can then think about. And that's not true. You know, primary school and even prior to primary school students can critically think at their particular levels. So it's important at all ages to catch that. But thank you.
هلا بالنسبه في زميلتنا هون حكت انه موجود اصلا تعليمه في المدارس او بيستخدموه في المواد. بدي احكي عن التجربه الاردنيه. بجزء بالمدارس الخاصه موجود، ممكن كثير بيستخدموا نفس الاساليب، بس بالمدارس الحكوميه حتى لو في نفس المنهاج بس ما بيطبقوه بطريقه صحيحه الا اذا افرد له برنامج. احنا اصلا بنشتغل مع وزاره التربيه في الاردن، ما كان عندنا مشكله وكله طبق من خلال وزاره التربيه. وبدي اجاوب هون على ملاحظتك بانه ليش مش بكير. هلا من المعلمين، من اللي انا كنت اسمعه من المعلمين، انه في حال بدنا نطور على البرنامج وهل العمر مناسب او لا هلا هم في بعض دروس او في بعض اعمار ممكن نبلش معهم بمستويات، فانت بامكانك تبلش بس مش بنفس المستوى على كل الاعمار، لكن بامكانك تبلش مع اعمار صغيره. شكرا.
We'll take the last round of questions. We have three. So we'll start with Masa, and then we'll go to the lady up there, and then we'll close with you. Thank you. Please introduce yourselves.
Yes. Masa Mufti. I am the chair of Sumbula NGO that provides education support for Syrian refugees in Lebanon. Thank you for this excellent presentation. In the context of reflecting again on the outcome, I was wondering whether, as part of your exercise, have you thought of repeating the same experiment with the same group later on? Because as you said, the critical thinking is about also a cumulative, the time that we actually absorb, and it's not necessarily like in an immediate outcome that we can measure. It's excellent that you have developed these sophisticated measuring tools, but because it's part of the life as well. And as you said, you are developing real-life situation stories, but we have different complexities. So my second question is, what about also developing phasing or sets of phases and higher complex, like phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3? So it's not just one bulk, one-time curriculum, but what about to repeat that experiment with the same group later on? That would be the first question that comes to my mind. And also with level of complexities, because we all know that critical thinking is quite complex. So thank you for it's instigating and
Thank you. We have a question in the upper row.
Thank you. My name is Claire L. Coetley. I am a PhD student in Human Development, Learning and Culture from the University of British Columbia in Canada, although I live in Beirut with my family. So my question involves the cultural relevance of the entire study in the sense that critical thinking is not value neutral, especially, as you noted, because creativity is involved in it. And it appears to me that there's a dominant epistemological frame that's Western dominated, whereby scientific thinking and critical thinking are like the pinnacle of cognitive development. So I just wondered, in terms of the development of the curriculum and the measures, I know that the curriculum aimed at locally relevant stories that had direct relevance on the concrete experiences of the children and the teachers. But I'm also wondering about moral reasoning and cultural values that are specific to the group that you're with, which may differ across the 3 countries significantly, and how that was taken into account. So the sort of local value, the deep local values, and how that translated into the measures. So, just one example that caught my attention was the tomato plant example. That really seemed to be tapping sort of biological knowledge, and I wondered if in the answers you evaluated based on sheer creativity in terms of answers that was not related to biological answers or knowledge. That was just one example. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the last question.
Thank you. It's actually a clarification. I'm Nahla Harb from Ministry of Education and Higher Education, DOBS. I'm responsible for the school counselors in the public sector. Well, a little clarification about the social and emotional learning in public sector. Well, we have developed and still testing some activities that are differentiated by age and based on the CASTLE model, which is a model of social and emotional learning that promote resilience, and where the critical thinking is a main and a core skill in building resilience, and to build the main 5 skills in this model, which are the self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. So, and we are still working on this program in the second shift. So it means with the Syrian refugees, where we have a counselor in each school. Hence, we are facing a lot of challenges in this total makeover in education, because it wasn't there before. And in the AM shift with the Lebanese students as well, and we are facing another type of challenges regarding the team, the shortage in the team, and so on. And we are working also on inclusive education that promote also the critical thinking and the differentiated education, along with many other partners in whether they are international and national partners in all over Lebanon. Sure. One of them is the British Council, UNICEF, Save the Children, a lot of NGOs, national and international, and we are collaborating also with many universities as well in the AM and PM shift. So just a clarification. And the third, who are responsible for the curriculum, they are planning and working on, I think they will be finalizing soon, a curriculum that is updated and where the core skills are embedded in the curriculum, because it's not enough to make it like a side curriculum, but it is important to make this hour in the curriculum aside, because to escape the pressure of finishing the subject and the curriculum, but also we are planning to embed all these skills within the curriculum in other subjects, because it's a continuity. So,
thank you, Nahla. Yes, please go ahead and introduce yourself, please. Can you just get a microphone? Thank you.
Nathalie Jaber, an international coordinator with the British Council and lecturer at Lebanese University. Although the ministry is working on the curriculum, yet we are applying the 6 core skills of the millennium in our public schools and private schools, and with the twin schools in Jordan and other Arab countries. So that's why in your results you have found that the Lebanese students and the Syrian refugees have higher scores than other students. So I also want to add that we worked on an accelerated learning program which moves parallel with our curriculum, national curriculum, and it ended in very good results.
Thank you for everyone. Yes, we'll pass one more question. Just a quick comment is that, yes, just a quick comment on the issue of implementation in the schools and whatnot. One of the studies that AUB is involved in and with DOPS and others, we noticed that the teachers reported that the counselor being available in the afternoon shifts was extremely helpful, and they were asking for the same kind of support in the morning shift, to which you had alluded that there was a shortage in the staffing and whatnot. But that fact that a counselor has been provided in the afternoon shift to address issues beyond the curriculum and the content issues was very helpful. So, yes, can you introduce yourself
yes,
quickly,
definitely.
please?
Mahmoud Halimi from Chiron for Open Higher Education, MENA Curriculum and Lebanon Partnership Coordinator. I have two very fast questions. The first one, when we compare Syrian refugee results or gains with others, do we mean the whole three fields, Lebanese, Jordanian and Palestine? The second question, working in three fields that also have Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, Jordan, and West Bank, why not working with them as well, as they would have provided very important comparison between new refugees and refugees residing for 70 years? Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll address the question from you about the cultural issues associated with the critical thinking. You're absolutely right. I mean, all of this is culturally sensitive, and we take it into consideration. It was a science. It was, the science sort of paradigm is the one that it's been based on. Of course, science isn't culturally independent either. It's sensitive. And it is a Western paradigm. The test, the reason we followed that model is that was the critical thinking test that was most developed in the U.S. I will say your comment about for example, moral reasoning's good. We have debates at our own center back at Northwestern. So we have a historian on the team who's going, this doesn't cover everything, right? There are a whole lot of issues that it doesn't cover, and you're right. But this was the kind of thing that it seems internationally is most needed. People are looking at the science or STEM paradigm for a lot of reasons, for development, not cultural development necessarily, but economic development, technological development. That was the kind of thing that seemed to most resonate. And so those are two of the reasons why we've taken critical thinking from that perspective.
And I'll just make a quick comment too. I think what you're talking about is so important, and not only is there like a privileging of a scientific paradigm and Western approaches to measurement, but we also privilege the written word. I was surprised at the number of diagrams that I saw to children responding to question 1 about the tomato plant and the flower, and some students did some beautiful diagrams where they clearly understood. They had no words to accompany their diagrams, and we didn't have in our rubric a way of evaluating the drawings, but we would go back and include that. So I just want to add that as well.
I think someone asked about the implementation of the program again. I mean, phase 3, or now we're planning to implement the program again, but it has to do with funding and finding partners, and so we have this in our schedule. With the same students. This seems interesting. Talk about this. Yeah. So.
I know that somebody has asked to quickly, just like 1 minute, a few words. Go ahead, introduce yourself, please. Can we have a microphone, please?
اوكي، اسمي رنا صبري. انا اشتغلت مع لودر. اوكي. Okay, my name is Rana Sabria. اشتغلت مع لاودر مشرفة ومنسقة على المشروع بالبقاع. عندي كلمة 2 minutes ما حأتأخر عليكم. السادة الحضور تحية طيبة وبعد. إن الدفاع عن حقوق الإنسان وحمايتها وتعزيزها في دولنا لا يمكن أن يتم ويتحقق من دون تعليم سليم وأساليب متطورة للتدريس وأساتذة متدربين وواعين لدورهم ورسالتهم وقدسية مهمتهم. من هنا كان طبيعيا للمنظمة اللبنانية للدفاع عن الحقوق والمساواة لاودر أن تستجيب وبترحاب كبير لطلب الزملاء من معهد السلام للتعاون في تنظيم وتنفيذ مشروع التفكير الناقد والذكاء العاطفي في منطقة البقاع.
I'm sorry, is it a question? Because this is room for questions. If you would like to add anything, maybe perhaps we can have this in the later sessions or whatnot. But if you have a question, this is the place for questions.
Actually, I don't have
questions to answer.
Yeah, but لاودر لأنه أنا عم بشتغل مع لاودر.
Yes.
وفالشي هذا منسقة مع لاودر لأنه في شيء كلمة بسيطة كان لازم.
So we can give you room to say this in the second session for sure. Yes.
Okay,
thank you very much. So Mahmoud's question I think is very important, and we came across this at the Isam Paris Institute when we were working with Al Ghurair Foundation, whereby they're very interested in addressing refugees issues in Lebanon and Jordan, but defining refugees not only to Syrians, and we all know that with the Syrian crisis, many of us had probably not forgotten, but probably given more attention to Syrians than Palestinians who are also struggling. We found very similar struggles. Any comments to that?
Just in the graphs that you were asking about, the comparison was just for Lebanon, and it was just Syrian and Lebanese students, but we do have in phase 1 there are some Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, and we've got them identified in the database so that we can actually look at that group. But the numbers, I'm just going off the top of my head, the numbers were relatively small, so we may not be able to make a lot of claims about them, but we've definitely got them tagged for the reason that you gave. Thank you.
Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you for the panelists. We invite you to join us for lunch on the 5th floor, and the second session will start at around 1:15 since we got 15 minutes delayed. So we'll start at 1:15. We'll meet right here in this room again. Thank you very much.
Sorry, excuse me. For everyone who took the translation equipment, they need to give it back to the person there. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the second session. I'm going to introduce myself quickly, and then I'll introduce the presenters for this second panel on overview of non-formal education in the Middle East and North Africa. My name is Basel Akar. I'm an associate professor at Notre Dame University, and I'm also director of the Center for Applied Research and Education at NDU here in Lebanon. And as usual, it's always an absolute privilege whenever Hannah sends me an email or sends me a phone call and says, would you like to participate? So thank you, I appreciate that. Sorry. For our first presentation, we have Dr. Michael Robbins, who is permanently at Princeton University, and he's also an affiliate at the University of Michigan. And his presentation, assessing non-formal education in the Middle East and North Africa through public opinion surveys. I think it might be important just to give a little bit of background of your own expertise or area of expertise, which is political science and public opinion.
Sure.
Yeah? And then after Michael, we'll have Dr. Hana Al-Ghali, who is based here at the Isam Paris Institute at AUB, and her presentation is on the challenges and opportunities within non-formal education in Lebanon. And she takes perspectives of teachers and children. Okay.
So thank you very much. Thank you to everyone here at the AUB who's assisted with putting on this conference, to Dr. Hana and to Dr. Basile for joining us today as the discussant, so I appreciate that. So as a bit of background on this, as Vasile was saying, my background is actually in political science. I do public opinion research, and that's one of the neat things about the co-creation process is it brought together people from a variety of different backgrounds. We have the education specialists from Northwestern Salam, and so this was another important piece of the project that came in, which is looking at how ordinary people across the Middle East and North Africa think about the issues related to education. But the other thing that we noticed at the co-creation workshop is there's a lot of questions about the degree to which non-formal education was taking part in the region. And so we knew certain things. We knew USAID was sponsoring certain programs that the British Council or others might be. But really a question was, how much is this actually taking place across the region? And are there opportunities to potentially build on some of that, to think about what's already in place, and could we potentially market this or think about trying to work with certain organizations that have already done it? So in a sense, why reinvent the wheel? So one of the ways that we can do that is by looking more broadly at public opinion research. And a second key piece of this would be thinking about the context that we're working in. So, we expected, and our initial hypotheses were thinking there would be some significant differences in how the project played out across the different contexts that we worked in, the West Bank and Jordan and Lebanon. And in some ways that turned out to be true, that the way we had to implement it ended up being somewhat different as was described this morning and how we did it. But in some ways the results were surprisingly similar, to be honest. I think there were groups that we did better with, as Denise was saying, but that overall we saw a gain in each of the places. And perhaps, what I'll show you now gives some background. So initially we wanted to think about if we were to expand this program or to say that this program might be able to work in a place like Egypt, it might be able to work in a place like Morocco, what would be the barriers to doing that? And so another way to determine that would be, again, to look at the public opinion research. So I serve as the director of the Arab Barometer, which is based at the University of Michigan and Princeton. I'll say a bit about that more later, but first let me tell you the research questions that we really have that comes out of this part of the public opinion. So first is how do ordinary Arab citizens view formal education systems? So thinking about formal education, whether it be private schools, public schools, but those that are accredited by the local government, how do Arab citizens view those, and to what degree are they succeeding? The second is, to what extent do citizens turn to educational programs that are outside the formal system? So you can think of informal, non-formal, essentially unaccredited types of things. So this could include a variety of different elements with the way we ask the question, ranging from certainly the programs that we're putting on here to others that are run by private institutions. And for some skills, you can think of a language class or something that isn't necessarily within the formal system. It's a class on the weekends to improve skills. And so our question really is, what types of programs do they turn to? What motivates them to turn to these programs? And what are the perceived barriers to participation in such programs? So in a sense, why aren't they taking off? Because it seems that they're not necessarily as common as we might think, or as common as they are in potentially other countries around the world. And then the third major research question we have is, to what extent could these programs be used to promote critical thinking and emotional literacy? And that comes out of the interest of what we brought together in the co-creation workshop, that these seem like key skills that can be used to increase the capacity of students and essentially in some ways to catch up, particularly thinking about those who've been out of school for some time, that these are necessary skills and ones that can help them potentially, to maybe move more quickly to return to the formal system. And so that's a key element, but also thinking about the general population. As Greg said, that this is something that really benefits all learners. And so to think about, could these programs be used to, and what extent are these accepted by the local population? And finally, we'll ask what factors are important considerations to attract students to such a program. But basically, if you think about this as in terms of these are new programs, they're not widely used, what would we need to do to think about how students evaluate the programs and might choose to participate in them? So at that point, let me say more about the Arab Barometer, which is what I direct, as a bit of background about the surveys. So we've done more than 45,000 face-to-face interviews now across 37 nationally representative surveys. We've done 4 waves so far across 15 countries, and we've done it since 2006, covering a wide amount of countries in each wave. And we're actually tomorrow initiating our next wave of surveys, so that's kind of exciting too. And so we're planning this wave in up to 15 countries. Sorry. The data are actually publicly available for download and analysis. We also have an online data analysis tool, so all the questions I present here you can go look at on your own, do your analysis, download it, put it in Stata, R, or SPSS. or you can use our tool and if you don't have those and analyze it on your own. So again, this is all publicly available, and I'd encourage you to do your own analysis. But most importantly, for the presentation today, the battery that we put on in the fourth wave, which was from 2016 to 17, was USAID supported, and they helped fund the surveys that wave to allow us to ask these questions. And a bit about the fifth wave, which is upcoming. This is actually supported by the Middle East Partnership Initiative, and it should be, when we finish it, the largest publicly available survey ever conducted in the Middle East and North Africa across 15 countries and 30,000 respondents. And so it should cover 90% of the Middle East and North Africa's population. So again, this would be an exciting data source that will be made available next year if you're interested. This gives you a sense of the countries we've asked across the wave. For the fourth wave, we had surveys in Algeria, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, the West Bank and Gaza, and Tunisia. We ask a number of questions, not only about education, which I'll present here, but a number of other topics as well. So this can be integrated and thought about as variables that can be put together to think about what may or may not promote better educational policies for those of you who are interested. So with that, let me talk about what are the perceptions of education, of the education system in the Middle East and North Africa. So to give you kind of a summary of where we'll go, that taking stock of the formal education, that fewer of half of those that are surveyed across the 7 countries are satisfied with the educational system in their country. So this would be the formal educational system. And even slightly fewer, a minority, are satisfied with the government's performance on meeting educational needs. And this is a significant problem because, unsurprisingly, parents are, and really the people we survey are very worried about the possibility of not providing children with a good education in their country. And fully 82% say that they have this concern. However, and this is, I think, really a key piece, is that there's really wide variation across the region. So this is an overview, but to break it down into the specific countries, you can see here that the state of formal education in the Middle East and North Africa, that actually Lebanon is the most widely supported, that 75% are satisfied with the state of formal education. So that may surprise some people potentially, but again, this is thinking through both the private and the public sectors of education. And in Jordan, it's also fairly widely supported, that 70% are also saying that the formal education they're satisfied with it in their country. But elsewhere in the remaining countries, we actually have half or fewer saying that they're support the educational, that they're satisfied with the educational system. And so satisfaction with the government performance on meeting educational needs. So in this case, we're actually asking people, are you satisfied with how the government's working on it? So not just are you satisfied with the educational system, but are you satisfied with how the government is making improvements? And so again, Jordan is one of the leaders. 75% are satisfied with how they're performing. Tunisia actually, despite having fairly low satisfaction with the educational system, that people are satisfied with the efforts the government are making. But here, Lebanon actually falls somewhat lower. That the Lebanese think that the government should probably be doing more to meet educational needs, despite the fact that they're relatively satisfied with the system. So it's kind of a bit of a mixed story, at least among Lebanese public. And elsewhere in the region, that there tends to be fairly low, that 4 in 10 or fewer say that, of respondents say that they're satisfied with how the government's doing meeting educational needs. So concern about educational opportunities. This is a basic question we ask, are you worried that your child can't get a good education? And so in Tunisia, nearly all citizens say this. And again, this I think goes to the fact of how you have to interpret this, that many are worried in Tunisia that they can't, they're not satisfied with the system. They may be happy with how the government's doing it, but they really want the government to continue to improve this. Elsewhere in the region, it's also fairly high, that from Egypt all the way through most of the other countries, about 85% or more say the same. In Lebanon and Jordan, again, these are the 2 outliers before, and these are really the 2 outliers still, that it's lower in Lebanon and Jordan, suggesting that there are a number of people in the country who think that they aren't that worried about giving children a good education, suggesting satisfaction with the system, but still it's fairly high, and that's normal. I mean, this is a concern around the world. So how about views of education outside the formal system? So across the Middle East and North Africa, again, broadly speaking, pooling the data as a whole, that nearly 2/3 report they're satisfied or very satisfied with youth educational programs that come outside the formal system. So this is, again, things that aren't taking place in schools, but you could think of it as extracurriculars, language lessons on the side, things like that. Also things that are sponsored by by NGOs and things like that. So again, they're fairly, I will point out that one of the things we did is we made sure this was academic in nature, not something like a sports club or something like that, but it really is, it is an educational program in the way we ask the question. But again, there's fairly high support for this type of system. And while the motivation generally varies, essentially 9 out of 10 say that it's related to some element of professional development, that they're not taking this for fun, they're not taking it to be a better person to forward interest, but really to get some type of job-related skill. And we see that across the board. And in terms of the greatest perceived barriers to formal education, and again, not all these people are engaged in education outside the formal system, but the fear of cost, that this is something that may be expensive, that may be out of the reach of individuals, is something that's of concern. So 58% list cost as a major concern, others list time, transportation, and some just say that they have no information, that they can't, wouldn't know how to even find one of these programs in the first place, which is something that we may want to consider in this room. But to break this down a bit more, on average, only 1 in 10 across the region report a household member has participated in such a formal education and a non-formal education system. And so the rates vary widely, and perhaps unsurprisingly in the West Bank and Gaza, about 20%, 1 in 5 children, households have a child who participates in such a program. You can think about the amount of aid that's been provided to this population from particularly external sources, and that this is something that's very common there. Also in Jordan and Algeria, it's fairly high, where it tends to be lower in other countries, and certainly in Lebanon, it tends to be fairly low. Satisfaction with non-educational programs, breaking out individually, this is that most are satisfied with non-educational programs, even if they don't have a family member who participated. So here, you can see there's 2 lines. There's one, the percentage who responds who express satisfaction with non-formal education programs that have attended or had a family member attend, and so it's much higher overall, in some cases nearly universal, 90% saying that they're satisfied with it. And here's the other, which is the orange bar, which is those who have not had a family member participate in such a program. And still, satisfaction seems fairly high, which I think is a bit surprising. We thought that there'd be a higher percent who say don't know, but it seems that the reputation is fairly strong. And you can see here that basically it tends to be fairly strong, except in Morocco, where it's a bit lower. It's actually only 40%. But again, this is what we suspected before, is that essentially 40% of Moroccans say, I don't know. I don't have any experience with this. So it's essentially not a rejection, but simply not knowing what these programs are or being able to evaluate them. However, I think this comes to one of the key points with the cost issue, is that of those who do participate in these, that in most cases, the percentage that are provided by the private sector institution tends to dominate. In some cases, it's nearly all, like in Algeria and Tunisia, it's the vast majority. The Syrian refugees in Lebanon, again, this is not to say that there aren't some who are participating in programs elsewhere like ours, but at the same time, that the vast majority of those who are participating at the time we did the survey are doing it in the private sector. And elsewhere, it again tends to be dominated. The West Bank and Gaza and Syrian refugees living in Jordan, they say that there's more programs available to them that are provided by an NGO or public agency. And then there was a number who said they were uncertain how to classify this. And again, if you're answering this about a family member, say a child who's participating in this, it may be that you don't know who's necessarily providing it. But again, it's still something, the takeaway here is that it's a privately operated programs tend to dominate. The reasons that when we asked citizens, why would you think that a youth would participate in such a program? Again, the dominant ones here, you can see in Morocco and in Algeria and really across the board, is for working for a degree or certificate or to acquire a job-related skill. That there isn't a whole lot of interest here in doing working other types of things, but again, it is really working for some type of degree or certificate. And I should say before I go on that these slides actually come from analysis that was done by our friends at Florida State University, that they put together a summary presentation, and so this comes from the analysis that they have done. So cost is actually the biggest barrier to participation and enrollment. Again, we mentioned that before, but here's the actual graph by country, that essentially across the board, cost is the dominant perception or lack of resources. Again, lack of time, lack of transportation, or lack of information, also rate. But again, cost seems to be the perception, at least, is the dominant barrier. So now that we've looked at essentially views about non-formal education, I want to look a bit at what we found from critical thinking and emotional literacy. So we actually find, and this is a bit surprising to some people at least, when we were talking at the co-creation workshop, there seemed to be a perception that the main goal for those in MENA was to pass the Tajihi, to potentially get, essentially to memorize a set of facts that would be covered on that, and that there wasn't necessarily be the openness across the region to educational programs that promote critical thinking or emotional literacy, because they aren't seen as being as useful to some of the skills that are tested on tests. And so actually that's not really what we find. We actually found wide support for critical thinking across a number of different measures. And so we can argue potentially if these aren't necessarily the right ways to measure it, but after looking through a number of ways to describe items related to critical thinking and emotional literacy, that these are the items that we developed, and I think are pretty valid measures, and we can see this across a range. But 3/4 of those surveyed across the region on average, and really there's not a huge amount of difference. I mean, it's 2/3 in Morocco, up to 91% in Tunisia, but 3/4 on average believe that learning to think critically about a problem is more important than obtaining the correct answer. So it does seem to be that this approach, a critical thinking approach, is seen as more useful than just trying to get the right answer, no matter how you approach it. We also find that 3/4 believe that independent thinking is more important than agreement with the teacher. Again, there's 7 in 10 in all countries say that this is the case. So again, support for thinking outside the box, if you will, for not just accepting that the answer is correct. And then 8 in 10 say that examinations should demonstrate that students can make sense of what is taught in a course instead of just focusing on rote memorization. And so again, about 3/4 in all countries or more agree with this. So again, we gave them 2 statements, and in this case, the vast majority again gravitate towards the one that's more focused on critical thinking as opposed to what would be potentially useful for passing a fact-based exam. Overall, the support for teaching emotional literacy is actually somewhat lower than critical thinking, and perhaps that's not surprising. But at the same time, it is something that I think, given the importance of emotional literacy, it may be something that would be useful to emphasize and to think about how that would be brought in to a program. And again, this morning we showed how there was a real interest and a perception that this was benefiting the learners and that the learners saw the benefits. But the general population, and I think this is the takeaway here, doesn't necessarily inherently see the value at the same level as they do critical thinking. So in this case, we asked if respondents in the region favor courses that teach students how to express their emotions, or if they prefer ones that are scientifically based only. And in this case, Tunisia and Lebanon stand out as a bit higher than the rest, and then Egypt and Morocco and others fall just above half, and then again Jordan falls the lowest at only 47%. That this isn't as valued. It's still valued by many citizens, but it's not as valued as critical thinking. And by a separate measure, 6 in 10 agree, again, the same percentage. It's important to foster social skills rather than focusing solely on academic achievement. And so in this case, the range is again, somewhat similar between 51% and 70%, but teaching social skills is supported, but not as universally as critical thinking. So to wrap up this section, across the Levant and North African Arabic-speaking countries, youth education programs outside the formal sector are not particularly commonly used. The views of non-traditional education programs tend to be positive across the region, again with the possible exception of Morocco, that people seem open to this on the whole, possibly in Morocco, where again the predominant answer is we don't know enough to say. Cost, transportation, and time were commonly perceived barriers to non-formal education across the countries in the study, and respondents considered the most important benefit from these type of programs to be related to career development and advancement. And finally, the results, I didn't really go into this, but overall we didn't see the demographic differences that we thought we might. That on the whole, regardless of the demographic background of the parents or the teachers, that most prefer a program that emphasizes critical thinking and to a lesser extent emotional literacy. So this is something that seems to have wide basis across the population. So to shift gears, we actually did a follow-up survey. So this is not something we traditionally do as part of our research, but it fit with this project. And so what we wanted to do is we found all these students who had actually themselves taken part in non-traditional programs, so non-formal education programs as a result. And so in the 3 countries where we worked, we wanted to do a follow-up survey with them and people who were in the same type of programs as they were, falling outside the formal, outside of the formal sector. So we actually went and we identified 511 respondents in Jordan, Lebanon, and the West Bank. And so the sample is not designed to be nationally representative. I'm not making a claim that you can say that this is what those in Jordan, Lebanon, and the West Bank think, but it is designed as kind of a follow-up to see, and I'll get into this more, it's experimental. So it's designed to see what are the differences that those who've chosen, why would they be likely to choose again. So they already have information about this type of project or program, they've already engaged in one, and so what would make them actually choose to engage in another? So what we did is we put in a conjoint experiment on reasons for choosing a program. And so to say a bit more about this type of analysis, that each respondent is presented with 2 theoretical programs and are asked to choose which they would prefer. And so each was given 6 sets of these choices, and then we use what's called a conjoint analysis to determine the likelihood of choosing one program based on one of the specific attributes. So you can think of this as something that market research has done, and so it's one of the ways that can make you pay more for products. So they'll give you a box of detergent in a red color and a blue color and see which one would you be more likely to buy. They can then, change the size, they can change the font, they can change everything about it. And so as they ask people in groups to choose between them, they figure out what makes it the most likely to buy it so they can raise the price on you. So essentially we're doing something similar here. Think about this as a marketing tool, trying to think through how would we actually encourage people to engage in such programs. What are the things that we would want to include to make it more likely that they would engage in this. So we picked a number of different attributes. We picked the program types. So we varied it by computers, languages, critical thinking, job learning, learning a job-related skill, understanding how to manage emotions, literacy, self-improvement. We varied the monthly cost, and so we kept this in US dollars across each, but put it in the local currency. So it was either free, $10, $20, $30, $40, or $50 a month. The distance from home was either 5 minutes, 15, 30, 45 minutes, or 1 hour. The length each week was between 1 and 5 hours. The duration of the program was between 3 and 12 months. And the number of students was either, it was a private tutoring basically, or it went up to 40 students. And then finally we had recognition that they don't receive a certificate, that they do receive a certificate from the institution, one from the national organization, or one from an international organization. So you can think about this. Here's the prompt that we gave the participants in the survey. So suppose you heard about a new educational program that had classes available to a person like you. Which of the following 2 programs would you be more interested in participating in? In some cases, you may want to participate in both programs or neither program, but in such cases, please tell me which you would be more likely to choose if you're required to participate in only one of the 2 programs. So in other words, we're forcing them to make a choice. And so here's one of the theoretical programs. A program that teaches language classes to 20 students over a period of 6 months, costs $20 per month, lasts 1 hour per week with 45 minutes of travel, and awards a certificate from an international organization. Versus a program that teaches languages to 20 students over a period of 12 months, costs $10 per month, lasts 1 hour per week with 15 minutes of travel, and does not give a certificate. So we'd give these 2 options. We could let them read the 2 options. They could see it and then choose which of the 2 that they would prefer to engage in. And so through the miracle of statistics, we can actually evaluate this and pull together what are the factors that would make individuals more likely to choose a non-traditional program. And so one of the things we see is that there's a strong preference for certain types of programs, and this is broken out by country for now. But you can see in Jordan, I hope you can read this, I'm not sure if it's quite clear enough, but here we have programs, so essentially we have a baseline program here. So the question is again, thanks to statistics, we have to choose one of the programs to compare to. So in this case, we're comparing it to computers, that if you would be as likely to take a class in another subject as you would be in computers. So for languages, there's actually no difference. This line down the middle, you can see here, is actually showing that there's no difference. What we have here is a dot, which is showing the estimate that we have of the increased likelihood by percent of choosing another type of program, and then we have the confidence interval. That's a fancy way of saying that if the line around each of these dots crosses this line, then there's no significant difference. However, if it doesn't, like here, for managing emotions, we see that it's to the left, i.e. it's negative, you're less likely to choose it, and the lines don't cross. So in this case, we can say that there's a significant difference. And again, for literacy, there's a significant difference, and it's negative. They're less likely to choose that. However, for cost, there's actually not as much of a difference as we think. In fact, free versus costly programs have almost no difference in Jordan. And again, sorry, this is a bit small here, but the commute is actually, it makes almost no difference. The length of the program, the longer ones may be slightly more valued in Jordan, but again, not significantly in terms of the number of months. The duration has almost no effect, and the number of students has essentially no effect as well. But what really does matter is the certificate, and this may not surprise people, but you're much more likely, I mean, in terms of 30 or 40% more likely in each of these cases to choose a program that awards a certificate at the end. So again, the first one is no certificate. This is one from the institution, and it's almost no different from one from a national organization, but one from an international organization in each of the cases tends to be the most preferred. But, really getting this type of recognition is important. And we kind of see the same thing in the West Bank, that certain types of programs, particularly literacy and emotions, may be less desired. But again, the certificate really matters. One of the things we see here, it's interesting, is by the cost, that it actually starts, the free program people are willing to participate in, it becomes a little less likely as it becomes more costly, and then once it becomes the most costly, it comes back to the same level. So in a sense, you can think about people maybe saying that, free program, why not try it? But one that's costly, it must have value. So it must be a good program, so therefore I'll try it, and that would be one that's desirable. And again, in Lebanon, we actually see fewer differences, but again, the certificate seems to be the dominant element. So we did break this apart by gender as well, that really cost is a bigger consideration for females than for males. You can see here in the cost that women become less likely overall when we pool the data to prefer something that's not free. Again, for males, it makes almost no difference. So again, females may feel that they have less ability to control the resources and devote that to this, so would be more likely to choose a free program. And so in this sense, cost is a greater consideration. In terms of age, the students, because although we target in our program ones that were 12 to 16 for a variety of reasons, it's much more difficult to survey 12-year-olds than it is those who are a bit older, according to the Institutional Review Board at the University of Michigan. So we had to limit it to those who are 15 and above. And so we end up having students across these programs, because again, these were not only the ones participating in the Arab Barometer, but these are programs we found through that. And so again, for those who are 15 to 19, there's really a lesser desire for those that are for self-improvement, literacy, or for managing emotions. Again, you can see there's still a negative effect, but it's stronger here probably for those who are 19, 15. But the main thing is again, here on cost, that those who are young are less likely to prefer a program that isn't free, and compared to those who are older. So again, those who may have to go ask their parents for money are potentially more worried about the cost than those who are older and may control more of their own income. And that the length of the commute is a bit, it's those who are younger and those who are older are less likely to want a longer commute, while those who are in the middle age cohort here have no difference. So perhaps those who are thinking about having to get home and and what their parents wondering where they are, perhaps those who may have children of their own or be engaged in family are more likely. There's a number of different hypotheses we could come up with, but that's one of the differences we see. And finally, and I think this is not entirely surprising, that wealthier respondents are more selective both with program type and that a cost consideration is less of a concern for those who are wealthier. So those above the median incomes do not want the programs on literacy or on managing emotions, particularly. Those who are below the median income are somewhat less likely to, and this is the median national income, are somewhat less likely to really care about the program itself, the type. But again, as you come down here to costs, that those that are that cost money, that there's a difference here, and those who are poor are less likely to choose those. Again, here we see a surprising result that those that are the most expensive, that those who come from a poor background may be more likely to choose, actually, again, thinking perhaps the cost is a signal of value of the program. But again, for those who are above median income, there's essentially no difference on cost. So in summary, the reasons for choosing a non-traditional program that we find from the results here is that programs that promote job-related skills are somewhat preferred generally. The prestige of the program is a key motivation, and to that, international recognition is a really important consideration. If the degree comes from an organization, and actually in our the work that we did, we gave a certificate that had the emblems of our different universities on it. So it's something that, you know, is potentially considered very valuable, and might be something to consider. But again, any type of certificate is valued significantly. And although cost is not a major calculation compared to the other factors, it is a greater concern for those from poorer backgrounds. So some of the recommendations we might put forward here is that to designing a non-traditional program or a non-formal program is that, you know, if there's a benefit to partnering with a national or international organization who are recognized leaders in a program category, that's something that would potentially encourage participation, perhaps the most significantly of anything. Also, you know, offering degree certificates that include links with the national or international organizations, developing programmatic materials, highlight the program's value for job-related skills that match what the potential employers are demanding from applicants, to advertise the cost of the program, but also potentially, this is one that I think may be interesting, is potentially provide scholarships or grants. So say that this is an expensive program, but then that you can apply for a grant. So in effect, it becomes free, but it is something that may make those you know, who are poor more likely to actually participate than one that's just free. And then also consider proximity of the program, the target audience, especially for younger students. So in summary, the educational opportunities outside the formal system are widely supported, but many perceive cost to be a big barrier here. There are ways that we can solve that, particularly since most of these are being run by the private sector, that you know, if aid organizations and others come together, we can potentially you know, address this issue. The majorities are also open towards a focus on critical thinking and emotional literacy, and again, the recognition of completion is really a key factor for analyzing these, for choosing these type of programs. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. So Hannah Al-Ghali, and then afterwards we'll give a quick summary, and then we'll open the floor for questions and answers.
Thank you very much. You know, it's difficult to come up after such a presentation with all this loaded data and talk about work in progress. So I'm going to shift the scale to a scale that is not that large in terms of the region. I'm going to be talking about Lebanon, and particularly about one of the studies we are currently engaged in with teachers in non-formal education. And so first, before I start, I'd just like to draw your attention to demographics. I always think of demographics when I want to address issues of youth and children and whatnot, because they, in my opinion, demographics put a lot of things in perspective. And it's important to note that in Lebanon, looking at the Syrian refugee population, according to UNHCR, we see that, I'm going to try to use this. Yes, as you see, we have a large number of the population who are aged between 5 to 11 and 12 to 17, which is the school aged. And so this presents an added challenge for schools in order to absorb the large number of children who are refugees. In addition to that, we have found in several studies that we've made based on UNHCR data that about 2.4% of secondary school-aged Syrian youth in Lebanon are actually enrolled in secondary school. So the challenge of getting those children to school is already heightened within the elementary school and middle school. But when you arrive at secondary school, this challenge becomes even bigger, and it is harder to be able to move these children from middle school, primary to middle into secondary. We also found that about 6% of university-age Syrians in Lebanon are actually enrolled in universities. And this shows you how many young people and children are actually out of school and probably will need non-formal education in a way or another. The scope of the before I start that, I'd just like to highlight that the Issam Fares Institute at the American University of Beirut is engaged in a couple of studies that address non-formal education. One, which we are working on in collaboration with the Department of Education and the Ministry of Education and Higher Education and the World Bank, and for which it is still in progress and the results are not public yet. But the other study, which I'll be discussing today, is one that we are doing with the Education Development Trust, and I'll be talking about the scope of the study and what are some recent findings that we've come across. So the scope of the study we're doing on teachers who are teaching in non-formal education organizations. The purpose of this research is really to explore the stories, professional experiences, and professional development needs of the Syrian refugee teachers in Lebanon. So we always hear about professional development of teachers and whatnot, but rarely do we hear about the professional development needs of Syrian teachers who are actually engaged in NGOs. And to many, many of you may be thinking that they are actually not even, licensed to work in these NGOs, but they are actually working, and they are actually, trying to bridge a gap that we have in the society. And so the need to address their professional needs and the challenges, just not only professional needs, but also challenges that they face in their lives, was very important to us in this study. And so the research questions we addressed were, what are the profiles of the displaced Syrian teachers in Lebanon? We do not have an idea of the scope of the issue we are addressing. We don't know how many teachers. We don't know the demographics of those teachers. We don't know their age groups. How many of them have actually any teaching training? Have they been teachers, or many of them came to Lebanon and because of the crisis they were forced to go into teaching? What are the challenges and opportunities facing displaced Syrian teachers in Lebanon? And it was very interesting to see that many of those challenges are actually the same ones we came across in other studies, looking, for example, at university students who are Syrian. And so the identity of being a refugee itself presents you with a lot of challenges that no matter if you are a teacher, if you are a student, no matter what you are in the society, you are still facing the same challenges. And then what role do the displaced Syrian teachers in Lebanon play with the scope of education in emergency? So what role are they playing in the lives of these children? We found a lot of studies that argue that teachers who come from the same background as the children who are in emergencies are able to relate more to these children, or are able to understand and accommodate these children more. And so we were trying to understand what role are these teachers actually playing, given the challenges that they're in. And so we had kind of a three-dimensional approach that we followed. One that was the participatory action research, or PAR, and one whereby we administered a survey, and we also had focus group discussions across the country. I'll speak about each one very briefly. For the participatory action research, for those of you who are not familiar with this approach, it is where the researchers are actually the participants. So we trained the researchers, the teachers themselves, on how to do research, on how to engage within their community and collect data, and then also analyze this data. And now finally we are at the stage where they're preparing to disseminate their findings of the research they did. And it was very interesting to work with them on this, because they felt so empowered that they were the researchers, and they were the ones who were actually bringing the voice of their community forward. It was not a researcher from AUB, for example, coming into this community and trying to say, well, this is what the teachers think. We try to do that through the survey and the focus group discussions. But what's interesting about this study is that it also had a part where the teachers themselves could come and say, this is what we think, this is what we are facing. And so for that, we had 70 teachers from Beirut and Bekaa participate in this. And I'll speak a little bit about the process whereby we trained the teachers in both locations. For the survey, we had 140 teachers from Beirut and Bekaa and the North participate in the survey. And the survey addressed the demographics, the backgrounds of the teachers, but also their professional development, what kind of in-service training they were exposed to. But also we talked to them about, or the survey addressed their experiences with the students. So how attentive were the students to their teachings? What impact were the professional training they were getting, had in class on their students and whatnot. And for the focus group discussions, we had 30 teachers participate, also from 3 regions across the country. And in that, I must tell you that the teachers were extremely emotional, and we came across issues that are beyond the survey, whereby they were reflecting on their lives in terms of what they would like to be doing in the future, how they view themselves right now, which were not necessarily all measured in the survey. So they went beyond the issue of professional development, and they were speaking as regular people, not teachers, human beings. I mean, not to say that teachers are not human beings, but they were talking about their challenges as refugees in the country. A closer look at the data that we arrived at, and the study lends itself to a lot more than what I'm going to be sharing with you today. For gender, it was very interesting to see that we had more males participate in the survey than females. And, trying again to explain some of this data, it may be that many of those who have escaped Syria because of the war are males, and many of those have engaged in teaching because it lends itself to a safe kind of environment of work where they do not have to commute a lot, where they do not have to be out and about a lot, so avoiding checkpoints and whatnot. And so most of the teachers we surveyed were males. The average age of the participating teachers was 34 years old. The academic qualifications, the majority of the participating teachers had bachelor degrees. So very few had only secondary degrees. So that means many of them had some sort of academic training, not necessarily in pedagogy and teaching, but some sort of academic background. The average years of teaching of the surveyed teachers was about 9 years, and that reflects, the Syrian crisis is about 8 years. So the data we have does allow us to tell if this was after they arrived into Lebanon or not, but at this point, it can give you an idea that it could be that after the war started and they arrived in Lebanon, they were engaged in some sort of teaching. And so in many instances, it could be that some of those teachers actually had to enter into teaching because of their displacement. And so probably they did not have any other option but to teach. And then some of the issues also we addressed were, for example, 72% of the participating teachers received pre-service training, and about 86% of those received in-service training. Many of them also reported that they were receiving the in-service training from the NGOs that they were working at. And so that also reflects that the NGOs are keen on actually engaging their teachers in some sort of professional development. Some of the other issues that also emerged from the focus group discussions with the teachers and also from the participatory action research. One was one of the major challenges these teachers were facing was the legal status and residency status. And this is not only linked to the fact that it is difficult for the teachers to obtain a valid residency, but also the cost of the residency. And so many of them are facing some financial difficulties, and thus they prefer not to pay to renew their residency. And as such, they don't have a valid residency status in the country. Another one is the issue of social isolation. Many of them felt like they were isolated inside even the camps and in the society in which they were living. They reported not being welcomed by the neighborhoods in which they were settling. And again, these were reported by the teachers. These are not our kind of ideas. This is what the teachers have reported. And then the social status was also something that emerged, is that many of those teachers came from Syria having been working a different job in what they were working here. For example, one of the teachers was telling us about her life and her husband's, and that her husband used to be a teacher in Syria, but when he came to Lebanon, he could no longer teach. And so he had an engineering background, and so now he was working in the construction, as a construction worker. And there were many anecdotes like that. Even one of the teachers we came across who was an artist in Syria and now was, only teaching art in the local NGO that he was working at. And so the social status also changed for many of those families. In terms of future prospects, many of them did not see any future prospects. They felt like they were imprisoned in terms of what they had opportunities in the future. One of the things that I thought was interesting, and sad but interesting, is that many of them talked about not having children anymore because they did not want to expose them to the life that they were living. So one of the teachers we interviewed, he said, "I have one daughter and I will not get any more children. I do not want any more children because we are suffering and we do not want our children to suffer more." The curriculum was also an issue. You may be aware that not all NGOs teach the Lebanese curriculum. And so some NGOs even teach a curriculum that is not recognized by the Lebanese government. And this presents a difficulty because children who are enrolled in these, in these NGOs will go actually to sit for a national exam that is not recognized by the Lebanese government and come back. And so they would have had, finished their grade 12, but they don't have any certificate to prove their learning. And then the question that they're asking is, what next? What do we do next? We are supposed to have a baccalaureate, but we do not have a baccalaureate because we were enrolled in this curriculum. And so this is also frustrating the teachers. And finally, the issue of having children or students of mixed ages and who have a lot of traumas in class, and they reported not having enough training to deal with these traumas and to deal with the mixed age groups in the class was also one of the challenges emerging. The teachers also reported challenges that are faced by the children they are working with at the NGOs, among which was the primary or the difficulty was dealing with bullying and violence among the children themselves. And so this also was some of the things that the teacher reported. The issue of poverty, one of the things that the teachers were telling us was that, you will have some children come to school, and then suddenly in the middle of the year, you will lose a large number of those children because of child labor or seasonal labor, for example. Also the issue of having a lot of traumas and psychological issues that the teachers are not necessarily trained with. Some cultural practices emerged that also were being challenging for the NGOs. For example, early marriage. One of the NGOs we visited in the north reported that they had a program in place in order to encourage parents to send their children to the NGO and then the afternoon shifts at the schools. But the parents, despite this incentive, which was monetary incentive, some of the families still insisted that they would want to marry their children, their girls off at an early age of 14, for example. The lack of communication with families also was one of the things that was reported by the teachers, is that they rarely were able to communicate with the families in terms of the needs of the children. Future prospects of the children, I also spoke about that and the curriculum. And then the mixed age groups also was something that was troubling the children themselves. When you are having somebody who is 12 years old in a grade 2, for example, this was disrupting the class and disturbing other children as well. With these again are preliminary findings of our study. We're going to have a conference especially for this study, whereby the teachers themselves are going to be presenting their findings as well as the study that we are going to conclude. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Before we continue, or before we open the floor for questions and answers, just a few quick comments on the presentations we've heard so far. Michael, I think my first impressions when I first read through the slides and then watched your presentation was how I think that the findings open up a frontier of research questions. Because while I was reading through some of the results of the surveys, the questions of, but why? And where does that come from? Kept occurring inside my mind, and I think that anybody interested in provisions of education for young people in areas affected by conflict this definitely provides a bank of research questions and new investigations. So I think that's one significant outcome of your study. I think another interesting point is that, and you mentioned it up there, is that it does challenge the opinions of top-level stakeholders. Or you probably mentioned it to me a little earlier, and I think that was one motivation behind the survey, is that opinions at, let's say, the public level is often different or in conflict with opinions or views at the top levels. And I think it's quite, you know, we didn't see the complexities of it, but there are complexities in it, you know, when you do look further deeper. So I think that's also one very important thing to probably take from that study. I also found that the levels of satisfaction or positive attitudes towards non-formal educational programs as, let's say, as important predictors in the success of any educational program, which is motivation. So here we start to see some kind of indication of positive attitudes and maybe even motivation. So when we do want to design educational programs in these areas, we are probably encouraged that that there is some kind of motivational level out there that could probably predict success of these of non-formal educational programs in these areas. I also appreciated the obviously the consultation exercises and in education program development because obviously time and money and recognition it matters. And as we saw also in Hannah's presentation and most of our work in the field, we've learned that very few, let's say, vulnerable children, including refugees, whether from Syria or Palestine, they do have access to educational programs that are recognized by some type of certificate, especially when the war erupted. And this was a massive, massive challenge. So when we do see young children enrolled in some kind of educational program that does not provide some kind of certificate or some kind of official recognition, it's a big wonder why they are there. And when they do manage to go there, it is still a big sacrifice for the income, for their family, for the work opportunities. So for them, it is not an investment worth taking. It's actually a very, very big sacrifice and a very big step back because they're here temporarily. Let's say, they hope that it is temporary. And right now, their most immediate concern is raising money to get food and pay their electricity bills and pay their rent. So investing in an education is really, I think, the outcome of public awareness and civil society and development organizations. So thank you for that. Hannah, I think the first, what I caught from your presentation, and it reminded me how our knowledge of the provisions of quality education in areas affected by conflict is still, unfortunately, either very limited or inaccessible. So when we actually go out into the field and ask teachers or parents or children questions, not just about their profession and about what happened in the classroom, but also about their daily lives, here we are constantly contributing to that still very naive and fragile knowledge field, on education in areas affected by conflict. I also appreciate the methodology of looking into personal lives because it is a real and holistic view of what really happens in classrooms and in any kind of educational program because there are humans coming in and working with humans. And so the personal stories are significant in this, and I also appreciated that. I also appreciated the ethical responsibility of empowering the teachers as researchers, as a form also of professional development. And similar to Michael's study, I also saw research questions, new research questions also emerging from your work, constantly asking, well, what about the quarter of the teachers who did not access professional development? What are they doing? Why are they there? So I appreciated that as well. And we're going to open up the floor to questions and answers. I think maybe we'll take 2 or 3 questions at a time, and then, so.
Hello, I'm a fellow at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and lately we discussed an article about that learning is not schooling anymore, and that learning is going to be customized in the coming 20 years. So, and we saw in the study you presented that there were really positive response to non-traditional programs. So, can we consider these non-traditional programs as part of customizing learning? And we saw that there were really, really positive attitudes toward these non-traditional. And second, especially that the cost or the transportation time, they were not really of that importance regarding the international certification, the recognition, and the importance of the program to their skills or to their qualifications they are looking for. So how does it connect to moving learning from inside the school to outside? Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for your presentations. My name is Diana Fidawi, and I'm a PhD candidate at Syracuse University. I'm the graduate teaching assistant. I have 3 questions to Hannah, and my first question is, what is the duration of your study? My second question is, how did you select your sample of participants for the focus group interviews that you conducted? And my third question is, how did you analyze your focus group interview data in particular? Thank you.
So first of all, thank you, Basil, for a very nice set of comments. It's very helpful, and I think I want to say, again, all these data are free for analysis. They're free on the website. Please download them. I think a lot of people in this room probably know more about education than I do and could come up with much better research questions than I could. So I would really encourage you, and I think that's the value of these data, that they are available for you to analyze and to research, and I would encourage you and anyone to do that. And I think, one of the things that we find in the project is a lot of research questions we've never thought of would come out of it. And so that's something that's really valuable. So thank you for highlighting that, and I would hope that these data would be used much beyond the life of the project that we're doing right here. In terms of your questions with education, yes, I think that really is a great point, that people go to other places to get the education they need, that there is a motivation for that. And certainly insofar as providing skills or providing ideas or things that children are interested or motivated to learn that can take place outside the classroom, that this is really an opening to make that happen, and that particularly if that can be done in a way that attracts students. And I think it comes down to what you're really saying. One of the tensions that we have in the 2 surveys is the difference between everyone perceives that cost is a barrier, and then when we find that the people, how they actually choose the programs, it's not a barrier compared to recognition. And that I think it goes back to the value, that if people value something, they're willing to spend time and money on it. And that, if these programs can be advertised as such, it can be promoted as such, and particularly, it is a potential sacrifice for people to engage in them, but we can make that, and we have some of the resources available, through different organizations to ameliorate the cost of going to those, but certainly that recognition, finding a way to make it certified, to bring that into some type of system, and again, whether that has to be from the national schools, or it could be from a trade organization, or it could be from some other type of organization that's a language asserting that there's a language skill or something else, that these are really important elements, but that certainly people choose and are willing to sacrifice for these purposes, but they do want recognition. And I think that that is really, summarizing that there is a value to it, that there is a value to this degree, and at that point, these other considerations fall a bit by the wayside, and a fact that, that there are preferences for different types, for costs, for the difference of travel, but the recognition and the ability to have a future are really such critical elements that I think, at least to be honest, even when I started this, I hadn't really thought about that as being the most critical element. But certainly when we saw this, we realized the need to certainly the students who are participating in this to really get buy-in and engagement, the need to definitely have a certificate, and one that made this a program that they would value and continue, and it's a motivation throughout the program as well, is our sense. So thank you.
Thank you for your question. So basically, the study is a 10-month study, and we are in the 8th month now. So we've completed most of the field work, and we're just getting ready to kind of disseminate both the teachers' work as well as our work. The sample for the focus group discussion was selected. So we had teachers participate from the same NGOs who participated in the participatory action research in the PAR, but not the same teachers. So the teachers who were participating in the PAR were not included in the focus group discussions. And what we actually did was we would speak to the NGO, and then the NGO would make an open invitation to teachers who were interested. We would limit the numbers to the first 10 who would express interest in the NGOs. In terms of the analysis of the focus group discussions, we had a thematic analysis. And so we had predetermined themes that came not only from the literature, but also from other studies we have done on refugees, particularly in higher education and education. And so we had predetermined themes in terms of challenges, opportunities, and whatnot. But then there were themes that emerged also from the data. And so there were new ideas that came up. For example, the issue of the social status that was particular to the teachers. The issue of, for example, the issue of the finances, paying for the residency. This did come up in other studies, but it was more vocal in this study. So this is the approach we followed.
Okay. So we have 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Hello. So should I introduce myself again? Masa Mufti. I'm an education expert, and I'm the co-founder of Sumbula NGO. I have a question to Michael and maybe a comment to Hannah. Thank you very much for your presentation, Michael. 2 things I would like to ask you about, whether you had thought of them, because I didn't see them really articulated in your study, which is 2 dimensions: quality education in the non-traditional forms of education, and because you focus on livelihood, and it seems like on the age group that is more youth and higher education. So quality education is also relevant for the younger age group. And the second component is basically, to what extent do you think also the enabling environment helps to promote the non-formal education, especially that you addressed MENA region. This is critical for us as NGOs, because we represent this non-formal education sector, and we know that there are a lot of this problematic, and I would say the magnetic relationship between formal and non-formal. So how was that part of your study to look at the enabling environment, especially that you highlighted the perception from the community side towards the non-formal education, but about the formal sector, the state, the government, because these constitute major element for enabling the work of non-formal education. So 2 things. Hannah, I can only, second and really support what you said about the Syrian teachers, and I'm really very happy to also be working with you on something that is very similar, that address the capacity building of Syrian teachers. I just want to tell you, to relate to what you said and share, that as a Syrian as well, I know for a fact, and because we deal with Syrian teachers, especially from the social class that you those refugees, Syrian teachers who are refugees themselves today, they mostly come from rural and middle to lower middle class in Syria. Most of them, as far as we know, have not had any kind of capacity building of the caliber that you are talking about. And that's quite a transformational experience for them, hence how emotional they were. So I'm saying that at this particular time, in emergency, to address the Syrian teacher is as critical, if not more critical, than working directly with the beneficiaries, which are the students. So the Syrian teacher is really an emotional story in the context of Syria. And I'm not surprised at all that there's an emotional element. So just wanted to second this.
Thank you. So we have...
Hi, I'm Brian Lally, working with MAPS. My head is now bursting with thoughts and questions for all three of you, actually. Our organization has a couple of major strands, one of which is primary education for KG up to grade 6. But we also have a very big program in vocational and youth training. And I know there's a lot of people in the room that we work with. Michael, if I can come to you first, and picking up on what Basil was saying about the opportunity cost. I think there's a lot of very interesting questions to be asked, particularly about the Syrian population who are in this country and trying to access any form of education, not just in terms of professional development. What we're seeing is quite an interesting phenomenon of people choosing non-formal education as a way to fill in some of the major gaps to then allow them to transition into formal education at a higher level. So, for example, we're working with people like Chiron to enable people to transition into university-level education when they just simply haven't got the certification that is needed, or even the years in schooling that's needed. So there's a really interesting dimension to that part. There's also a really interesting dimension to, there's one particular strand of non-formal education which is hugely popular, and you alluded to it in your study, which is to do with computing. And how actually there's a big move in terms of employability away from the certification that is offered by university institutions, because increasingly that kind of formalized element of certification in ICT is actually sometimes seen now as a barrier to entry into employment in a field which is moving so quickly. So it's fascinating that many people are choosing a non-formal route actually to bypass some of the higher level institutions. Just a kind of quick comment in terms of the social disposition of the legal status of Syrian refugees in this country. It's fascinating that anybody engages in education to a higher level in this country as a Syrian refugee, when legally you're basically allowed to be a cleaner or a potato picker. And there's an incredible research questions to be asked as to why people would go through all that opportunity cost of getting an education, which in theory leads absolutely nowhere in this context. Secondly, coming to Hannah, sorry, those of you that know me know the trick is getting me to shut up. All of our 180 teachers are themselves Syrian refugees, and I know some of them participated in your study. One aspect which is fascinating and definitely I think worth of further research is where people are choosing to become technically volunteer teachers because they're obviously not allowed to work legally or to be employed legally as teachers. It's not just about finance or status. There's a huge motivating factor to do with people making a contribution to the community. And I know this will have emerged. How strongly it's been coded in your data, I don't know, but it's a massive, massive element in the motivation of the staff that we work with. Of people not just seeing a situation that they want to do something about people being absolutely determined to find solutions from within their own community to their own problems, not to be the recipients of the massive industry of humanitarian assistance. And how that expresses itself through education is fascinating, and I'm dying to see what elements of that emerge from the study that you'll hopefully publish sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. We have a question here, and if you can take a fourth, there's a fourth one up there. Okay. So here, please first, and then up.
Hello, first, thank you for your presentation. My name is Leah Batal. I'm the Lebanon country representative for Kairon that Brian just mentioned. Kairon is an NGO that actually provide access to higher education to refugees and disadvantaged Lebanese through online courses. And so my question, it's a mix of comment and question, basically. So the overall question is, have you also broken down a little bit the non-formal education into different type of sectors and forms of non-formal education? And also in the definition of non-formal education, we tend to actually differentiate formal education from being taught at school and non-formal education being taught by different institutions. And if I want to take, for instance, the example of online learning is doing kind of filling the gap and doing the link also between the two. Even in Lebanon, we start having even other NGOs like Tabshura, who goes even into the secondary school and primary schools and try to supplement or complement kind of the teaching with online learning, which is the blended learning aspect a little bit. And we do so more to fill the gap, actually, between the secondary school and higher education. So you also have this online learning tool, which is a great link or filling the gap between non-formal and formal, and filling the gap between different levels. We even have students that are already at university and still they are taking courses with us because they feel like the education program they are following today at the bachelor level won't be enough to go to the master's level, because sometimes you even have like this kind of gap. So yes, so this is the example of online learning, and if you have consider it, or even maybe other forms of non-formal education. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the back?
Thank you so much. It's Claire from UBC in Canada. I'm so interested in what the implications and key recommendations of your study will be, Dr. Hannah. But two questions are how that might impact on two sort of questions. One is, anecdotally, it appears that within Syria there's been quite a drain of teachers out. So these teachers here in Lebanon now who are, because of circumstance, either were teachers before or are now new teachers, how is this experience in Lebanon potentially preparing them either for an ongoing career trajectory in teaching or to go back to Syria and fill this drain of teachers out of the country? And then the second question would be, does your study provide insights into other educational emergency situations in terms of teachers and children? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a lot here. Thank you for the great questions. In terms of quality education and NFP, unfortunately, we don't really have any ability to judge that from the survey results themselves. I agree with you, it's important. I think that would be kind of the next steps to thinking through another study. To be honest, we did a huge literature review when we started this project and tried to figure out what do we already know, particularly from this type of data source, from a public opinion survey, what do we really know about non-formal education across the region. We found a few studies that hit at some of the things, particularly at the national level, but nothing really across the region and nothing that was really going that far in depth. And given the ability we had and the research questions we did, we couldn't really go much more in depth on that. I wish we could have. We have some names of some programs and things like that, but to really hit at the quality of education. And I mean, it kind of lends itself to another thing which is dangerous, which is that you're right, not all of these are necessarily quality educational opportunities. And certainly if people are attracted to a certificate, I could imagine there'd be some entrepreneurs who might not provide much of value, provide a certificate, and actually get people to engage in that type of program over one that actually offers more quality. So I think it is important to think through that. And certainly if we went back and did another study, I think that's something we want to do a deeper dive on, which is what is the actual quality of the program. In terms of the environment, I think this is something that we is there. It's right for investigation. Think about the quality governance. We have a lot of governance indicators in the survey itself, and so there's something there that could be looked into. But in terms of the environment that we face, I mean, it is a very different environment in different places. It's certainly the attitude of governments towards non-formal education varies. Often I think there's a resistance to it, thinking that they're losing control or potentially power. And at one level, I think part of our study is really saying that this is happening anyway, that even if you're trying to control this, that a large percentage of young learners, I mean, again, these are only those who are essentially age 12 to 16 is what we were asking about. Large number of households are engaging in this type of education. So instead of necessarily viewing it as a threat, it could be an opportunity to work with those communities. I think that is what's coming out, that even if you don't necessarily make this easy to exist in, it could be something that's made to be a partnership with the educational system. And I think that that's something that I would encourage those in the region, and not even in the region, but those elsewhere too, to think about, that this could be an opportunity, and it is happening. So why not engage it in a way that is meaningful. In terms of Brian, in terms of your question, I think that you're right. I mean, there's a lot that's going on in terms of the educational costs that's being done, and we actually have 2 surveys that were done with refugee families that had 300 respondents in Lebanon and 300 in Jordan. Honestly, I'm not sure I have any answers to your questions, but certainly it is something that I think could merit investigation. It's a small sample. It's actually very difficult to sample both groups. We found a way, USAID encouraged us to do that as part of this survey. So there is some limited data there, but I certainly think it could be something that could be used to spur further study and really do a deeper dive into that. So I think that would probably be all I could really offer at this point, but it is something that there are some data there. In terms of the NFE type, looking at how we differentiate it, actually we spent probably, when we got together, all of us got together from this project and spent about 3 days going through trying to design these questions. And it ends up being about, in total, I think I presented 12 or 13 questions overall. But it really is hard to develop these, and I think particularly thinking about how this differs by context is very difficult. And we didn't actually think about online as much. It is something that came up in the surveys. We got feedback, and people said, what about an online course? How does that count? There are a few of those, but we may have missed some of those, how they're integrated into the classroom, whether that's distance learning that's more formal or not. And I can't necessarily say how people answered it. Certainly, I think one of the downsides is after we do this, we realize that there was something else we didn't think of necessarily. But certainly the definition we used for how to differentiate the two is a youth educational program outside the formal system. And so when we pre-tested that and when asked people, they seemed to get what we were getting at, that it's really not something happening at school. And that's kind of the definition we went with, because if we said to people non-traditional or non-formal or informal, they didn't really understand what that meant. So what we really emphasized was, this is something that isn't an educational program, not a sports club, not something like that, but it is happening outside. So that's the best we could come up with, and certainly I think you could use this to think about that definition and perhaps come up with a better one. Again, this is a very, what we have is there, and so I know you're not saying that, but certainly I think as things change, that we could certainly think about better ways to ask that and potentially build on that to track it. And so I think that'd be an opportunity as well going forward, but unfortunately not really sure how much of this was online exactly. So thank you.
So I will start with the question on the motivation. Definitely it did come up. I did not discuss this here because I did not discuss issues that emerged relating to the role of the teachers. But basically, one of the things that we heard, we heard a lot of stories, but one of the things we heard is that these people who are now engaged in NGOs and their teaching, initially some of them tried to go to the public schools and teach there in the afternoon shifts. Teach by volunteering, not necessarily being paid for that service, because they wanted to help the children who were they considered their children, the Syrian children. But of course they were denied that opportunity because they're not legally allowed to work in Lebanon. And so we had also stories of NGOs that were closed down, and many teachers even, started to tear up when they were talking about how this NGO in this region closed because of, because they could not accommodate the children over there anymore. So definitely the issue of the motivation, because they identify with the children enrolled and they are doing a service to the community, did emerge as one of the things that the teachers, we saw within the role, the scope of the role of the teachers in addressing education in these situations. In terms of what happens to the teachers and do they return, I don't think I can speak to that, but we did hear a lot of stories where teachers were saying we do not want to return. we cannot return. It's not because they don't want to. In many instances, they reported that they cannot return because of, especially when there were couples and especially with males. And so many of those men were actually were needed in the military service. And so they could not go back to Syria at the moment because they were scared that they would be detained or they would be taken into military service. And so I really cannot answer this question in terms of what would happen then, and whose responsibility is it to train them or prepare them to go back and work within the education sector when they go back? Will they even work in the education sector if they go back? I mean, these are all questions that I don't have an answer to. In terms of the insights into other issues of education, definitely. I mean, one thing that did emerge was the issue of employment, how they are restricted from, being able to work. And I think somebody talked about, so what are they getting educated for? I think you did say that, Brian. What are they getting educated for with the children? But also, these teachers do not see any prospects in employment beyond this NGO. And if this NGO closes down, then they will not have any opportunity to work. And so this issue of employability also emerged. The issue of certification, again, emerged. Even the teachers who had certificates and degrees and whatnot, but what good were they if now they're not even, it's not that they're not recognized, but they cannot use them for anything. Access to formal education also in terms of the children, but also in terms of the teachers themselves. How can they access or have an impact on formal education, in addition to other issues as well?
Actually, I should say one more thing, that for those of you who are interested in the survey findings, we actually have country reports on each of the countries we surveyed that are available on our website on the arabbarometer.org. We also have those, Brian, to your point about the refugees in each of the countries that we did, Lebanon and Jordan. We have specific reports on them, and then we have the report I mentioned from Florida State that they put together as an overarching review of the data. That report's available, and then one finally on the conjoint analysis, the experiment I presented is also available. So if you're interested in more details in that type of format, they're all publicly available.
Okay, thank you. I think we can get them a round of applause. And I think we're doing good with time. So we are now starting with our third session on non-formal education organizations and action. Okay. Good.
I'm gonna call her.
Ahmed, do we know if everyone's here? Because we're missing one right now. I think we're missing...
Sami.
Sami's here.
Okay, this is Sami. Oh, okay. I thought it was Majid.
Yeah.
So, Sami. So Majid Al-Ayun, he did not come yet.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. loaded? No, okay. So thank you very much for attending. This is a third session is on non-formal education and action. So we're going to talk through a number of different groups that are working with this same population, think through some different ideas, and perhaps we can see some overlap in some ways to collaborate going forward. So we thought that this would be a valuable presentation to have here in view of the work that you're doing and to highlight that, and also think through ways that there can be a way forward to address these important issues. So I'm told we don't quite have the PowerPoints ready yet. So with that, I think we may ask Sami to present first, if that's okay.
I can.
Does that work? So, and we're missing Majid. So I'm not sure he may be coming, but we'll see. So anyway.
Shall I stand? Shall I use this?
So why don't you use this mic for now?
Hello, everybody. I'm Sami. I'm a volunteer for Alphabet Alternative Education. We're a local NGO. We operate in the Bekaa Valley. We specialize in building tent schools within their settlements. We teach an intensive curriculum designed specifically to bridge the gap between children's current level and the appropriate level that they should be at their age, had they not stopped schooling. Our vision and mission is to build a safe and supportive environment within the camps. An environment that is supportive of learning and growing as children. Our specialty, our focus is education, but we work on improving the hardships of settlement life in general, not just for the children, and not just for our students, but also for all the inhabitants of the settlements. We have many other initiatives, including knitting workshops for out-of-work mothers so that they can either make clothes for their children or sell them as a source of income. And for example, a public oven to provide meals for our students during the schools or for public use for the settlements. All our teachers are also refugees displaced from Syria. I'd say roughly half of them reside within the settlements with our students, and half of them reside in houses, but also within the Bekaa Valley. So they have a very close connection to our students. They build very close, because not only do they live with them, not only are they also parts of their communities, but they also know their difficulties. They've also suffered the same difficulties. Now, as you know, as many of you may know, each settlement in itself has become a community. And our Alphabet schools have become a kind of community center where we're dealing with many issues where there isn't much awareness. For example, many parents may come and ask us about issues such as underage marriage, issues such as domestic violence, issues that are very difficult to discuss. But they trust our teachers because they've known them, because they're members of the same communities, because they're living together. And we try to help, they try to help in the least imposing way possible, because these are very, of course, very personal matters. Finally, the communities we serve are the residents of the Bekaa Valley. We try to help in as many ways as possible. Our main intention, our main goal, is to get children up to the appropriate level for their age and to integrate them into the formal education system as best as the formal education system can accept. That's it for my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Are we, how's the PowerPoint? Okay. So we're having technical difficulties for a second. We'll give us 1 sec. So next we'll have Masa Mufti, who comes to us from Sombala.
Alphabet Alternative Education. اسمها اسمها Alphabet Alternative Education. لا منظمة local NGO. لبنانية. ولو.
Okay. Before I go into Sumbula NGO model, our way of designing our model as a non-formal education response to the Syrian refugee crisis as well in Lebanon, I would like to start by really talking a little bit about the non-formal education sector from a systemic and from a strategic point of view as well, and that basically to set the context as to the rationale that we have developed into our model. So, as we know that the major historical dilemma that revolves around non-formal education is how can non-formal education grow and become recognized, validated, and integrated within the overall education system in the most effective and sustainable way. That has been the debate since the term non-formal education was coined in 1973 by Combs and Ahmed. It has been revived in several phases historically in the 19th specifically, enhanced by the effective participation and the role of civil society organizations like ourselves. However, this debate over the non-formal education did not improve to the extent of reaching conclusive policies that deal with formal education and non-formal education divide until today, especially in our part of the region. In fact, the term was originated from the south and namely associated with poor and marginalized population, women and unemployed, hence its historical inferior status. And non-formal education is the least comprehended and internalized in the MENA region comparing to South American, Sub-Saharan African countries and South Asian countries. And it's quite interesting that even non-formal education as a term is not really used in the north or the developed country, but rather replaced by the term lifelong learning, which refers to the totality of education activity outside the school system. So to go back to the constant fluid and problematic relationship between non-formal and formal education, this means that at the system level, the articulations and institutional links between formal and non-formal have not yet been clearly defined and resolved. And it's really no coincidence that non-formal education is actively revived in the context of humanitarian crisis and conflict today that we are addressing. So, having said all of that, Sumbula, we start from our existential question. Why do we exist? And what do we aim to achieve and how? So, Sumbula was actually born due to the Syrian refugee crisis and started operating its program in the fall 2014. It's registered as a Lebanese non-formal organization. And Sumbula's mission stems from the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which actually states that all children have the right to inclusive and quality education, irrespective of their socioeconomic, ethnic, or political background. That means including refugees and displaced children. So, education, we believe, is not only a humanitarian matter at time of conflict, but a matter of right and justice and the way we as people choose to shape the future of our societies. I have to add that the human right perspective is not enough anymore, but we ought to integrate the social justice perspective as well. And I'm going to quote, as per the Paulo Freire's term as well, the right of access to basic education per se is unlikely to significantly facilitate clearing the way towards changing life conditions and emancipation. Thus, without a right to basic level of learning attainment and not only access, to equal right of opportunity, granting just the right to education would be insufficient to allow full participation in economic, social, and political life. And that begins with the kind of education, hence the importance of relevance and quality we provide to children, and not only whether an education is provided or not. So how does Sumbula's model relate to this debate, and how a type of non-formal education have we adopted in order to ensure that our education response is an effective and sustainable one in the context of refugee crisis in Lebanon and post-conflict Syria? We know that there are three major types of non-formal education. Of course, there are many subtypes, but the major three types of non-formal education are the substitute model to the formal, the supplementary to the formal, and the complementary. And we studied, as Sumbula, we studied the local and legal context in order to define our best intervention. And so we found that in the presence of the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, MEHI, RACE program, which took the charge of the formal education provision for Syrian refugees in Lebanese public school, and that in the context of a protracted conflict that did not seem to end anytime soon, children needed indeed a certified and accredited education, a sense of normalcy into their lives by going to a real school and being able to have the tools to integrate within the host communities. Yet, we also realize that MEHE, the ministry, was not able to accommodate all children, nor had the resources and capacity to address all the needs of the Syrian refugee children. So our starting point was to identify the remaining critical gaps, namely in supplementary and complementary area, and not substitute. So we decided that as an organization, non-formal education, we are not a substitute to the public sector. Hence, it's the mandate of the ministry to engage and to bring those kids into their public school. But given the challenges and the needs that they face, it's our role to actually work on the supplementary and complementary. And to design a model that works along the formal system, yet a model that would not be limited only to address emergency needs, but medium and long-term needs. Hence, to use the term of Wim Hopper in his UNESCO paper in 2006 on non-formal education, we chose to create a balance between the adaptive and the transformative. Adaptive approach is one that originates from a deficit perspective, whereas the transformative approach is a proactive perspective of wanting to make a difference and change in society by addressing issues of socioeconomic exclusion and social justice. So in other words, our model addresses both emergency needs as well as development needs. And by the way, just to add, to use the same jargon that we keep on using always, resilience and livelihood are survival modes of responses and not development yet. So I'm gonna now just flip over to show you a little bit visually what do I mean by all of that. So basically, this is the mission when I said that we stems from these SDG 4, and that we are addressing both emergency as well as mid and long-term needs. So these are the program. So how are we actually addressing both emergency, mid, and long-term needs? So we have identified three major components that design the total of our program and intervention. So we have ta'lim, which means formal education in Arabic. We have tamkeen, which means empowerment in Arabic. And we have tadrib, which means training. And of course, we're training Syrian teachers because we are engaging Syrian teachers. So we believe this is our ecosystem. We work at the very same time within that context. We acknowledge the presence, the active and the important presence of formal education. Hence, our role is to relate to that and see how we can work side by side. At the same time, we are engaging Syrian teachers, as Dr. Hannah was presenting in her presentation as well. How are we empowering the Syrian teachers and training them so that they can deliver the quality education that we are aiming to achieve? And we believe that our domain and our forte is the tamkeen, which is the non-formal education. So this is basically our three core program, the ecosystem. And so Ta'aleem basically is the program that supports children's access to formal education and helping alleviate the barrier that impede children from enrolling in public schools by conducting a series of activities such as outreach support, parents' awareness sessions, school transport campaigns, among others. So we are one of the NGOs in Biqa who is actively engaged with what we call the education group sector, with UNHCR, with MEHE, with UNICEF, and everyone, so that we are an active link between the community and the public sector. So we do what is asked from us to do. Basically, our role is to support and to help the ministry reach its target. That's basically it. So these are pictures from our outreach, parents' awareness sessions, the transport campaigns that we did for 2 years, and so on. And this is really the environment where our operations are run. Now, Tadrib this program is designed to empower Syrian teachers through first-class training in all subject areas and cross-cutting topics such as pedagogy for 21st century learnings, inquiry-based and interactive learning, child protection, class management, planning and assessment, psychological support, leadership skills, citizenship, and peace education. And I highlighted in red because this is something very interesting. I'm very happy that this is actually in the pipeline. We have helped kind of conceptualize and to bring to the surface with the help of AUB, who's championing something we call the Syrian Teacher Academy, STA. So this program is kind of incubated by Tadrib, but it's becoming a program on its own, championed by AUB to work on providing a year-long training for Syrian teachers. And these are just some of the pictures of the teachers' training that we hold in our center, learning center. And I have to say that when we do teachers' training, we always do them on weekend, and we announce them, and they are publicly open to all teachers and not only to our teachers. So what we do is like we give this opportunity to other teachers from other organizations to come and attend our teachers' training. Now, Tamkeen, why I chose to end with this is because this is basically our domain and territory, as we call it. So the program addresses the role of non-formal education as a vital support to formal education in order to address children's acute weaknesses in academic performance and learning skills, psychosocial needs, and citizenship values through a complementary educational model with special focus on quality, well-being, and innovation. So we have already identified 2 categories because we contextualize and we are responding directly to the needs of our society. So we know for a fact that the youth age group needs are totally different from the needs of the elementary age group. Hence, we have Tamkeen Elementary and we have Tamkeen Youth. So how is Tamkeen Elementary run? So basically, it's divided over 3 components. We have what we call excuse my jargon again, and these are the acronyms that we use in our work. So the RSP and BLN is what we call the retention school program, which is basically, in other words, to say the supplementary component. BLN is the basic literacy and numeracy. And what is that? Basically, 80% of our children who come to our center are already engaged, 80% are already engaged in public schools. 20% or less are still drop out. So the RSP, the retention program, is basically to give supplementary support because they are performing still very weakly in public schools. So we give them the supplementary, the retention, to help their retention. And in the four main subject area, English, Arabic, math, and science. And we do that through adopting two major methodologies, basically blended learning and interactive teaching. So they are engaged. So they are not going to school and coming to another setup of school all day long, but in fact, when they come in, they experience a different kind of space and setup. BLN is basically the same, but it's addressed for those who drop out, and that's why we call basic literacy and numeracy, so that we prepare them to go and to enroll in public schools. We have the second component is the skills, and today we saw many presentations about critical thinking. So skills is about all these types of clubs. We call them clubs to make them fun, but they are learning activities that revolve around developing the 21st century skills. So we have something called the Science Lab, where they apply experiments. We have STEM Club, we have the Book Club, we have the Little Citizen Club, and so on. And PSS, of course, is an integrated element in our approach, which is a psychosocial support, and we basically adopt art, music, and drama, and summer camp to integrate psychosocial support in our program. Okay. These are the pictures, so the blended learning. This is the interactive learning in class, so children, so they do experiments, they use the puppet, music, and we also have the game, Can't Wait to Learn, the game-based also activity that we are doing with World Child Holland. The skills, we have the Science Lab, as I said, the STEM for refugees. By the way, STEM for Refugee was awarded last year at the UN Solution Summit as one of the top 11 programs that is aligned with SDG. So this is one of our success stories. Computer Lab, digital education, book club, the Little Citizen Club, and the psychosocial support. We have a choir. And I'm very proud to say also this is another success story because we have been named as the refugee choir #1 in Lebanon. We hope to be a choir without the word refugee one day. Okay, so art and craft studio, the theater, and the recreational summer camp where we have yoga, we have slacklining, climbing, etc. So the Tamkeen Youth, I'm going to flip quickly, is basically certified. Michael, you will like that. Certified training and relevant skills. And we do counseling, and we do grants and more. So this is geared specifically to respond to the needs of those young people who are out of school. What do they need? So we focused on 3 core skills. For us, no matter where they end up being, they need to have certified training in English, digital education, and life skills. And they are certified. So this is our program. Second, we do counseling after that. So once they have that, we've attracted them, we want to see on what track can we actually help them go back to. Do they want to go back to the formal sector? Do they want to go to have tutoring and go back to secondary, vocational? And we do a lot of referral in the counseling part. And for grants, we have scholarship and entrepreneurship opportunities. These are some pictures of the youth program. STEM for Refugee again. And this is basically, in short, our figures. So how Ta'aleem, we've reached how many people, Tadrib and Tamkeen. But to keep it short, we have reached above 5,000 children since we've started in 2014, but above 9,000, including indirect beneficiaries across all of our program, meaning the community and the parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masa. And next we have Caroline Bullen from SB Overseas.
Hi everyone, my name is Caroline from SB Overseas, and I'll be introducing our organization to you. So who are we? SB Overseas is a Belgian non-profit, non-governmental organization that was founded in 2013 by our chairwoman, Luma Albek, also in response to the Syrian conflict and the refugee flux that came from that. We are active both in Belgium and Lebanon, but for this presentation I'll be focusing on Lebanon. Our mission is to provide education, empowerment, and emergency assistance to those in need and advocate on their behalf. We have 3 education and empowerment centers, one in the north in Arsal, one in Beirut near Shatila, and one in Saida. Our beneficiaries, so we focus on out-of-school children, youth, and women. We prioritize the Syrian refugee community, but we accept all nationalities if our services are needed. And our activities also include all of these focus groups, regardless of their learning or physical abilities. So as I said before, we are focused on 3 pillars: education, empowerment, and material aid combined with outreach. And education and empowerment program integrated in that is psychosocial support as well. So in terms of education, we provide non-formal catch-up education for out-of-school children as they have missed out on key years of education that they need help catching up with so that they're able to enroll in Lebanese public school. Currently, at our 3 centers combined, we have over 600 children. They learn English or French, depending on the location, Arabic, math, sciences, life skills, awareness, and arts and crafts. So our program is based on the Lebanese curriculum. And in addition to providing them with education, we want to give them a safe space where they can be together and just be a child, but on an educative environment. Secondly, empowerment. So our youth is involved both in the education program and in the empowerment program. But the empowerment program mainly accommodates women, so we teach them marketable skills. So they also take Arabic, English, life skills, but mainly focus on sewing, embroidery, crocheting, and accessory making. We help them with marketing these products. As you can see there, they mainly make bags and dolls that we help them market, so they have somehow an incentive and the proceeds go back to them. What they also have voiced to be very useful is through the sewing, they can repair their own clothes, they can create new clothes. So that for them is a big part of this too. Also, one of our women who came to our take English in our center, she ended up actually teaching children in her community on a basic level, so she was able to use that. And also the women, we aim to provide them with a safe space where they can communicate with each other, talk about their problems, their issues in a safeguarded environment. So then psychosocial support, as I mentioned, is part of both these programs. So we have a full-time psychologist. We give individual support to our students, our youth, our women, if cases come to our attention that need individual support, and we do group sessions based on awareness and topics that we feel need to be addressed. Then in terms of material aid and outreach, So we do small-scale distributions. Twice a year in Brussels, we fill up a container with 25 tons of materials and clothes that we ship over here and that we distribute to our beneficiaries. Hand in hand with that goes that we do needs assessment. So we go into their homes and we do some kind of survey where we ask them what they consider their most urgent needs are. A lot of them do indicate that they really want education for their children and that that's one of the biggest needs that they have. And then we also do continuous outreach to address the importance of education, of formal education. And also if we see that children drop out of our centers or out of schools, we do outreach to them to see what the reasons are and what we can do to meet their needs and concerns. So our approach is community-based. Two of our centers are located within the refugee camps. This is in Saida and Arsal. In Beirut, we are very close to Shatila so that the children are able to come to our center on their own terms. And if we're in the refugee community, it's very close by, which is what our aim is. That's why also it's important for us to keep the community ties strong because they allow us to be there. So we value that very strongly. And then we have a network of local staff as well as international volunteers. So when we were asked to talk about something innovative, we are small and young NGO, so we value creative and innovative teaching that is not very resource intensive. So that's why we have a permanent body of local Syrian staff, but we supplement that with international volunteers who come in with fresh energy, first of all, which we see makes a big difference for the kids. It's always exciting for them. But they bring new ideas that are useful to us, and they bring new teaching methods because they come from different backgrounds. One example you can see on this photo is one of the volunteers together with their co-teacher. They recycled old floorboards into geoboards that have proven to help the kids a lot with understanding shapes and work with symmetry. Another idea that came from one of the volunteers was a reading club after school, which is both to accommodate children that need to catch up on the level their class is at, but also for children that are at a higher level and that seem to be advanced so they can come after school and do the readings that they feel is appropriate to them. So both of these small initiatives, they allow us to accommodate different learning paces within one classroom or within one environment at a time, so we can give them the more difficult book or give them more difficult exercises with the geoboard. So then what the combination of the local staff with the volunteers also brings about is cultural awareness. So we do focus on the local culture, and it's very important, but we also consider it very important to subject our kids from a young age to other cultures and other ideas, which is what the program brings as well. And then lastly, in terms of teaching methods, both our volunteers and the Arabic local staff, they take Arabic and English classes respectively, which if they bring that to class and try to use new words they have learned, it shows our students that also their teachers are learning new things and that they understand how difficult it is to learn a new language, to learn a new subject, which creates a bond, and the children like open up more because they feel like it's understood. And then in addition to that, given that our teachers are learning something new, they also adjust their teaching methods because they think, oh, when I was in class, if it was explained this way, it would have been easier for me to understand. So it gives them an opportunity to adjust their teaching methods to accommodate the students. So that was it for me. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you for these great presentations. It's amazing the work that all of you are doing and the commitment that you've made to working with to help address the challenges that have come out of the refugee crisis. So, thank you for that. I have a couple of brief comments and just questions that I actually would address to each, and this kind of comes out perhaps in my background as a researcher, and then I'll open it up to general comments. But it sounds like, first of all, I mean, you're all doing amazing work, that you all have, just a really creative and solving problems that exist on the ground. I was curious if you could talk a bit more about, first, I mean, how are you evaluating the success? I mean, how do we know that these programs are moving into a successful way, and what we may need to address, think about going forward for other solutions that may need to come in? And I guess the second was, and it kind of comes off of what Caroline was saying about the kind of new ideas and new creative and new thinking. I mean, are there processes built into the programs that are thinking about ways to address new challenges, particularly as either the refugees stay for longer or the different groups come in? I mean, is there a way to think through the different needs and kind of that needs assessment on an ongoing basis, or how's that done? So I'd be curious about those 2 points. So.
Thank you, Michael. Regarding assessment, the main measure is how many of our students actually get into, after doing their placement test, into the mainstream public system. Unfortunately, so far, capacity has been limited. But I think in the next few months, or at least I hope in the next few weeks, there's going to be an announcement that there's going to be even more capacity. And once that's possible, I think we can get a more accurate measure, because right now very few of our graduates actually can get, because of the limited capacity. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure about your second question. You're asking what measures are we taking in case of an extended...
Sorry, I should have been clear. I guess the question is thinking about how, are there processes, like Carolyn was talking about in theirs, that, is bringing new teachers, new ideas to kind of improve and kind of continually grow? I mean, are there processes built in to think through, the different challenges you face as you grow? I mean, as the organization grows, what types of ways are you thinking about, expanding or serving in different ways? I mean, is there kind of this renewal process continuously, or does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's mainly talking to our teachers and their administrators, asking them what their needs are, asking them what their main challenges are with the students, and asking what the main challenges are with the parents. The main challenge, for example, right now, is not all parents see the importance of education in the long term. I think this was mentioned in the previous session. And many others, we can get into it for a long time, but there's no formal process of evaluating and improving, if that's what you're asking. Okay. I hope...
So when... that's quite hard. So when we have a quite strict monitoring system integrated into our programs. So we have pre and post assessment. We use the same placement assessment tools that UNHCR uses and other organizations as well. So to assess the level of our children. So we divide them into subgroup, age group 1, age group 2, based on their level of academic performance. And we assess them later on throughout our cycle after they kind of finish, and we try to see whether there has been any improvement. So across all the cycles that we've had, we have over 80% improvement in our assessment. But our true also assessment is because we have developed a strong relationship with the schools. And that's why I said we invest so much in Ta'aleem program, which is basically to establish that bridge between the formal and the non-formal. We are able to also get figures about the retention, because it's not only about enrolling children, but it's about retention. So these are figures that we have, and of course we need more to publish them. Regarding your other question, Michael, I think there are truly, we are a big advocate for the recognition and the validation of the role of non-formal education. So in terms of really expanding, how do we think we need to expand, especially in the context of Lebanon, which is quite a volatile context. And it's really, sometimes we feel that we are working against the waves. You know, truly, it's really struggling on a daily basis. So what we try to do is to work with all stakeholders and advocate for setting standards, so that really by setting standards, we are able to work in a form of partnership and to make our intervention, all of us, more effective and more measurable. So this is one thing that we're trying to advocate, is really to set standards for non-formal education. Second, in terms of expansion, I just announced, and I actually, the STA, the Syrian Teacher Academy, is a program that is championed by AUB with a consortium of other universities, and this is really addressing more the needs, not only in today's context, which is emergency and conflict, but in post-conflict. How are we really leverage on the Syrian teachers who have been engaged in education provision in Lebanon and even in Syria? So this is a program that basically take that question beyond that. I'll stop here.
With regard to your question about the assessment and evaluating the successes, I think that can be done in 3 ways. One would be doing the regular assessments within your non-formal education, see how the students are progressing and accommodating any backlashes that you find there. Secondly, also seeing once the public school enrollments open, see how your kids do in their entrance test and see if they measure up to the level that is expected of them. And then lastly, I think also their behavior is an important aspect in how you can evaluate. With us, for example, there's quite a number of students who aren't used to sitting behind desks and sitting in a classroom and just listening to someone talking to them, which is how, on the one hand, we try to include different teaching skills that are a lot more active than just lecturing your kids, but also seeing the involvement in their behavior and how now, after so many months, they are able to sit behind a desk and they are able to listen to you. And they pay more attention, their attention span is longer. I think that's also an important aspect of measuring success.
In terms of measuring, we train our teachers on formative assessment as well. So it's not only pre and post, but formative assessment is so important, so that we manage throughout the cycle, which is 4-month based, so that we kind of really mitigate the dropout at early stage. So.
Thank you. I've also been given a note that says that our panelist Majid was delayed for reasons beyond his control, and he sends his deep regrets that he couldn't be here. But with oh wait, he's here. Majid. Okay. Please. تفضل. It's okay. Please.
Sorry, speak English? Okay, speak Arabic. No, no presentation. تحية طيبة للحاضرين. فيما يتعلق في الملف التربوي الخاص في الطلاب السوريين، سنتكلم عن الهيئة التربوية التعليمية التي قمنا بتأسيسها أوكي. Ready? تحية طيبة من جديد. أتكلم عن الملف التربوي الذي يتعلق بالطلاب السوريين النازحين إلى بلد الجوار لبنان. منذ بداية الأزمة والنزوح كنا على رصد لحركة الطلاب من عام 2011-2012. بدأنا كناشطين في الملف التربوي في الشمال اللبناني تحديدا وفي منطقة عكار، وكانت منطقة النزوح التي يأويها العديد من مئات وآلاف أبناء النازحين السوريين. لا أخفيكم في بداية الأمر كان النزوح بشكل عشوائي، وكان تسجيل الطلاب السوريين ضمن المدارس بشكل عشوائي، وبعد مرور الوقت قمنا بالتشبيك مع العدد من المدارس التي تعتبر هي مدارس خاصة غير رسمية من أجل تأسيس جسد إداري سمي بالهيئة التربوية التعليمية في لبنان من أجل تعليم الطلاب السوريين. قمنا بتشكيل مجلس إدارة في منطقة الشمال اللبناني، تعاملنا مع جمعية التربية الإسلامية ومع مدارس الإصلاح الرسمية، وكان العمل على الشكل التالي: باستئجار مدارس خاصة على اعتبار أن الدولة لم نستطيع، نحن لسنا تابعين للأمم، نحن جهات غير رسمية، نحن منظمات في المجتمع المدني السوري الذي يعتبر مدينة اسطنبول مركزا له. يوجد شيء اسمه اتحاد منظمات المجتمع المدني السوري، ونحن إحدى هذه الجهات. فآلية العمل في لبنان تقوم على استئجار مدارس خاصة بشكل خاص وتسجيل الطلاب داخل هذه المدارس، ومن ثم رفع أسماء هذه الطلاب على لوائح التربية اللبنانية من خلال أيضا المدارس الخاصة. منذ بداية النزوح كانت هنالك العديد من الإشكاليات للطلاب السوريين، وخاصة من جاء إلى لبنان ولم يكن لديه أوراق ثبوتية، وهذا ما يعتبر حجم معاناة كبير في المرحلة الإعدادية والثانوية. وزارة التربية في لبنان على دور الوزير السابق والوزير الحالي كان هنالك لمسات إيجابية ولمسات معقدة في كثير من الجوانب، وما تزال الأمور معقدة في المرحلة الثانوية والإعدادية، وهذا أمر يطول بحثه. لتاريخ هذا اليوم وحسب الدراسات المؤخرة تدل على أن عدد الطلاب السوريين الموجودين في لبنان لا يقل عن 250 ألف تلميذ سوري. نحن في الشمال اللبناني نعمل على تعليم ما يقارب بشكل خاص على نفقتنا ما يقارب 2500 تلميذ. في البداية، أي البداية أقصد بها بسنة 2014-2015، كنا نقوم بتعليم المنهاج السوري على أمل أن هذه الأزمة ستكون مؤقتة وسيكون هنالك طريق للعودة إلى البلد سوريا. لكن مع مرور الوقت وجدنا أن الطريق السليم هو أن يكون التلميذ السوري يتعلم المنهاج اللبناني، وبالتالي اعتمدنا المنهاج اللبناني ضمن الخطة الدرسية في مدارسنا من عام 2015-2016 وحتى تاريخه. لا شك أنه على مدار السنوات السبع الماضية يعتبر التلاميذ المستفيدين من خدماتنا كمؤسسة تربوية ناشطة في المجتمع المدني فاق 15,000 تلميذ سوري. يوجد جانب آخر كمستفيدين من هذا المشروع الذي نقوم بإدارته، هو أن الموظفين العاملين ضمن هذه المدارس ضمن مشروعنا التعليمي هم من حملة الجنسية السورية، وهذا يعطي فسحة وبريق أمل للمدرس السوري بأن يمارس مهنة التعليم داخل الأراضي اللبنانية، على اعتبار أن المدارس الرسمية في لبنان بموجب قرار داخلي خاص بلبنان لا يستطيع أو غير ممكن أن يعلم في المدارس الرسمية الحكومية. ولذلك على الصعيد الخدمات التي تقدمها الهيئة أستطيع أن نقول بأنه تأمين فرصة عمل لأكثر من 100 أو 120 موظف سوري مدرس سوري من حملة الإجازات التربوية، وهذا فرصة العمل لا يستطيع إيجادها أو إيجادها في المدارس الرسمية لما ذكرت سابقا بموجب قرارات خاصة بالبلد الشقيق لبنان. لا شك أن التلاميذ السوريين وخاصة في المرحلة الثانوية الآن هنالك فترة من الفترات أعتقد أن البعض على علم بهذا الأمر والبعض الآخر على غير دراية بهذا الأمر. يوجد وتم تشكيل ما يسمى في وزارة التربية التابعة للحكومة السورية المؤقتة التي تعنى بما يسمى بالائتلاف، وتم إنشاء مكتب له في لبنان. فيوجد العديد من الطلاب السوريين الذين حصلوا على هذه الشهادة التي تقال لها في لبنان هي القسم الثاني، وهي شهادة البكالوريا بالمصطلح السوري، لكن هذه الشهادة لم يتم الاعتراف بها داخل البلد لبنان، وهذا ما يعتبر من إحدى المشاكل التربوية الموجودة. من سنة 2012-2013 حتى تاريخ السنة التي مضت، وسطيا عدد الطلاب الذين يخضعون لهذه الامتحانات هو ما يقارب 500 تلميذ. يعني إذا قمنا بضرب عدد السنوات بعدد التلاميذ بكل سنة، أستطيع أن نقول أن هنالك ما يقارب 3000 أو 3500 تلميذ داخل الأراضي اللبنانية يحملون شهادة تسمى باللغة العامية شهادة الائتلاف، وهي صادرة عن وزارة التربية في الحكومة السورية المؤقتة التي مركزها اسطنبول، يقومون بتكليف مكتب لتسيير هذه الأمور. هنا يوجد مشكلة للمعنيين بالملف التربوي في الأراضي اللبنانية، أن هؤلاء الطلاب غير قادرين للانتساب إلى الجامعات اللبنانية الرسمية لأمر يعتبر سياسي، وهو عدم الاعتراف بمثل هذه الشهادة. فإن تكلمنا عن الشق التربوي أن هذا التلميذ من حقه أن يكمل دراسته الجامعية، ومن الجانب السياسي أنه لا يمكن تعديل هذه الشهادة، فهنا نكون أمام مشكلة عقيمة ويكون ضحيتها التلميذ السوري. بعيد كل البعد عن أي جانب سياسي أنا أتكلم من محط تربوي، ولكل في أثناء الأزمات والحروب يوجد استثناءات كثيرة. فلا بد وأنا أستخدم هذه الورقة الضغط في كل مجالسي أن هؤلاء التلاميذ التي ذكرت عددهم لا يقل عن 3500 تلميذ سوري يجب أن يكون لهم حل من قبل الدعم على مجلس الوزراء إن صح التعبير، حتى يكون لهم استثناء والدخول في الجامعات اللبنانية. وأنا لا أتكلم بمحط سياسي، أتكلم بمحط تربوي، لأن في زمن الكوارث والحروب يكون هنالك استثناءات، ولعل أن يكون الاعتراف بما سبق للطلاب حاملين على هذه الشهادات استثناء من قبل الحكومة في لبنان، حتى لا يضيع مستقبل الشباب السوري الذين تواجدوا في داخل الأراضي اللبنانية خلال فترة الحرب التي خضعت لها البلد سوريا. نشير إلى أن مثل هذه الشهادة تم الاعتراف بها في بعض البلدان الأوروبية. مثال على ذلك يوجد طلاب في لبنان أخذوا وحصلوا على هذه الشهادة ودرسوا في فرنسا وفي بريطانيا وفي ألمانيا وبشكل رسمي ومؤكد في دولة تركيا. الإشكالية الأخرى التي أستطيع أن أنوه إليها والتي أرغب أن تكون ورقة ضغط حتى يفسح للمجال للمدرس السوري أن يجد فرصة عمل داخل الأراضي اللبنانية. فمن المعلوم أن السوري أو النازح السوري أو المواطن السوري لا يستطيع أن يمارس العمل داخل الأراضي اللبنانية إلا بثلاث مهن، وهي أن يكون عاملا أو منظفا أو أعتقد حارس بترخيص العمل. أما الشأن التربوي فغير مصرح له. وأؤكد أنه في زمن الكوارث والأوضاع الاجتماعية الاستثنائية لابد من استثناءات. فمن يقوم بإحصاء لعدد المدرسين الأكفاء الحاصلين على إجازات تربوية من حملة الجنسية السورية داخل الأراضي اللبنانية فأعدادهم كثر. فنجد نحن في مدارس الأمم أي وزارة التربية الرسمية التي تسمى مدارس الأمم الكادر هو بجميع أطيافه من الأخوة والزملاء المدرسين اللبنانيين. فليس هنالك من غلط إن كان 20% من نسبة هؤلاء المدرسين هم من المدرسين السوريين. والدليل على أن المدرس السوري قادر أن يقوم بتعليم المنهاج اللبناني أنه يوجد مدارس رسمية داخل الأراضي اللبنانية تقوم بتوظيف هؤلاء المدرسين السوريين. هذا دليل على كفاءته واستطاعته أن يقوم بتأدية هذا المنهاج. أما المدارس الرسمية التابعة لملف الأمم التابعة لوزارة التربية مع الدكتور مروان حمادة، وذكرنا هذا الكلام طبعا في مكتبه، لا يتم تعيين موظف أو مدرس سوري. ومن يبحث بشكل دقيق ضمن هذا المجال يجد أن هنالك من النازحين السوريين المدرسين من هو على درجة عالية من الكفاءة حيث يستحق أن يكسب فرصة العمل، وخاصة أن الضيق الاجتماعي في لبنان أنتم على دراية كاملة به. أنوه إلى أمر وهو مشكلة وأقول عنها يعني هي مشكلة مضحكة ومكلفة. من يرغب بأن من الطلاب السوريين أن يقوم بتأدية امتحانات في إحدى المدارس الرسمية مثل التاسع اللي هو يعتبر شهادة البروفي، فوزارة التربية اللبنانية بالتعديل لها تطلب بشكل قرار رسمي آخر تحصيل علمي ل4 سنوات بلغة أخرى، أي ورقة علامات الثامن والسابع والسادس والخامس. هذا الأمر يعني أن يحاول على استحصال الأوراق من سوريا وأن يقوم بتصديقها من الجهات الرسمية، وهذا يفسح مجال كبير للسماسرة والتجار الملفات وتجار الأزمة بأن يستغلوا الطالب السوري ويقوموا بتحصيل أوراق له بشكل غير دقيق وسليم من داخل الأراضي السورية وتصديقها من الخارجية السورية والسفارة السورية والخارجية اللبنانية وتعديلها، حتى يفسح المجال له للتلميذ أن يقدم البروفي أو التاسع داخل الأراضي اللبنانية. هذه مشكلة منتشرة في الشمال اللبناني وفي عكار، وهي يعتبر ملف يستفيد منه الكثيرون، حيث الأوراق لا تقل تكلفتها عن $400 وتأتي من داخل الأراضي السورية. في النهاية أتمنى كل التوفيق للطلاب السوريين والمدرسين السوريين، واستخدام هذا العبارات أو الإشكاليات كعناوين مهمة لمحاور قد تكونوا أنتم أهل لأن تستخدموها كورقة ضغط ليكون الحل الأمثل والفرج القريب للطلاب والمدرسين. وشكرا.
Thank you, Majid. Majid, would you تفضل. So with that, why don't we open it up to questions?
Hi. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Actually, I have two questions. The first question is for all of us. Let's say we're all working on programs for the Syrian refugees, and well, at the end of the day, there's a probability that they will go back to their country. Don't you all think that there should be kind of follow-up programs? I mean, is anyone thinking about what to do with the Syrian refugees when they go back to their countries? And definitely they will go through trauma and through lots of emotional problems and so on. So is anybody really thinking about doing or preparing something for them when they go back home? That's one question. السؤال الثاني لحضرتك فين نقوله بالعربي إذا أو okay. I ask in English. You said that some Syrian students got what you call the temporary government certificate, شهادة الائتلاف المؤقتة سميتها. Okay. I think that I don't know how much was that really fair to them. I mean, now you have hundreds of, I don't know how many students who have this baccalaureate certificate and they cannot go to university. I think there should be a different kind of planning for this. I'm really worried about those students, and there's no solution for this problem, I think. So.
Hello.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. هلا سؤال جماعي بالنسبة للمؤسسات اللي بتشتغل تقريبا شغل متقارب على اللاجئين ونفس الأفكار، ما حاولتوا تكثيف الجهود أو مثلا إنشاء تحالف لتوحيد الجهود والوصول لأكبر عدد ممكن من المستهدفين وتطوير البرامج من خلال هذا التحالف؟ وسؤال ماجد، هلا بدي اعيد صياغه سؤال زميلي محمد بطريقه اخرى، بانه ما حاولتوا تتعاونوا مع وزاره التربيه بلبنان انه على الاقل في الامتحانات النهائيه تكون في لجنه مشرفه تعتمد هذا الامتحان لأي صف كان، ومن ضمنهم اللي هو الثانوية العامة، أنتم بتحكوا له بكالوريا، إحنا بنحكي له توجيهي، لأنه حتى في التربية نفسها له إجراءات خاصة مش مناط بالمدارس نفسها. فما حاولتوا تعملوا على الأقل شراكة إنه أو تكون في لجنة مشرفة من وزارة التربية والتعليم اللبنانية بحيث إنه هم يقدموا امتحان بنهاية السنة أو بنهاية الفصل للطلاب لحتى ينتقلوا للصف اللي بعده. شكرا.
One more question right here.
Hi.
Lina Harati from Teach for Lebanon. It's just heartwarming to see that everyone is really working towards quality education in the Middle East or everywhere. So our vision is actually that one day we believe that all children will have access to quality education. And it's really interesting how we're all working towards that. What our friend there suggested, that it would be really interesting to benefit from each other's success stories and failures. So I'm looking forward. We already know Masa, we work closely with her. So it would be interesting in having a shared group, for instance, in which we can share our experiences, because what we do is that we actually recruit fresh graduates. We train them extensively in education, and they go into underprivileged schools in order to teach those kids who cannot get access. And we're not only talking about Syrian refugees. We're talking about all youth in Lebanon, because we believe that this is a generation that's growing in Lebanon, and we need to take care of them, regardless of their status.
So first, regarding your question, what are we doing about the probability when they go back, about their trauma, what implications that has for the future? First of all, since we've started, we've been hoping, we've been waiting for, we've been preparing them to go back through education, through educating them in the basics. But regarding the trauma that they faced, there's no really one solution for that. Each person will deal with that differently. We have, as for cooperation, for example, there's 2 psychologists from AUB MCU who go once every 2 weeks on a voluntary basis to help them with this trauma. But that's not our specialty. Anything else?
I second what Sami said. We're trying to learn every day how to deal with the unknown. Okay, so we are facing the unknown. So to claim that we have the answers is it's not realistic. The best tools that we can give to our community is awareness, is resilience, skills, and that's why we invest so much in the Syrian teachers. We think it's a great opportunity while Syrian teachers today are available, that we as NGOs and civil society activists are able to engage them so that we are saving these human capital. It's the human capital that will save and carry on the mission of teaching and learning in post-conflict Syria. And in fact, I never missed the opportunity whenever I had the chance in international or regional conferences to say that even to address the international organization and UN agency, that any education response today that claims to address the Syrian education crisis and that does not include the Syrian teacher is incomplete. So honestly, it's about time that this taboo is really addressed properly, and because it's about today, everybody in Lebanon is talking about the return of refugee. It's like the hot topic, ملف عودة اللاجئين. How can we talk about return of refugees if we do not ensure that they are in good hands? So as we're talking about education, so we are very much concerned about the teachers, and that's what we are doing to the maximum. Regarding your question, Lina, it's very interesting what you said about, no, actually, sorry, who asked about the coalition? Sorry, but you said something 2 seconds, yes. We're part of what we call the Syrian civil society movement, sort of, and we do talk a lot and share knowledge. We do meet, we have our own platform, and there are several coalition, but we do realize that it would be great to start working on a sector base, which is education. There are NGOs that are specialized in different sectors, health, relief, all kind of services. But we are now, speaking of which, we are working on creating specific coalition or a network for education NGOs, and that it would be great to be able to announce this soon.
Personally, I have nothing to add in terms of the going back to Syria. I agree with what both my colleagues here have said. We must work towards that, and by empowering the Syrian teachers, I think that's a great first step. In terms of creating a platform, yes, that's something that's very much needed. Just share successes, share obstacles. I think to a certain extent that's accomplished already by the UN sector working groups, where parts of these issues are discussed. But I would certainly agree that having a platform of NGOs that share their success stories, as you, for example, have done today, would be a great idea. Yeah.
بداية أقول الأخ الأستاذ الذي سأل عن موضوع العودة، فأؤكد أنا أتكلم بشكل خاص عن الطلاب أو في سن المراهقة والأطفال ما دون ذلك الذين أنا يكون على احتكاك مباشر معهم، أن أي بقعة جغرافية في الكرة الأرضية هي ملاذ أمان لهم دون سوريا طالما الأمور والأوضاع على ما هي عليه. فموضوع العودة وشعورهم بالاطمئنان فلا نجد له مكان طالما الأمور على ما هي عليه. أما فيما يتعلق بشهادة، أؤكد أنها المصطلح العام أو الشعبي إن صح التعبير يقولون عنها شهادة ائتلاف، هي شهادة صادرة عن وزارة التربية من الحكومة السورية المؤقتة الذي يرعاها الائتلاف السوري المعارض. لذلك هي المصطلح الدقيق هي شهادة وزارة التربية التابعة للحكومة السورية المؤقتة. كل عام وزير التربية عماد برق، طبعا هو في اسطنبول، يؤكد على أن العام القادم سيكون هنالك اعترافات للشهادات. طبعا له تواصله وله علاقاته الخاصة، يتكلم باسم وزير في الحكومة المؤقتة. لكن مع مرور السنوات وجدنا أن هذه الشهادة أصبحت أو وصلت لمرحلة العقم بعد مرور أكثر من 5 أو 6 سنوات. لذلك شهادة الائتلاف المبرر الأساسي لها أنها دائما كانت تحصل على وعود، وأرجو أن لا يسألني أحد ممن الوعود لأنه أنا لست في هذا المقام. الأخوة التابعين في الوزارة هم الذين يقولون أن الشهادة سيتم الاعتراف بها قريبا، وقريبا نقصد أن السنة القادمة. هذا الكلام كنا نسمعه من سنة 2014 ونحن الآن في العام 2019 وما زال طلابنا هم الضحية. لذلك أنا ما ذكرته سابقا من خلال المنصة قلت إن إذا قلنا لنضع السياسة على حياد، هؤلاء الطلاب الموجودين في الأراضي اللبنانية يجب أن لا يكونوا ضحية لظرف سياسي يمكن بقرار استثنائي يتخذه الوزير أو مجلس الوزراء ويتم قبولهم للدخول في الجامعات اللبنانية ولو كان ضمن شروط. فيما يتعلق في زيارتنا لوزارة التربية وأن يكون تعاون من خلال لجنة مشرفة ردا على الأستاذ، لا شك أن الزيارات كثيرة، لكن أنا ما توصلت إليه أن حتى وزير التربية دائما يعلق التعاون على قرار مجلس وزراء، يعلق التعاون على قرار مجلس وزراء. فنحن نقوم بالزيارات ونطالب ونضغط من خلال وسائل إعلامية عبر القنوات ومن خلال الزيارات، لكن هم يجدون مفتاح لتعليق التعاون. سنقوم بمتابعة الأمر مع الأخوة في مجلس الوزراء، وإن شاء الله بزيارة أخرى نرد عليكم. من الزيارة الأخرى يكون هدرنا الوقت وما إلى ذلك. هذا ردي، شكرا لكم.
ماجد إذا بتسمح لي رح أضيف شيء له علاقة بشهادة الائتلاف كمان، رح أحكيها بالإنجليزي. أوكي. تمام. لا في حكومة مؤقتة، بس أنا على حد علمي إنه بس تركيا اللي معترفة بالشهادة، يعني دونا عن كل الدول بس تركيا as far as I know based on my research that Turkey only is the only country that has recognized the certificate.
يعني أنا ما بدي أعمم، لكن في طلاب خرجوا على قبرص وفرنسا وألمانيا شفناهم انتسبوا للجامعات وبدأوا يبعثوا لنا صورهم وهن داخل الصفوف الجامعية. فهذا الأمر أنا ما بدي أقول إنه والله ألمانيا اعترفت بالشهادة، قد يكون الموضوع خاص، قد يكون لأنه جامعة خاصة، قد يكون في ترتيب معين. يعني أنا ما بدي أطلق حكم، لكن أنا ما أستطيع أن أقول وأكد عليه إنه في طلاب درسوا في الشمال اللبناني وحصلوا على شهادة وزارة التربية المؤقتة ودخلوا أو غادروا عبر الأمم إلى بلدان أوروبية ونحن شفنا صورهم بالجامعات. نعم.
I would like to highlight regarding this problem. It's a huge problem, but it's even more ironic that the curriculum of what the Tilaf, the Syrian coalition, a temporary government is exactly the same curriculum as the Syrian regime curriculum, except that they have taken out the what we call the problematic subject areas, history, geography, national education. Not even fully, but the things that, the components that relate to the current history and to the regime. Meaning that when we talk about education and universal content, science, math, Arabic, English, most of the subject areas have not been touched or changed, and that's the irony. Why would not country recognize such a curriculum, knowing that it is a political decision? But in terms of curriculum, it's exactly the same curriculum without just taking out some component that deals with the regime.
Okay, why don't we take a couple more questions? One in the back there.
Hi, thank you all very much. I'm Wen Yu from University of Birmingham. I have a question for Masa. Regarding to the programs, regarding to your, I have a question for. What's up? Sure. Okay. I'm Wen Yu from the University of Birmingham. I have a question for Masa. Regarding to the program, the youth program and then the elementary program, I'm just wondering if there's a age range, and then also if there's a limit, age limit for whom you provide this support. For example, how old is it too old to regard as a youth in the youth program, support program? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question about funding. Given that all of these civil society organizations are doing incredible work plugging what is a massive gap in provision beyond what the ministry is willing and able to provide. At the same time as we're hearing this language of return, we know the reality is people are not returning anytime soon, but the funding for civil society organizations is dramatically reducing week by week. What do you consider is the future for non-formal provision that you're able to make?
One more.
Maya Zabdawi from the Lebanese University. Actually, my question is quite, I find it problematic a bit. Like Masa, you mentioned it actually by word, which is that national education, which is history, geography, etc. Now, since we started talking about the language of return again, that it's totally exempted out of any of this education that you beautifully categorize as being substitute, supplementary, and complementary. So the question is, and since we were talking about critical knowledge and critical thinking, so don't you find it problematic quite enough that so many of the NGOs that are working with Syrian refugees, not to start with Palestinian refugees as well, they totally disregard this material? And the question is, and now I'm actually stunned because I thought that the coalition government actually gave history and geography and now you're telling me it's totally exempted, which is interesting. It's more problematic. So my question is, it's to Majid as well. So okay, so English or Arabic? Do you not يعني ألا تجد غياب هذه المواد القانونية المواد المتعلقة بالهوية السورية بالذات وإن كانت من الجهة المعارضة ألا تجدها يعني غيابها من ساحة هذه المعرفة الجديدة التي تقدم من المؤسسات غير الحكومية ألا تجدها نوع من أنواع الضرب لهوية هذا اللاجئ بين مزدوجين السوري الذي يرمي إلى أن يصبح مواطنا بعدها? So it is the issue of liquidating citizenship within the scope of these institutions that I am asking about teaching, because Caroline also shed the light or alluded to that when she said that we teach them about local community, but at the same time we try to teach them about international culture or things that surpass the scope of local community. So my question here goes back to this critical notion. And here as well, I'm sorry, but I just remembered something, which is Michael, yeah, I had a question I wanted to ask. I remembered it through the scope. You said that your research covers 90% of the Arab world, or did I misunderstand?
Our next round will.
Sorry?
Our upcoming wave will.
Okay. So, but may I ask, maybe this is a redundant question, however, what are the criteria by which you pinpoint the people that you give the questionnaires to? Because some of the numbers are really stunning, especially in Lebanon, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia, since I found that your research is a broad, a long span, and it covers so many different public turmoils. So the big uprisings that happened, I think they impacted a lot, like when you said that a big percentage of the people, they are with public education or they look up to it. I think this is quite problematic because as I know, the different public movements, particularly in Morocco, they used to be really critical of the public education. So I was a bit stunned by the numbers. And the last comment is for the two gentlemen when they presented from Jordan, particularly. Don't you find that the part of the West Bank is quite critical, particularly because we don't take the colonial context of Palestine. So do you really think that it is okay to just throw in the West Bank into a critical study of critical thinking within the region alongside Lebanon and Jordan? Sorry for being late.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so let's try and keep this answer short. In terms of the survey methodology, every respondent, every citizen in each country has an equal chance of being selected into the sample. And so we interview 1,200 respondents across the country. They have to be willing to take the survey, sorry? Within each single country, so 1,200 per country in past waves. This upcoming wave, we have about 2,400 per country. So they're nationally representative, plus or minus about 3%. Margin of error before design effects, which I won't get into. But yes, they are nationally representative and everyone has a chance of selection.
So Brian, thank you for the difficult question. Regarding funding and how it's being decreased, what are we doing to mitigate this? It's mainly about long-term thinking and budgeting, mainly. In the past, this has led to very difficult choices. We've had to close a few schools, take the children of the closest school to the closest school possible, for example. We used to provide daily meals for all schools, but we had to stop that as well. And this is the reason why, for example, we just opened a public oven. We found it on the long term to be much, much cheaper to provide daily meals if we make them ourselves. And there's no one way. But it's all about long-term thinking and budgeting. Thank you.
I think it's the question, Brian. We're all struggling as NGO. We all know that. Speaking of critical thinking and problem solving and creativity, we are tested ourselves how to use our own critical thinking and creative thinking to find sustainable way to keep on, operating. And that's why I can't help not to think about non-formal education as civil society and organization and service providers in a strategic way. And I really believe that as long as this environment is not turning into an enabling environment, we won't be able to get funding. And that means starting by the recognition within the legal and institutional framework of our work. That's not the case yet. We are basically looked up still at a lower level. We are the NGOs who can fill the gap, but we are not recognized as a non-formal education. Hence, that's why I asked you about this question, Michael. Second, we need to articulate standards. If we do not prove through measures, our impact and force the formal sector to actually recognize us and to build that, basically, relationship, partnership, we won't be able to get funding. And lastly, it's not only about subsidizing funding. The change of status of non-formal education, even in the perception of the community, because it has been long, as I said in my introduction, it has been long associated with survival and poverty and lower opportunities. And that's why it's so important that we highlight the issue of social justice and equal opportunities, and that we bring up the status of non-formal education to the level of formal education. And as someone said from the audience, education is no longer limited to schooling. It's about lifelong learning. So we need to shift from emergency to resilience to development. If we do not put all this together as a strategy and a plan, we will not get funding. So it's a big work.
Just to add on to what Masa said is, I think on what we can do ourselves at the moment is continue to advocate for the importance of non-formal education in this context, and continue to, through our social media channels, our connections, everything, to bring this issue still to the attention, because it has been going on for several years, as you said. Also, the Syrian conflict has been going on for a long time, and in a way, people are becoming, to a certain extent, insensitive to this issue because it has been going on for so long. So I think us being a united front and keep on pushing through any channel, any social media channel, meeting with each other and pushing this issue forward will also, on a smaller scale, but incentivize people to that this is still important and that it still needs attention and that it is still a big problem.
نعم. سأبدأ من الموضوع الهام والمعقد الذي أعتقد يمكن هو مزعج للعديد من الجهات الناشطة في المجتمع المدني وغير ذلك، موضوع المساعدات المادية التي هي أساس وعصب أي مشروع. ما لا شك فيه، أنا أحلل وأفسر هذا الأمر لشقين. أنا أتكلم عن منظمات مجتمع مدني، غالبا يكون الدعم نحن كجهة من رجال أعمال سوريين لا يعتمد على مثل باقي الجهات أو المنظمات على اتحاد أوروبي أو غير ذلك. فما يحصل مع هؤلاء الأشخاص المقيمين في الخارج قد تكون أحلل الأمر إلى جانبين. الجانب الأول هو طيلة المدة، فنحن الآن في المشروع هذا العام الثامن، فكان الدعم قوي جدا في سنة 2014 قياسا على ما نحن عليه في عام 2019. هذا الجانب الأول. الجانب الثاني قد يكون هو جانب أمني، فأصبحت الأموال المرسلة إلى لبنان دائما هي تحت منظور الدول التي يقيم بها هذا رجل الأعمال، فأصبح شيء من الخوف يلحق هذا الرجل، فقد يكون يقلل من نسبة الدعم أو يعتمد على أسماء مستعارة من أجل تحويل الأموال إلى لبنان، وهذا ما يحصل معنا كجهة في المجتمع المدني. فيما يتعلق بمادة التاريخ والجغرافيا، ردا على الأستاذة، أقول أنا لست بمقام وزارة التربية في الحكومة المؤقتة، لكن بتحليلي أعتقد أن وزارة التربية السورية المؤقتة في تركيا بتشاورات مع وزارة التربية التركية قرروا هذا الأمر لاعتبارات سياسية. فكتابة التاريخ ليس بالأمر السهل. فحقيقة كلامك صحيح 100%. تم إلغاء وإيقاف إعطاء هذه المادة لأسباب لا أقول أنا لها مبرر من نظري، لها مبرر من نظرهم، لكن أقول أن التاريخ كتابته معقدة لذلك أوقفوا هذه المادة. فيما يتعلق بالسن القانوني ردا على السيدة، لا شك أعتقد كل المنظمات أو المدارس التي تعمل مع السوريين أو الطلاب السوريين هذه مشكلة موجودة في كل بقاع الأراضي اللبنانية. فنحن نعلم بأن السن القانوني مثلا لطلاب الصف السادس هو أن يكون من مواليد 2007 والصف الخامس أن يكون من مواليد 2006 حتى يرفع اسمه على دائرة التربية اللبنانية. فهنالك مخالفات. نعم، ما هي الحلول؟ دورات تقوية. يعني نحن نجد في بعض المواقف أنه فتاة في عمر الصف التاسع وهي ما تزال غير حاصلة على الأوراق. فالحلول تكون بدورات تقوية ودورات ممنهجة خلال فترة الصيف من أجل تجاوز هذه الأمور. نعم، شكرا.
And I will respond to your question as well. So regarding the Tamkeen Elementary, our age group varies. Basically, the children that come, and as I said, 80% of our children are already enrolled in public schools. So from 6 to 12, the youth, it's where the highest rate of dropout starts from 12 plus, 13, and it varies. So the youth age group is the difficult age group. So we didn't set the maximum ourselves because the program that we provide, anyone can actually get them after, within that range up to 25 or 25. But honestly, from what we are finding through our community, that the people who are able to come and attend these youth program on certified training they range from 14 to 18 plus. This is the age group.
So thank you very much to each of our panelists. Thank you for these great presentations in the audience. We're running a little bit late, so let's take a 10-minute break for coffee, and then we'll have the keynote by Dr. Gregory. So nice. Thank you, Sami.
Thank you.
Everybody's gone. Okay, I think we're going to start now. Partly because I have to leave after this to get to the airport. So, thank you. I assume there's a few other people that they will come in as we go through. I wanted to say to the people that spoke in the NGOs that I was really impressed by all of that. And what Massa said about critical thinking, that they have to be critical thinkers. Absolutely, they're critical thinkers working in overdrive, which is really quite amazing. But I think in the world today, that's part of what we have to do. I also wanted to make one comment about critical thinking that I think is important. People have talked about Paulo Freire on the banking system, and the other, we contrast the banking sort of reproductive memorization approach to learning with what I guess you would call the empowerment pedagogy, or the pedagogy of empowerment. And critical thinking is at the heart of that. And when I say empowerment, I don't just mean social and political empowerment. I mean cultural empowerment. I mean personal empowerment. It allows people to engage with themselves, with their communities, with the knowledge bases and disciplines that our world has developed in much more exciting and engaged ways. And so that's one of the reasons why I think it's important. But let me go through my talk here today. I always start this talk with 3 slides, and they're just quotes from well-known, 2 of them are scientists, one's a novelist. This one is, I better keep to the thing here, Isaac Asimov, who is a well-known biochemist, but even more well-known as a science fiction writer. And he talked about the most exciting phrase to hear in science is not one that heralds new discoveries. It's not eureka, I found the right answer. That's not the exciting thing about science. What's really exciting is what he says, the experience of, that's funny. Seeing a phenomena or some data or some evidence or something in the world and going, that's funny, why is that like that? And beginning the journey into a thinking process. But it's only the beginning. I use Edward Teller, who's a physicist, kind of an infamous physicist because he was the father of the hydrogen bomb. But he says confusion is not a bad thing, it's the first step towards understanding. And that first step, when we say, that's funny, that leads us into a sort of state of uncertainty. What are things like? What is confusion like? We begin to get confused and we begin to search for answers. And that's part of the step as well. It's not a bad thing. It's the first step towards making sense of the world, of understanding. But I think what's really interesting also is what Ben Okri says. He's a novelist, British novelist. He said, understanding often leads to ignorance, especially when it comes too soon. So it's too easy often when we begin to explore things and find them, it's too easy to shut our minds down quickly and take the first easy answer. What we need to do is continue the journey, and that's the journey of critical thinking, or at least part of the journey of critical thinking. So I just wanted to say that just to give you an idea of the kind of intellectual context in which I'm situating this. This is an overview of what I want to talk to you about today. I'm going to talk about briefly why critical thinking, why is critical thinking important, and I'll just touch on some of the reasons. I want to talk about what critical thinking is, a definition of critical thinking, or at least the one we're using, and the CAT, which is the critical thinking assessment test that we're looking at to use critical thinking. And then I wanted, the journey sort of starts with 3 studies that my colleagues, Denise Drain and I, and we have West Bank Palestinian people who've worked on this with me have taken. The first is promoting critical thinking. We partnered with Palestinian universities in promoting critical thinking, assessing critical thinking, developing the critical thinking assessment test in the West Bank, and assessing critical thinking, the non-formal education, and the way in which we've done critical thinking tests here, and I'll in Lebanon, Jordan, and the West Bank. And I want to talk a little bit about that, just to augment what we've already heard. And then I have a few conclusions. So why critical thinking? This comes from before the Syrian civil war, but this is the Millennium Institute has talked about 15 global challenges facing humanity. Now all of these, peace and conflict, the status of women, energy, science, the climate change, clean water, population, democracy, long-term perspectives, most of these affect all of our lives to a certain degree, but they're probably much more heightened here in Lebanon. But these are not going to be solved by us as the human population unless we become critical thinkers. And they're not going to be solved by us, certainly not by my generation. Some of you are much younger than me. By your generation, you're going to make an attempt. But it's our children's generation and their children's generation. So engaging them in critical thinking very early on and continuing it through their education is critical to face these kinds of global challenges. And these are global ones. There are local challenges or small versions of these challenges in every community and in every home almost. The other one, of course, and most people are aware of this, is the explosion of information. We have information coming from us everywhere. Our phones are just a maze of information. Some of that information is good, some is interesting, some is terrible. Our students need to be able to look at that information and process it and critically think about it. A critical faculty towards this information is absolutely critical. Another one, and this is happening in the world today, there's a movement, and most teachers will recognize that it's probably not moved as much as we would like it to, but it's moving towards a pedagogy of just remembering information which teachers give us to one of finding relevance in information, analyzing, creating information, employing information. In other words, it's going to what we often call a reproducing knowledge, to a making knowledge. Everybody has to reconstruct the knowledge for themselves. So reproduction to construction, or memorizing to critically thinking about it. And critical thinking itself is not so much a discipline or a knowledge base, it's a way of learning, it's a way of thinking. And it is a way of thinking that needs to be enhanced in every situation in which we're in. The fourth one I wanted to talk is why critical thinking is employment. So this comes out of, and this is in the States, and it's already, needs to be updated. But when we looked at surveyors and employers, and in Palestine, the same thing. We've done some work in the West Bank with Palestinian universities about this issue. Most employers say that only 2% or only 4% of employees surveyed believe that two-year college graduates entered the workforce, and only 27% of them rated four-year grads as excellent. That this is a big issue for employment in general. So these are just 4 reasons why critical thinking is not just important, but it's absolutely, critical to our world. Finally, why not critical thinking? And I'm just going to talk briefly about some teacher misconceptions. There's often we get from people, they say, well, no, critical thinking isn't important. It gets in the way of too many things. I know in some people in the States said it challenges authority, it undermines the family, for teachers, it slows down what's happening in the classroom. But some of the teacher misconceptions are, it's too difficult to teach, impossible to teach. Focusing on critical thinking will draw time away from the main course. We've got information we've got to get out. We don't have time to focus on critical thinking. Students are going to absorb critical thinking through their own readings and lectures anyway, and if the student's intelligent, they'll figure it out. If they're not intelligent, they won't. That's too bad for them. So it's a problem, the deficit model. The deficit's in the student, not in what we're proposing for them. Students can only learn critical thinking after they have mastered the content. I've heard this so many times in universities, in the top universities in the world. No, they have to learn it. And I kept saying, well, when are they going to learn it? So, for example, the curriculum in many universities has been large lecture classes of basic knowledge being lectured to students for the first 2 years, and then they can think about it. Students begin to critically think at primary school and even before. Only advanced students can do critical thinking, as if only certain students it's only available to certain students. We know that's not true. And it's too difficult to assess critical thinking. Well, I'm going to talk about that. It is difficult to assess properly, but it's not impossible to assess. And we can develop tools that will work. So let me talk about what is critical thinking, or at least the way in which we're formulating critical thinking for our study. There are lots of debates about it and what should be included and what shouldn't be. And undoubtedly there are things that we haven't included here that might be included in other types of formulations. But this is pretty comprehensive. So critical thinking includes, from the study by Shuras and then another one by McEwen, fairly early on, all of these kinds of things. They asked people what they thought critical thinking included, of course, and identifying central issues, recognizing assumptions. I won't go through them. Evaluating a line of reasoning, judging statements. On the third thing, gathering complete information, drawing inferences, evaluating sources of information, for example, those on the internet, distinguishing hypothesis and evidence. Somebody makes a claim doesn't mean there's any evidence for it. Examining multiple causes and effects, questioning methods that have been used, weighing evidence. These kinds of things come up all the time when you talk to experts or teachers or professors about what they think critical thinking includes. A more modern formulation that we've been using is this one here. So the classical emphasis has always been on, mainly on evaluation of arguments and conclusions and reasoning, almost a philosophical. So for those of you like me who took philosophy, one of the first things you will learn are what are bad reasoning, what are ways of bad reasoning, what get in the way of our reasoning. And that used to be regarded as the key aspects of critical thinking. Now that's been extended in the contemporary emphasis, or expanded, to include evaluating ideas and plans, problem solving, communication, creativity, and on the other side, evaluating one's own understanding and lifelong learning skills. Evaluating one's own understanding and evaluating one's own feelings and emotions, and evaluating your peers' emotions, that's at the heart of emotional literacy. So the study that we undertook actually looked at a complex of concepts which overlap. And the scenarios actually indicate that. So a lot of the emotional literacy, which we say, oh, these are emotional literacy scenarios, were actually also critical thinking ones, because you're critically reflecting on your own feelings and looking at what evidence do I have for that. Maybe I should get other perspectives and other alternatives. So this is the critical thinking sort of model that we're using today. And why are we using the CAT? Why do we want to assess critical thinking? In education, the need to measure success for accountability. Increasingly, our funders, the society that's looking at us for the money that we're spending, the tax money that we're spending, or whatever, is saying, look, are we getting from all the money that we're putting in education, are we actually getting, in English you might say, a good bang for our buck? And we need to show them. And we need to show them around critical thinking, because it's gone beyond just, well, they know all this knowledge which they've memorized, and you can say to them, well, they could pick up a phone and get that knowledge. It's how they understand it and how they're able to use it. Assessment drives improvement efforts. When we begin to see that maybe the students don't understand at this deeper, sort of higher intellectual level the way we want, we have to begin to think we need to improve ourselves. So there's a quality improvement element to thinking, to assessing critical thinking. Also, how we assess students determines what students learn. It also determines how we as teachers teach. If we know that we're assessing critical thinking in our courses, as well as the knowledge base that may be underlying it, we need to begin to think, what are we doing in the classroom which actually improves or enhances their opportunities to learn these things? And that usually means a change from the kind of pedagogies of just transmitting information to them to interactive, active learning pedagogies. Faculty or teachers that and I've done most of my work in higher education, with professors, research professors, you would think would know better, because their whole lives are critically, their research is all a critical thinking project in itself. They often see the learning of their students in a totally different way. We did a study looking at the way in which professors understand learning for themselves in their research or their professional practices, and how they understand undergraduate learning. And without knowing it, they had this divided, split conception of what learning is. And we said, you need to integrate that learning and understand that learning is the project of any university, any teaching thing. You're both doing it, and it's the same kind of learning. It should be critical thinking. Also, assessment of critical thinking helps teachers develop an understanding of critical thinking. When we involve teachers in the scoring of the critical thinking assessment test, it usually opens their eyes to things they had never thought before. So these are really good. And I should say here that we were partially supported for this work by the National Science Foundation, which leads me to say that our work in two of these studies are funded by USAID. So USAID and the National Science Foundation have been our primary funders in this, and we've been we've been actually privileged to get money from them, and it's a wonderful thing to have had this opportunity. So let me talk about the critical assessment instrument design. So, and I won't go into detail about this. For those of you who are interested in the construction of instruments, we can talk about it at some time later, and Denise probably is better at that. But this has high face validity. Faculty were involved in scoring, and when you gave them this, they thought, yes, this actually is measuring the kind of things that we consider to be critical thinking. The construct and criterion validity from the learning sciences and other critical thinking tests, it correlates very highly with them. Its scoring reliability and internal consistency, once you've trained the scorers, is very, very high. It engages the students. The students, amazingly, are really engaged in it as an exercise. The scoring range, we're finding neither floor effects or ceiling effects. It's not like everybody goes to the top or everybody falls at the bottom. So you saw earlier when Denise was showing things that they were around the mid-patch. And there are some people do really high, some people really low. But it's very sensitive to changes even over a course, or as we've seen over a 10-week program. We've also found that it's culturally very fair for language, gender, race, and ethnicity, certainly in the US. And we're beginning to find that as this test is being used outside of the United States. I mean, as you know, in the United States, there's a lot of diversity. This doesn't mirror the whole world, but there's a lot of diversity, and we're finding that we can use it across that diversity. So some of the features of it: 1 hour exam, mostly short essay answers, faculty, students scored in workshops. It depends. I mean, if you use your faculty, it's a real faculty development opportunity. And for students, it's a real chance for developing their understanding too. It's got a detailed scoring rubric. It's sensitive to course effects. It's reliable, and it's valid. These are I showed you 6 earlier on that we've imported into the test that we used, the one that we made specially for this problem. Here are the 12 that are associated with the CAT instrument. 6 of them we used and 6 others. But you can see they fall under 4 sort of subcategories. Evaluating information, so we're testing students' ability to evaluate information. We're also testing their creative thinking, whether they can identify alternative interpretations, identify new information, explain how new information can change a problem. Learning and problem solving is a third category. Can they separate relevant information from irrelevant information? Learn and apply new information, use mathematical skills. And communication, which is often not associated with critical thinking, but if you can't communicate your ideas effectively, you probably haven't thought them through fully. But certainly it's an important skill for engaging in conversations and dialogue with others, which critical thinking is all about. Here's an example question from the CAT. It's not one that we use. Partly we aren't using any of the CAT's questions because they're proprietary. So the National Science Foundation has funded it, but it hasn't insisted that the owners of it share those questions. And in fact, they specifically don't share them because of the huge amount of work that goes in. If they're worried if they shared them widely, then when they went to test students, there would be a lot of bias. The students would already know, many of them may already know what a good answer was, and it would prevent them from being able to use it. They've got a new set of critical assessment technique questions out that they're using, and they're working on others. But here's one. A national park ranger has noticed that the number of visitors to the park who become sick after their visit has increased over 10 years. We're suddenly getting more people reporting their sickness. He hypothesized that the increase in illness is due to people drinking the water from the river that runs through the park, and that the water has become contaminated. So his idea is, well, they're drinking water here when they come to camp in the park, and that water has become contaminated over 10 years, so that's why there's an increase in the number of people reporting sickness. So that's his hypothesis. This is a made-up question, but so we asked the students, what are 3 reasons apart from water contamination that could explain the apparent increase in illness? So we want them to begin to think, okay, what else could be happening here? Are you just going to take this at face value? So it could be that more people are coming to the park. The number of people coming to the park over the last 10 years has increased. More people are reporting sickness. We know in medical health, for example, and autism, some of the argument for the increases of autism is just more people are reporting it. So there are there are other reasons which we want the students to be able to do. And then we go on to ask them to explain their reasoning behind this. But it's a question that often students will stop at just being given an answer, and they won't think for themselves any further. Just to go through it a little bit more, over 250 U.S. institutions are now collaborating, and they cover a wide range of levels from undergraduate students to students at community colleges who have not finished high school and who are just getting basic training in a vocational subject. They've expanded it from the U.S. to include Australia, Canada, China, Japan, and Palestine, or the West Bank. That is something through our own work with the Palestinian universities in the West Bank. And we're finding, well, I'll talk to you about that now. So let me talk to you about partnering with Palestinian universities and promoting critical thinking there. This is from a large 5-year study we had funded by the USAID, promoting Palestinian faculty development. It was called the Palestinian Faculty Development Program, and it ran from 2010 to 2015. There was a partnership with us, with An-Najah University in Nablus, Palestinian Polytechnic University in Hebron, and Polytechnic University in Kaduri in Tulkarm. And essentially what we were doing there was trying to establish university-wide centers of excellence of learning and teaching. So we were partnering with them. They were really keen on building capacity within their own universities to spread more widespread activities, teaching methods around interactive and active learning to improve things like critical thinking in their as part of their learning outcomes. And we were working with them to provide university teachers with new conceptions and approaches and methods, and to promote deeper thinking with an increased focus on critical thinking across the university programs and courses. It's actually been one of the most successful programs that's happened there. These universities they were funded to start up these centers. All of the centers are running on their own money. They've incorporated into their own budgets. They've expanded beyond frankly, beyond a lot of teaching and learning centers that I've witnessed in the U.S. They're doing more. They're doing it at a higher level. They're doing their own research now. They have a Palestinian network of teaching and learning centers. It's really quite important to them, and it's amazing what they've accomplished. They are now working with other universities to help them set up. So they've become trainers themselves or capacity builders themselves in the area. And they're also publishing their research and disseminating it across the world. So they're going to a lot of international conferences on this area as well. But it did raise the interest in the assessment of critical thinking. As they were doing this, they were going, well, we would like a critical thinking test ourselves. So that's the second study, assessing critical thinking. And this is, I'll briefly talk about this, developing the CAT in the West Bank. So we talked to the developers of the critical thinking assessment test. They were quite keen for us to develop an Arabic version of it. And we began this with one of the one of the key developers in the West Bank, Dr. Sami Basha. He came over, he got a senior Fulbright. He was able to use all his experience to win a senior Fulbright scholarship to work with us in Northwestern. He did that for a year, study of learning and teaching, critical thinking, and did workshops with the team, the original team that created the critical assessment test, critical thinking assessment test at the CAT Center in Tennessee. He undertook 3 studies, and they're published here. He undertook 3 studies, a pilot study of the full test in English with Palestinian students. So we wanted to know whether it was culturally appropriate in its English version before he undertook any translations. That was actually successful. He then did a study of four of the key questions in Arabic with Palestinian students, with 48 Palestinian students. He also did a study of Palestinian faculty perceptions of the critical assessment test to see whether or not this was something that resonated with the Arabic faculty, Arabic-speaking faculty in Palestinian universities. And the results, the students responded incredibly favorably to the test. Many of them, however, said they'd never seen a test like this before. It was really challenging. And we're talking in the first test with very good students who spoke English, obviously, and were fluent. But it changed the way in which they began to think. The test itself already challenges the way in which we think about information and our courses. The student student scores were comparable with US scores. So we found when we compared them to a range of American scores from colleges and universities in the US, they were comparable. They were comparable with the university sector. They were actually above the college sector, because we do find differences between community college scores and university scores. We did a study in Chicago with Northwestern students and with Chicago Community College students. And the test was sensitive for all of them. The scores generally turned out to be higher. Not generally, they were higher for Northwestern students who have had an opportunity to study at a much higher level. However, there were students from the community college that scored incredibly high, much higher than some of the Northwestern students. And if you know the difference, only 5% of Northwestern only accepts the top 5% of students in the US. Community college is open to anybody. You don't even have to, in some cases, have a high school degree. And still, some of the students there were scoring above Northwestern students. They were small numbers, but it's amazing. In other words, it's sensitive to people who are thinking deeply and begin to change. So we felt really good about this. We also got moderate to high faculty agreement that the skills that I just talked about represented in it in the Palestinian context were, they agreed that they represented critical thinking in the Palestinian context. And really high in the STEM, in the science. We gave it to faculty, we showed it to faculty in all disciplines. The science faculty, and it was mentioned earlier, this was originally a science. It was a test around science, and it skews towards that. But even in the other contexts, as we found in the US, it resonated with the faculty as meaningful. So let me go on to this study. Now, you've heard quite a bit about the study, and so I will just be adding a little bit. I'm not looking at the data that we'll be looking at here for the program. I mean, Denise has already shown that we got pre and post gains that were important. I'm more looking at it to see if the data actually is sensitive to the kinds of very different group based on a new test prepared for this, and whether it's sensitive to critical thinking changes in students of the kinds that we've been talking about. And who you've been hearing about today. So this was a very, very different population than we've used. First of all, it was 12 to 16 on average, and it was an Arabic group across 3 different countries. So to evaluate the impact of it, and I won't go through this too much, for the setting outside the formal system, we looked at self-reported on thinking and emotional literacy skills. I'm not going to look at those. We've seen that. Scores on a critical thinking test, and I'm just going to go into that in a little more detail. So Denise already talked to you about the study design. I won't go into that too much, but there was a pre and post over 2 phases. So we actually had quite a bit of data. The critical thinking test that was specifically designed was based on the one that I've just described. It did 6 of the critical thinking skills, 2 scenarios, 10 questions, 3 multiple choice, 7 open. And these were the 6 skills that were assessed, and these are the question numbers. They came actually at the end of a longer test, a longer pre-post test, which we think may have been problematic at some point. Sometimes you get students, when they get to the last questions, they're too tired. And we did find that they weren't answering those questions in quite the same way in some cases. So you've seen this, these questions, you've seen the kinds of scenarios we've done. And the questions we asked. Our challenge was really developing a rubric, some way of scoring these that we could get numbers out of them that we could then put into a database and study. Because most of the information that came out of these tests was written, and it was written by children as young as 10 years old and as old as, well, adults almost. So we needed to develop a rubric, and that was a real challenge. And for some of you who are doing research or PhDs or whatever and looking at instrument design, this may be interesting. So the data, of course, is qualitative to start with. We use a methodology, I won't go into real detail, called phenomenography, or at least we drew on the phenomenography methodology that's available in the text. That methodology aims to type responses in terms of differences. They're related, but they're in terms of differences. The sample, we took a representative sample of all the tests. So we took from the whole set of tests across the different locations and gender and age, and we took high scores and low scores, and we began to analyze them. So they were carefully analyzed by 3 researchers. I should say one of the researchers was Arabic speaking, because Denise and I were the other 2, we don't speak Arabic. So she translated them for us in a workshop thing. So we went back and forth, and she also contributed to the analysis as we went back and forth looking at these, at the data. We were looking to identify qualitatively different types of responses for level of complexity and understanding on these questions. And we wanted to exhaust the types of responses provided. So we were aiming to look at covering all of the different responses. What we didn't want to do was go in, give the rubric, train students on it, and then them having us tell, well, here's a response that the rubric doesn't cover. We wanted to make sure, as much as we could, that any response, and there were 2,700 responses, could be addressed by this rubric. So we did it over 2 separate 2-day analysis sessions, 3 months apart. So we spent 2 days working on it to begin with, created a draft rubric, and then cleaned that rubric up. Then we came back, and the rubric was then tested against a whole range of new samples over a second 2-day session, and it was modified substantially. If we'd used the first draft rubric, we wouldn't have, there would have been a lot of tests that we didn't capture. So we changed it substantially. Then we went into, so here's an example of the scenario. You've seen this letter to the principal. I read it out earlier. I hope some of you, so somebody's written a letter to the principal saying that all students should be using computer games to help them get higher grades. And then we asked students questions about that. So I'm going to show you one example. So this question came right after this. What could the author add to the letter that would further persuade the principal that having school students play computer games is a good idea for helping them learn? If more than one suggestion is given, score the best one. So we're asking the students to score one, just one suggestion or series of suggestions. And then this was our rubric. So if they said nothing or the suggestion they gave was totally irrelevant to the letter, they got 0 points. But you'll see in the next three, and it follows down for the next one too, we noticed as we were going on that there was just an increase in complexity. Even these responses were all over the place. So if the suggestion is about new information, where they wanted new information, they said, well, they should put in new information. But it wasn't really evidence. They got 1 point. If the suggestion is about evidence for the claim, that this information should actually support the claim in some way, then they got 2 points. If the evidence they suggested was high quality evidence, that they were suggesting, well, it had to come from a science study or from an expert or from a university, or it was independent, or it wasn't biased. If in some way they could talk about that, then we gave them 3 points. So you can see that the kind of answers that we were looking for were kind of hierarchical. In other words, the person who wrote something about evidence for the claim, high quality evidence, they're obviously answering all the other ones too. They're answering the evidence, the information, etc. Or if the suggestion they gave was about the author, it could have been about the claims the author was making or about the author. Then we asked, when we looked at it, and if there's nothing suggested or the suggestion is irrelevant, we gave them nothing. If the suggestion is that the author says who they are, that the author says, I'm somebody who has something to do with computer games, they would get 1 point. If the suggestion is that the author gives specific information about themselves, if they give their occupation, the first one is if they just say who they are. It may be I sweep the streets outside the school, and I notice students coming in and out, and I talk to them sometime. They would get 1 point for something like that. If they actually gave some evidence about who they are and their occupation, they got 2. If the suggestions indicates that they are independent, unbiased source, then they would get 3 points. So if they said they were a manufacturer of computer games, that would be 2 because it's not independent. Also, we also said about other benefits. Some of the students gave other benefits. If there was nothing suggesting, they got 0. Sometimes they said the suggestion is about the benefit of playing games other than better learning and better concentration. Games are fun, or games increase motivation. Then we gave them a point for that. But they just got a maximum of 3 for this. So you could see it was carefully addressed. We found out that question, this rubric, covered all responses to that question. Then how did we score it? Scoring the test. We don't speak Arabic, and there were 2,700 tests. We didn't have that much time. We identified through the director of one of the centers that we set up, he identified 18 senior students and recent graduates of the university who had met this criteria. They were Arabic native speakers. They were fluent, or relatively really fluent in English, because we wanted to talk to them. They were excellent students, and they were motivated and interested in critical thinking. And I cannot believe how fortunate we were. These students were fabulous. So fabulous that when we did phase 2 and went back 3 months later, most of them had graduated, but they said they still wanted to do it. So we managed to keep almost all of the same students for which was good for reliability. We had to refresh them on the training, but that didn't take long at all. We provided a 3-hour training workshop in the critical thinking test and the new test, and the skills tested and the rubric. A sample of the same tests were scored by all students to ensure interreliability of scoring. So we shared the same test and asked them all to score it. And then we discussed their answers and the scoring became very close. Students scored alone, generally, but that wasn't important, other than we could get through more tests if they scored alone. But we also encouraged them if they were to discuss in pairs or with the trainers or with us, was allowed for unclear responses. If they got a response they weren't clear about, they could talk to their neighbor and say, well, what have you done? And that helped with the reliability, between the interreliability. The students scored approximately 2,700 tests over 7 days, 1,000 over 4 days in 2018, and 1,700 over 2 tests over 3 days. And the reason they were able to do more the second time was they graduated. So the first time we had them, it was the end of their school year, and they were leaving to go to class and then coming back, and they were in and out quite a few times. They were also going to graduation ceremonies, so it took 4 days. In the second one, they were mainly all there all day, and the days were longer, so they were able to do 1,700. So our question was, is the NFE critical thinking test sensitive to changes in students' critical thinking? And I'll look at this as phase 1 for the first 3 skills. And you could see the red means that they were significant to 0.01, which is a fairly high level of significance. Green is to 0.05, which is, as a rule of thumb, taken to be the point at which you call something significant or not. And the blue is 0.1, which can sometimes be argued as approaching significance. So you'll see there's quite a few reds and quite a few greens in all of the, not all of the locations, but in all of the particular questions. We're finding that we're getting change, that the test is actually measuring change between the students. Not in all cases, and that may be due to what was happening in those cases. So for example, as I think Mohammed mentioned, Lebanon, phase 1 was very, very different than in phase 2, and Jordan as well. We're not sure why some of them are stronger, why the questions are stronger. May have to do what was happening with the scenarios and what was going in the scenarios. Some of the scenarios covered these skills in more detail. But you'll see with phase 1, we had red and green in, well, all 6 at some point, and red in at least 4. Very strong results that were picking up changes that were coming across. The yellow is the one point where it actually went down. It went down for males. But that was the only one that went down the other way. So to get these kind of results randomly would be pretty hard. So we do feel like this is really getting, it's sensitive to the change, measuring the change. This is the same phase 1, but the second 3, again, we're getting some very strong scores. In this case, in the West Bank and in Jordan. In Lebanon, again, nothing, but there was interesting things with that. In the second phase, with the first 3, you'll see that Lebanon actually scores very high. It was sensitive and picked up a lot of change in Lebanon. It also picked up some in Jordan as well in the first, in the second phase, in the second question. In the second 4 questions, Lebanon again, you'll see the changes that happened in Lebanon between phase 1 and phase 2 were such that we got amazing changes. And in fact, given what we know about how the Lebanese program was implemented in phase 1 versus phase 2, we would actually expect these. If they weren't like this, there would be kind of a worry. Again, you'll see that Jordan had some. The West Bank had very little in this, and we know there were problems in the West Bank. So we're fairly comfortable that we're actually picking up interesting, this is sensitive, this is picking up real measures in critical thinking, as defined by the skills that we've mentioned. So the critical thinking test results, these is a summary of them, different patterns of gain across the country, phase and gender. We find these different patterns of gain across country, phase, and gender. They're small to medium effect sizes. We've talked about effect sizes a little bit. It would be, in fact, it might be worrying, I shouldn't say this, but if we had huge effect sizes, because that would suggest a real transformation that would be pretty amazing to do in 10 weeks. And also, when we first started this kind of work, we worked with a statistician from the graduate school at Harvard, and we first got some effect sizes in a different thing that were, in the small region, 0.2, 0.25, and he went, there's a large program in the U.S. called Head Start. It got hundreds of millions of dollars of funding. It went for 25 years. I don't know, it may still be running. Its effect sizes were 0.08. They were all positive. They had a lot of power, but they were about 0.08, 0.09. And he said people were delighted by that, right? So these effect sizes are actually, even though they're small to medium, we're quite happy with them. I've written statistically significant gains on 4 to 5 of 6, actually of 5 of the 6 critical thinking skills. We had very strong gains on the test. There's also a strong indication that the test is sensitive to change on students. So we believe that that this test is actually quite sensitive to measuring change in critical thinking skills. And this is just some preliminary conclusions. From these studies that we've done, we think the CAT can be used in the Middle East to assess critical thinking. That's not to say it will be easy. We work with partners on this, work with partners in the region who are more culturally sensitive to the region than we are. The assessment of critical thinking is possible at multiple educational levels. We've done it from university down to, in some cases, 10-year-olds. We think further development needs to be done to translate the full CAT into Arabic and to develop new appropriate CAT questions for the test that we have. And further testing analysis are required on existing and new versions. This work, as Denise mentioned earlier, we've only begun to begin the analysis of the database that we've collected. So I'm going to say thank you and be happy to answer any questions. I've gone through pretty quickly, partly because I have a flight leaving for Amman at 8:30 this evening. But if there are any questions or any comments, I'd be happy to take them. It's getting late in the day.
Have a safe flight.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, and I told you I got to leave. But if you have any questions, right? Yeah.
So don't ask me any questions.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We
Well,
applaud you.
thank you. Yeah. And I wanted to thank you, Dr. Hannah, and your colleagues at AUB for this wonderful conference that you've had. It's been a real opportunity to talk about what we've been working on, and hopefully it's of interest to all your partners, NGO partners, and academic people as well. So thank you very much.
So again, thank you to Michael, first of all, who initiated all of this activity, and of course to Denise and Muhammad and Talal and Dr. Greg and Samar, who unfortunately could not be with us. And I'd like to thank also my colleague Sireen Saab for helping us in organizing all of this, and Sarah, who's also not with us here, for her great support, and all the interns who participated as well as the people who came. Unfortunately, we've lost a lot of people by now, but I think that we had an excellent event today. This was live streamed throughout the day, so we had people also watching who were not in the room, and it's going to be on YouTube, and so we're able to kind of use the link to share with a wider audience. Thank you very much, and we look forward for further collaboration with everyone. Thanks.